I want to tell you the story of one boy. But first I will begin my story with his father. His name was Go Jin-young. He was known as an expert in the ancient language Daemyeong. He also had a 7-year-old son whose name was Jinen. He was a very curious boy who was constantly eager to learn something new. When Jin-young entered his father's office, he saw how he was sitting at the books and studying something. His father had a lot of different books on the table that he constantly read. He never liked his father's profession. He always was busy with his work and practically did not pay attention. Yes, the boy, because he simply had no time due to the fact that he works all the time. Spending time with his father was something special for his father, so he couldn't even think about it. The boy could not look at his father for a long time when he worked, because he did not pay attention to him at all. So the boy was always upset and left the room to do his own thing. But whenever he managed to spend time with his father, it was something incredible. His father constantly told him about his mother over a glass of alcohol. He often drank it began to envelop nostalgia, in which it began to blur. Despite the smell of alcohol, the boy still did not mind spending time with his father, because he understood that at least this way he could be alone with him. Jinin, "Do you miss your mother?" asked the father, and after that he hugged the boy and came to his place, and he felt some kind of warmth and love. Jin-young said to his dad, raising his head to him and smiling, "Yes, Dad, I miss her a little. I miss her." "Well, it's all right since you're my dad, and that's enough for me. I get enough love from you, but I still miss it sometimes, and I wish my mom was here too. Lots of kids lost their fathers during the war, including Hawk Hing and Wang Ho, who live next door to us. So I'm fine. Dad don't have to worry about me. Son, you are my only child and the most beloved child. Thank you for everything," the father said. And after that, the child came to him so that the boy felt that his father was always with him and he could feel safe next to him. "Mao An is now at home?" asked the stranger approaching the door of their house, and the boy approaching the door shouted to him from the fence. "Yes, wait 1 minute." When he opened the door, he looked at the man standing near the gate and said, "Who you would be?" Then the boy looked a little closer at this man and screamed, "Cousin Uncle, is it really you?" said the guy, and the man smiled at him. You understand that he recognized him. "This boy?" He answered, "Jin-young, how are you doing? I see that you read a book. I'm doing well." And how did the boy answer, "And how is your aunt? Why are you without her?" The boy was without a hit then to see his cousin uncle. If a 7-year-old child asks me this question, how should I answer it? My uncle thought and began to scratch his beard. Jin-young raised his head up, smiled and said, "It's true that earlier in this age already got married, isn't it?" "You are a very smart boy," said Uncle and started sucking him on the head. If only our song would be half as smart as you, but the guy didn't like being scratched on the head. He said, "Uncle, I can't breathe, let me out." It was already night on the street and the stars sparkled in the sky. It seemed that the whole planet was covered with a large black blanket with white patterns. My father met my uncle and took him to our house. They were already sitting at the table and my father was pouring alcohol into small cups. "Here," my father said, and handed a cup of alcohol to his uncle. They were sitting at the table opposite each other. A lot of food was laid on the table, and they were talking to each other about different things. My father took a glass and drank alcohol from it. Uncle also did not wait long and emptied the contents of the glass in a matter of seconds. "So you want me to translate the ancient hieroglyphs from this golden tablet?" "I understand everything correctly?" asked the father, and looked at his uncle with a serious look, and his uncle answered him, "Yes, you understood everything correctly. To be honest, no one studied from the ministry has such knowledge as you. In addition, His Highness himself is very interested in this work. This is a very good opportunity. But I have yet to finish my research on artifacts that I have been working on for over 10 years, said my father. I put my head down. He understood that he had to complete the work he had begun. But my uncle was very serious and he said, "You only have a few options with your master and knowledge. You can finish this job in just a couple of days." He continued to say, "I understand your position, but you should think about Jin-young's future because he will grow up very soon and will already be quite big. Researching artifacts is also very important. How many years you have already wasted on this. I know that you have run out of money, you are saving on food, and you are in debt." He put his head down and narrowed his eyes. My father was never so gloomy as he is now. He was clearly very worried about what my uncle said. "Okay, I understand I really should take this job," said father, and uncle said, "Good choice, buddy. It's the right decision because it will at least make you some money." I spied on them standing near the door. I tried to be invisible so as not to embarrass, but I was really insanely interested in what they talked about there because my uncle just doesn't come to us. I don't know how long it will take, but it won't be long. Don't create any problems. Dad said, not well, before he started to leave on his journey. "No problem, father. I promise everything will be fine. I will behave properly, and the nanny won't have any problem with me. Well done. Promise that you will keep your word, and now I will go. I promise that I will come back as soon as possible. But I don't know how fast it will be." Father left. He walked into the distance. I followed him until he disappeared. On the horizon, I really didn't want him to leave, but I understood that there was no other choice, and he had a good opportunity to earn money for our family. I hope that everything will be fine with my father. I know that he is insanely smart, and I am sure that he will cope with all the obstacles in his path, and I will just wait for him. There was a pink sunset. Evening had already come, and it was getting dark around the reader. You sat on those steps and waited for your father. For a short time I left this place to eat, but then immediately returned, because I did not want to miss the moment when my father would come. But I still didn't see my father. Different people were walking around. They were traders with horses or just fellow travelers. Everyone was busy with their own affairs and rushed somewhere. But I didn't see my father. I took a deep breath, and then I thought that he probably wouldn't come today either. It wasn't the first day when he didn't come. I started to worry. I went into the room and was a little upset because today my father didn't come either. I'm always upset by such moments, and I don't know what to do about it. As I walked through the rooms of our house, I noticed one door that I had never before been allowed to enter without permission. Father's office. Maybe while he's gone, I can go there and see what's going on there just for a while. I'll go check if everything is in order there, but I won't tell anyone about it. Now, when I think about my father, I want to go there even more because there are many things that remind me of him. He will probably scold me very much if he finds out, but nevertheless I cannot overcome my curiosity. I am extremely interested to know what is there. For the first time I went into his office without his permission, and I can stay here myself, so I walked very carefully at first. It seemed to me that someone might be following me, although I understood that there was no one in the room. When I resigned myself to the fact that there really are no one here, and it's unlikely that anyone can notice me here, I began to look at everything that was in this room. All the objects that were found here were insanely interesting. There are so many books here, I'm so curious to look at them all. Did my father really read all these books? He must be insanely smart. I abruptly turned my head back. It seemed to me that someone was in the room, but then I realized that I just imagined. But I saw a very beautiful picture. I didn't pay attention before that it was hanging here, but now I focused on it. I decided to come and take a closer look at it. If I remember correctly, there must be something behind this picture. I must check it. I came closer to this picture, took it with my hand, and realized that this is an ordinary fabric that can be pushed aside. I did it, and saw that there was a staircase down behind it. Yes, everything is as I thought. There really was a secret entrance that I had never been in, but Dad might scold me if I went down there. This staircase that leads to the cellar, where my father keeps his artifacts. I'm usually not allowed to look at them, but for some reason today, I really want to go down there. I quickly ran for a candle so that I had light to go down to this basement. I already decided that I would do it anyway and see what was below. I think that nothing will happen if I go down to this basement. It's unlikely that something can happen. I'll just look, and Dad won't even know about it. When I went downstairs, I saw the door. I took the handle of this door with my hand, lowered it down, and pulled the door towards me, and then opened it. I opened the door even more in order to better see what is there. But for now, I was scared to go there. When the light of my candle began to illuminate everything in the room, I saw a bunch of different artifacts and objects that fascinated me. I could not take my eyes off them. It was amazing. I looked at all these objects. I didn't know which one to look at first because they were all insanely beautiful and interesting. There are so many colored things here, but I don't even have a clue what these things are. I saw many of the items that were on the shelves for the first time. When I looked at another stick, I saw that there are things from the West. How beautiful they were. They were made of wood. It was all handmade. I didn't understand what most of these things were for, but I really liked them. I would really like my father to tell me somehow about all these things, where he got them from and why they are standing here. In the far part of the room, I saw a large box. I went closer to it, illuminated it with a candle, and said that the work on which father spent his whole life is stored here. What can lie there, I thought, and brought my candle closer in order to examine. I opened the lid of this box. I began to examine everything that was there. I was interested in absolutely everything. There were strange things in the box. Why was my dad put a branch here and didn't know what kind of branch it was? There were books with foreign languages. I started digging in this box, and after a while I found an interesting object. It was lying at the very bottom of this box. I managed to get it out and pull it out. I took it in my hand and examined it very carefully. It was some kind of box, but it was not like the other boxes that I had seen before. That this is an octagonal artifact. I have never seen such an artifact before. It is interesting to know why this artifact is needed. My dad, in any case, we know what it is for. He looks very intimidating. I would probably be very scared if I saw him at a very young age. We need to put it back before something happened to it, so where did it lie? I tried to find the exact place where this artifact was lying, but while I was trying to hide it back, I accidentally pricked you with my finger on the 3 that was on the lid of the box. Damn, it really hurts. I pricked how it happened. Blood began to flow out of my finger. My blood started dripping right on this artifact, and amazingly it hit right where the mouth was carved on the wooden box, and it started glowing. Damn, what's going on? I must have done something wrong. It's unlikely that this artifact you should glow like that. Daddy will kill me if they find out that I've done something I shouldn't have come here and rummaged through his stuff. I knew it wouldn't do any good, but my curiosity got the better of me as always. The artifact began to emit a strong light from its eyes, otherwise shine directly at me. From the eyes of this artifact, beams similar to tentacles began to appear and, as if alive, they began to reach out to me. They tried to penetrate me through my eyeballs. My eyes began to glow and I seemed to let in all this magical power that was sealed in the artifact. I experienced incredibly severe pain. The veins on my face began to appear and turn red. I screamed very loudly because it was unbearable pain. I took off into the air and soared above the ground, but I didn't realize how I was doing it, because I didn't do it. I was dragging it that inhabited me. At some point, it all ended and the artifact stopped glowing. It stopped emitting these magical tentacles from its eyes. I fell to the ground from a height of 2 m as I was flying down, and it was a strange feeling, as if I had disappeared from this world for a while and then returned to it. My eyes then saw nothing. They seemed to have become blind. I felt a strange pain in my head. I had never experienced anything like this before. Then I just closed my eyes and fell asleep. I was so tired during this time that I could no longer hold on. It was already evening outside. Clouds floated across the sky and quite a long time passed after I lost consciousness. The artifact was in the chest. After all, I managed to hide it there before all this happened. He lay and seemed to be smiling, looking at me. I opened my eyes and realized that I was waking up. I did not understand how long I was unconscious, and all I remember is how I fell and fell asleep. I felt very tired, and I had the feeling that I was completely exhausted, as if all my strength had been taken away from me. What just happened? I asked in a voice, but I understood that no one would give me an answer. After all, I was alone in this room. I decided to get up from the floor and look again at this artifact. I decided that I need to close this chest so that Dad does not notice that I climbed here. He will probably be very angry with me if he finds out about what happened. I have to get out of here. I'm scared. I don't want to stay here anymore. This room scares me. Dad didn't let me in here for no reason. He probably found out that there are such artifacts that can harm me. Step by step, I was heading towards the exit in order to leave this room. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible and just start doing my own thing. But at some point, I experienced a very strange feeling, as if I was starting to pound all over from the inside. What is this where this sound comes from? Why do I feel such strange sensations? I just wanted to leave the room, but I can't. There was a wild rumble in my head that did not give me peace of mind. It hit me like a hammer on the head and I screamed. I put my hands on my ears and tried to somehow calm this feeling in my head. But nothing worked for me. It only got louder. In front of me, I saw black hands that tried to swallow me, and not as if they wanted to hug me. I didn't control my hands. They began to move on their own, and I didn't even know what was happening to them, as if someone had moved into my body. My fingers began to move strangely. They began to break and did not obey me at all. I had no control over my body at all. I wanted to scream very loudly because I was in pain, but my hand covered my stomach and I could not utter a sound. Then my hand began to choke me. I could not do anything about it. I could absolutely not inhale and exhale the air from my lungs because my mouth and nose were covered by my own hand. Angser Sajia, these words were spoken by a voice in my head. It was like some kind of spell in a language unknown to me. I already thought that I was finished. I'm about to die. My eyes opened very wide and my whole face shrank. Then I felt that I was overwhelmed with energy. I seemed to let a huge force inside me and it wanted to break out. Get out of here! Stop being in my body! Get out! I don't want to feel you! Leave me alone! I screamed for this feeling to go away. I knew something was in me. I felt it. Then there was a strong explosion. This explosion was made by me, but when it happened, things did not scatter in different directions, but rather they rose into the air and were there. Books and vases were flying all over the room. I couldn't help it. They were like fish swimming in the air. Then they nevertheless landed on the ground and remained there lying. I exhaled in order to catch my breath. Bubbles began to appear from my mouth. It felt like I was underwater, and every exhalation creates bubbles. I felt very hot. Drops of sweat were dripping down my face. I didn't know at all what to do with it all. I just felt very bad and don't know how to stop this condition. I looked at my hands and saw that I could finally control them. I felt my fingers, I felt my hands and could move them calmly. The stairs that I came down here seemed to be waiting for me, and I thought that I need to get out of here as quickly as possible before this feeling returned to me. I ran to these steps and thought that I need to go upstairs as quickly as possible. I can't stay here anymore because something bad has clearly happened in this room. Dasnya Inari, the voice in my head, woke up again. He was constantly talking to me some strange words in an incomprehensible language. I did not know what to do to make him stop talking to me. Go away! I shouted to him so that he would unhook from me and did not want this voice to sound in my head. I wanted to finally be left without him. But he had a different opinion. I felt how this creature, the word for which parasite, began to stick to me. It did not let me in and pulled me back with its black tentacles. How is this even possible? I don't understand. What kind of nonsense is this? Why are these tentacles pulling me in? Yes, and where did they even come from? My body is so heavy. I felt how these tentacles began to absorb my entire body. They were already even on my face and on my hair. I could do absolutely nothing with them. Calm down. You just need to calm down. I can't lose to these tentacles. I know that I'm stronger than them and won't get rid of me sooner or later. When I realized this, I realized that they really started to let me go, and I felt a huge lightness in my body. I could easily move on. Yes, I managed to do it. If I keep calm, I can defeat this monster. I don't know who he is, but he is clearly afraid of my calmness. I walked forward. I climbed step by step and didn't look back because I didn't want to face the eyes of this monster. Let him be behind me. I see, which means he's not there. I'm not afraid of him. But the darkness did not want to leave me. She continued to attack me and followed me. At some point, the darkness filled absolutely the entire space behind me. If I had turned my head then, I would have looked directly into it, but I didn't. What's going on? I thought that I could take over the body of this little child, but for some reason, I couldn't do it. I wanted to take over this boy's body and take over his soul, but I didn't succeed. For some reason, I can't control him. How is that even possible? I came out of this basement, then I finally returned to my dad's room, but I felt that the monster had not disappeared anywhere. He continued to follow me. I felt his back. He was behind me. I'm sure my father used some kind of trick when he sealed me. There's nothing you can do about it. I'll have to find another option. Even if it takes a very long time, I'll do it anyway, said the monster. I went back to my room and decided that I needed to sleep. It must have all been a bad dream. Although it didn't feel like a dream, I left a candle burning near my bed. I didn't want to be alone in the dark. I listened to my head, listened to everything that was happening around, and heard complete silence. I can't hear these sounds anymore. It's all over. Right, finally he left me. Now I'm free and he won't touch me anymore. I can fall asleep normally. But the monster seemed to hear everything I think about. I again heard his voice in my head and he told me, "I'm here, don't worry." "What's your name?" he asked. I was very scared. I jumped out of my bed and yelled, "Help, please, what is going on here? What the hell are you in my head again? You got in it again. You woke me up from my sleep." "Tell me your name," said the monster. He would be very scary. He was all the time next to me, but I could not see him yet. But then I saw a strange darkness in my room. I had never seen such darkness before. I was very scared and started screaming. I said, "What are you? I don't want you to be near me." The monster seemed to collect all the darkness from my room and turned into black smoke. It was a black clot of energy that had two glowing eyes. It was right in front of me. I looked at him frightened, absolutely did not know what to tell him. I was very afraid of this creature and really very scary. "No, I won't tell you my name. You'll never know it clearly to you in your life. I know you're not real even if you look so realistic. You really don't want to tell me your name. It will be your fault. I'm giving you one more opportunity, just tell me your name." Morning came. The sun came out from behind the horizon and began to illuminate the street with its rays. I sat on the steps as always and waited for my father. I thought that at least today he should return. I sat and thought that I probably need to tell my father about what happened to me yesterday, but I was afraid because he could scold me. The young master turned to me. The nanny, she ran up to me and wanted to say something. I raised my head and looked at her. Maybe she knows when Dad will return. The nanny came closer to me and said, "Your expression is very painful. Maybe you are sick or injured. Tell me what is happening to you." I looked at her and didn't even know what to say to her. I couldn't tell the nanny about what happened to me. After all, she wouldn't have helped me. I exhaled and just sat for a few seconds. Silently, I didn't know what to answer her, and I had to figure out how to calm her down so that she wouldn't worry. "Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll feel much better after a little rest." She looked at me with a surprised look and answered, "Well, do not read a lot of books today and have a good rest with you. It looks painfully painful. I am starting to worry about you." I was still able to calm the nanny at least a little, and she went on to do her own thing, and I just sat on the steps waiting for my father. Even if I tell her about what happened, she will just call me crazy because everyone else is so, I have to keep this secret. The monster began to appear near me again, but then I didn't notice it yet. I just sat and thought about when my father would return and how much longer I would have to wait for him. The monster started talking to me again. He always appeared suddenly when I least expected him. I heard his voice, and he had a very nasty, hoarse voice. He told me, "You will not wait for your father." "Where is this place?" asked Monster. "The air here is different from where I lived. It's very hard to breathe here. Tell me about this world. Maybe I can better understand what's going on here. There are no spirits in your world at all. I can't see anyone here from the ghosts. Only I am alone. Tell me this woman, your servant, asked me," the monster, but I didn't want to answer him at all. "No, she's not a servant. She asked me for you, Monster." I didn't want to talk to him about anything, but I couldn't. I told him, "My name is not—" "No, I want you to shut up. Get off me as long as you can sit in my head. You can't help. You're a completely useless boy. You're useless to any of my questions. You can't answer properly. Where did he go? Why doesn't he come out when I ask him to come in? But when I don't ask him to leave, he seems to disappear somewhere. I hope he never comes back. My name is Sertan, not Cretin. I am the great warrior of the mighty demon world. Sertan. Remember this name. You will have to get used to. Me. Stop messing with me. I don't want you in my head. Get off me. If you call me no, then I'll call you damn Chkertan." Disappeared somewhere again. Now I knew his name, but to be honest, I would not mind knowing absolutely nothing about this monster. I would like him to finally get away from me, bon appetit, young master, the nanny said to me. After she brought food to my room and put it on the table, there was a lot of delicious food. And to be honest, I really got hungry. Thank you, babysitter, for the food. I'm sure it's delicious, I said. Babysitter to thank her. She smiled and went on about her business. I decided to start my meal with rice. I have always loved rice. I think it is the best food on the planet. I took a small amount of rice with chopsticks and made a rice cake out of it and put it in my mouth. I haven't heard him for a while. It's such a good feeling to realize that this monster isn't around me. Maybe he needs to finally get off me. It would be very nice. How did you know that you asked me this? Chakertang, I'm all the risk that I just put in my mouth. I asked him. Yes. Why haven't you left yet? I asked. How did you know? Repeated again. The monster, in my hoarsely scary voice, I started to rotate my head to understand where it is, and then shouted to the whole room. Yes, that I found out that I should have known. How did you know that my nickname is Chakertan? The monster asked me. To be honest, for a moment I was even confused because it seemed to me that he was some kind of strange. I ask you, how do you know the nickname that they called me in my demon world, monster? I even froze for a moment and then answered him. It's your name, you just said it to me yourself. But I was not very surprised that he forgot that he told me his name. I thought about something completely different. Is there really a demon world on Earth? I decided to ask him directly, because he knew the answer to this question for sure. Chertang clearly did not expect me to ask him this, but he treated me like a stupid boy who already just wanted to get rid of him. But when I asked him this question, he even thought the demon world is located between the divine world and the human world. The human world was the last to be formed. They needed a center between the two worlds. If you think about it, the human world should not have been created at all. I couldn't believe my ears. And in order to settle the ideological war between the demonic and the holy world, they actually created the human world. It's so strange. Yes, boy, you are right. I didn't even think you could be that smart at your age, but you are a very smart guy. But can I trust a creature called Chakertan? I asked the demon, and he even fell silent for a moment. Lately I hear him too often, and his silence is a certain sign for me. Chakertan is my name. You understood everything correctly, the demon told me, but I answered him. Yes, shut up you already. Finally, I didn't ask you, I asked if I can trust you, and you dodged the answer again. I looked at my shadow and realized that the demon had now moved into my shadow. After all, her eyes were burning. It was strange, but I was already gradually even starting to get used to such strange things. And then I just started laughing and crying at the same time. I like to do it. Sometimes it helped me a lot to calm down in situations where I don't understand how to react. And the demon asked me, "Why are you laughing? What's funny you heard?" Yes, it just became funny for a while. You know, demon, I know how your name is translated, and I know what it means in the Huajiang language. Your name means to cry while you sing, which is why I'm asking if you can be trusted, because it's strange to trust a demon with that nickname. Maybe you are some kind of crazy, because such nicknames are not given just like that. Probably you deserved it for some act of yours. No, I'm not crazy, answered the demon. How do you even know how my nickname is translated? I didn't tell anyone about it, and you people don't know our language. How are you at your age? We know such things. Confess vividly. How do you know how exactly your language is translated? Maybe you still know about my abilities. I ask you how you knew that my ability is to use the sounds that I make to control people's emotions, driving them crazy until they cry at that moment. I was even a little tired while he listened to him, and he himself told me everything about his abilities. If he is so talkative, I don't think that this is such secret information. I don't know, and I'm going to sleep. So please shut up, Chakertan. Don't bother me sleeping. After all, if I don't rest, tomorrow I won't have any strength at all. No, I don't let you sleep. Brat, wake up. So why are you ignoring me? How are you able to ignore me? He thinks that he will fall asleep and this will help him get rid of me, but I will overtake him even in a dream. I will not let him exist in peace because he himself called me Chertang, created a magical black hole from wax. In the dark energy near my bed, he clearly did not want me to get enough sleep. What an interesting kid. I've never met anyone like him. He's too smart for his age, he's smart and curious. It's so weird that I think about it. Why do I even think about this kid? Why do I feel so attached to him? Just wait a little. One day, I will take control of your body, boy, and then you will definitely not be able to get rid of me. And when I capture your body, then I promise you we will return to the demon world, and you will never return to this world again. You can forget about it forever. Demons usually live for about 5,000 years. This is a fact that I read in books that are in my father's room. Chkerton lived only 1,000 years, which means that in human terms, this is the same as living 10 human years out of 50. Based on my calculations and calculation, I can assume that you are now only 10 years old, and then it turns out we are both 10 years old. You should be my friend. You know, suddenly, the nanny jumped out into the street and shouted, "Master, master, you are back. We have been waiting for you for so long. Thank God you have returned home." I heard her voice and thought that probably my dad had already returned. "Your father has returned," the sir said, the nanny. I was delighted as if it were my second birthday, and I immediately ran to my father. I wanted to see him as soon as possible. "While I was not here, what will not happen?" asked the father, taking off his hat. "I've been gone for quite a long time and you're a magician to do some business or misbehave. Isn't that why I'm asking if there was anything that happened during my absence? If I tell him about the demon that possessed me, then he will know that I went to his basement. It will definitely not end in anything good. Dad will scold me because I promised him to behave. There's nothing wrong, it's okay, Dad, I've been good, honest." "Well, if everything is as you are telling me now, then you are a huge fellow. Well done. You learned Dae-myung's language during my absence." I started laughing and pretending everything was okay. I said yes. "Sure, I learned it, Dad. I figured it out for hours every day he heard it and patted me on the head." "Well, then your dad has some urgent business in the office right now. You can go babysitter. It's all right. You did a great job, and thank you so much for looking after the boy while I was away." I began to smile awkwardly and pretend that everything was in order. But I myself understood that big problems await me if Dad sees that I was rummaging through his office. "Yes," I answered him. "I too will probably go and rest a little because a lot has happened lately and I'm tired." Chertang woke up again and started talking to me. He said, "No, it was just the person you call your father, usually so taciturn." I told him, "Shut up, you demon. Don't talk to me in front of your father, Dad." Went to his office and wanted to open the door, planned to go about his business there and check if everything is in order. He walked up to the painting, in which was the same passage that I recently found. Before my father entered there, he said, "There is no more time. I can't wait any longer. I need to do it now." He opened the curtain with his hand and looked down sullenly. He did not immediately go there, but stood still for a while before going down. Then he nevertheless went down the stairs and opened the door to the secret room in which he kept all his artifacts. In the room, he did not suspect anything strange. He just went into it and went to a certain rack with various artifacts. He approached the cabinet in which there were various scrolls and multicolored objects. He frantically searched for something in the lockers. Dad took out some kind of scroll and laid it out. He did not carefully look at this scroll. "Agree with my prediction, after I return to the imperial family and finish my studies on the golden plaque, I will be in danger. Up to this point, I need to remember everything and write it down. No matter what happens to me, absolutely no one cares, but I still have to do it because if not me, then no one will do it." He seemed to be transported to another world where the sky was not at all like ours. Magical fragments of clouds flew around, as if moving 10 times faster than ours on Earth. Sangwang. "Your Highness, you called me ask for a favor," and the person answered him. "Yes, of course called you. Come on quickly, come to me." "Is it true, yes? You let Jinnen go home?" asked the gentleman who was sitting in the bath at that moment. The girl standing next to him poured tea into his cup. The servant answered yes. He said he forgot an important document. I let him leave. "Tell me, my faithful servant, what are you going to do in the event that information is leaked?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Everything will be all right. Because it hasn't even been 10 days since he started his research. Many scientists have left to work on it. There is still a lot of work to be done because you can't study it all so quickly." Well, the master obviously didn't like the fact that his servant let the translator go, and he said, "No, it won't work like that. You absolutely don't understand what you are talking about. As soon as he comes back and finishes his research, I want you to do something, and it will have to be done for sure. I don't see any other options. You will have to find all his family and all who are connected with it after he finishes his research and kill everyone. And I do not want any of his family members to be left alive. It was already night outside and all the people were in their houses on the street. It was quiet and calm. My father packed a bag and tied it in a knot. I don't know what he put in that bag and didn't tell me there. He was very secretive. After he came back from his trip, Dad hung the bag on his shoulder, straightened his hat, and was about to leave. He needed to continue to go about his business and return to the business that my cousin uncle found for him. Dad looked at me with the nanny before leaving and said goodbye to us before leaving. I have to tell you something. Maybe this time, I'll be back much later than usual. Maybe I'll spend a whole month researching my new job. You know, they say that no news is good news, so even if you don't get any news from me, don't worry. So everything is fine, son. Listen to the nanny. Be good to me. It may not be for a month. So I hope that you will behave properly and will not create problems for the nanny. I promised my father that I would behave well, and after that he patted my head, took his bag, and went on his way. My nanny and I watched him go. Father saw that not far from our house there were soldiers in yellow clothes with weapons on their belts, as if they were waiting for him. The soldiers stood on both sides. They held on to their weapons and wanted something from my father. He did not say anything. He just watched them. The leader of these soldiers came up to my father and said, "Mr. Ko Jun-hong, I understand that it was you who said." The soldier and my father simply nodded his head in agreement. "We came to escort you. My name is Yuk-du from Jinyue." After that, the soldier bowed to my father, and I realized that these people are not as simple as it seems. At first glance, I knew that these people belonged to government troops. But why are they now accompanying my father to this question? I could not answer. It scared me a little. "Well then, let's hit the road," said the main soldiers, and all the warriors have already turned around to accompany my father. But Dad didn't want to leave so soon. He asked the soldiers to stop for a while and then turned to me and was about to say something. "Jin Young, son. I know that I tell you this almost always, but nevertheless I want to repeat again. You should never neglect your studies. Remember, always make time for it. I gave you 9 books on Honshu a year ago. You must have read them all now. Repeat the 3rd volume for sure. Repeat the 3rd volume. It will be the most important for you." I didn't quite understand that moment. Why did the Pope ask me to repeat the 3rd volume? But most likely it was necessary, and for some reason he nevertheless asked me to do this. But I was very surprised at that moment. "Yes, son, it's the 3rd volume. And remember, when I get back, I'll give you an exam, so prepare better." The soldiers couldn't wait any longer, they said. "We've got to go. Let's go faster." "Yes, I'm going already," said my father. And after that they set off on the road. Warrior said, "Your son is a genius. You knew about it already at that age. I read Honshu. It's worth a lot. I was very interested in what my father had in mind. When he asked me to read the 3rd volume, I finished reading Want 2 years ago. Why read the 3rd volume again? Why did he even say that? Did he really forget that I had already read all these books? But it's not like my father. He always had a good memory. He must have had something else in mind." Days passed one after another. I didn't even have time to follow them. They seemed to fly like comets through the starry sky. The weather changed every day. Sometimes it was very hot, and sometimes cool evenings came. I read the 3rd volume, and I was not at all up to it. On one of these days, a heavy downpour began. The rain was so strong that it seemed to me that it would flood all the streets, and I would have to go boating around the city. I watched this rain. I watched it fill the streets with water. I fell in love with watching the rain. The nanny usually doesn't let me sit outside when it's raining, because I can get sick, but I didn't tell her that I'm sitting outside right now. I just took an umbrella with me and decided to watch the rain. A whole month has passed. From my father, there is no news. He said that if there is no news, then we should not worry about this. But how can I be calm because I don't know what is happening to him? It's time to go to the house. I've been sitting outside for too long. I really can get sick. But when I was about to go into the house, I heard some strange sounds as if someone was approaching our house. I saw 2 people in hoods approaching our house. I couldn't see their faces, but they looked like the soldiers who accompanied my father when he left. I turned my head and was so happy when I saw these people. I couldn't even believe my eyes, they came so suddenly in the middle of the rain. But my dad was not there, and I began to worry because it was all so strange. Are the wars still guarding our house? Why are they doing this? Why are they here if my dad is not here? This is so strange. Why would these soldiers stand here? Because they must have a lot of their own things to do. But for some reason they also guard our house. And in addition, in the rain I called the demon who was still somewhere inside me. I thought that I need to get advice from him. Chirtan, you asked me here and he said that you want. What happened, Chikertang? I wanted to ask you. Even sooner to consult. Why do you think the soldiers are standing around our house, as if they are watching us? The demon asked me. Are you talking about those soldiers? It seems they came when your father came for a long time. I feel their energy near our house. These soldiers haunt me. So you knew all this time that they were here and didn't tell me anything. How could you do this to me? And the demon answered, but I didn't think it could be strange. I don't know what customs you have here exactly. My dad, before he left, and asked me to read the 3rd volume. Probably he said it for a reason. He definitely knew something because he could not forget that I had already studied this book. I need to urgently read the 3rd volume. My father left it for me. He wanted to tell me something, I'm sure of it, but he couldn't. This book should be somewhere here in his library, but how can I find it here? He has so many books. I don't remember where exactly this book was located. Perhaps my father left me some kind of sign. He wanted to warn me about something. I want this book to be around here, somewhere I remember it. Hooray! I found a shelf on which all the books are located. I want somewhere here there should be the 3rd volume that my dad told me about. But for some reason there is no 3rd house here. Where can it be? I need to think that Dad asked me to read it for a reason. He must have hidden it somewhere. The rain began to subside little by little, and I had been in the library for quite some time. I couldn't find this 3rd volume. Where could it go? I must have counted the books wrong. That's why I can't find it. Suddenly, Chikertan woke up in my head and started telling me that he didn't want to do this now. And I answered him. Sorry, but I'm busy now. I'm not up to you. Chertan said I have been watching you all this time, and I want to say that you have not looked in one more place. The book you are looking for may be there. Did I seem to have looked at absolutely everything that was here? And you think that I missed some place, guy? Try to go down to the basement. Maybe that book you're looking for is located right there. Maybe your father hid it there on purpose. The vault here could be that book, because my father might have left me some message through this book. For a reason he said that there would be no news. He definitely knows something. When I think that a demon has stuck to me here, it becomes uncomfortable. This thought still haunts me, but nevertheless, I gradually begin to get used to it. Chertang, let's go with me to see if there is a book that I'm looking for, or Dad still left it somewhere in the library, but I just didn't see it. I held a flashlight in my hand and went down and down the stairs. Then I still went into my father's secret office. I walked around the room and did not notice anything suspicious, but then, at some point, I went to my father's table, and I saw that there was a book on the table. Perhaps this was the very book that I was looking for. I approached her closer and illuminated the lamps on the table in order to examine it. In the end, it turned out to be exactly the book that I was looking for. Chirtan, you were right all this time. The book really was here, but how did you guess? I'm so glad I found it. Chikertan woke up again in my head, said, look at the inscriptions that are on the table. Maybe they will somehow help you because your father probably left them here for a reason. These words are in the correct order. Dad wrote one word on each sheet and laid them out next to a friend. He probably wanted to say something to me with this. What can they mean? I still cannot understand. Probably we need to work a little on unraveling these words. Chertan said, please look in the 3rd volume because your father could have left some clue there. You are right. As always right. Well, why did he write something on a folded page now? Let's see what he had in mind. He wrote, everything here backwards? Father definitely didn't want anyone but me to solve this riddle. He really came up with a whole message for me. It's tedious to take a better look at all these symbols and words. Maybe I'll be able to understand something if I look at them from the other side. The order is violated. The right and left hieroglyphs are moved. If you read backwards, then you might get a sentence of Mother's animal powers 3 times, which can all mean Shkertan again, told me the guy. Yes, what are you doing? I don't have time to follow the course of your thoughts. Explain to me what is happening here. You solved this riddle. I think I figured out what Dad meant. It looks like I solved this riddle, the demon asked. Well, then what comes out? I'm also interested. Tell me if you understand. I'll tell you, but later if you want to know, then you'll have to wait for the demon. But it didn't suit him and he started talking. Why don't you want to tell me now I helped you find answers, and you hide the solution of the riddle from me, the statues I passed by? Maybe they will also give me an answer to one of the questions that I had at the time of solving this riddle. There are 3 statues of these animals on Alo, among them the mother, who was born in the sea, loved turtles very much, and my main hand is the left hand we know about it. Only me and Dad, no one else knows about it. It is stronger than the right hand. So by turning this statue of a turtle to the left 3 times, maybe I'll get something I need to try. The statue turns very hard. I don't have enough strength. To do this, you need to try to push it harder. Hey guy, what are you doing there so long fussing? What are you doing? Stop! I'm scared for you. Hooray! I finally managed to spin this statue. Yes, I just needed to apply a little more force. When I did this, another secret room began to open in front of me. I couldn't even think that my father made another secret room in his secret office. Absolutely no one knew about him. Why did my father want me to get here so much? My God, how strange it all is. Dad knew something for sure and wanted to share it with me, but I'm even afraid to imagine what he prepared for me there. There were records of my father's research hanging on the wall. They were right on the wall. I looked at them closely, but I didn't immediately understand anything. And there were documents on the table. I don't think they were lying here just like that. Dad definitely wanted me to read them. I went closer to the table, took these documents, and began to read them. It was written that this letter from my dad addressed to me was a mistake to come to the Imperial Palace. They think I need a long time to decipher the gold plates. But fortunately, I figured them out very quickly, and it wasn't difficult for me to do it. But I haven't told them anything yet. I don't want to give them the contents of the gold plates, because it can be too dangerous if this knowledge falls into the wrong hands, and I definitely don't trust these people. On the next leaves, which in these documents were drawn strange hieroglyphs and letters, I have never seen such before. This is some ancient scripture. Chkertan woke up at that moment. He was also very interested in unraveling all these secrets that my father left me. I wonder what will happen next. Chkertan said, "You know, these symbols remind me very much of ancient runes. I heard such a word for the first time and did not understand what he was talking about. And what are runes? Can you tell me about them in more detail?" And the demon nevertheless decided to tell me everything he knows about them. You know the guy? These magic formulas are called runes. And what is magic? I asked, and the demon answered me. Well, how would you say so? Listen carefully. Magic uses mana to change the air and nature, divide the sea into yours, or strike lightning in one place. All this can be done thanks to magic. If you wield magical power and understand how it works, then you will be able to counter your opponents. You will be able to burn the enemy with a lightning bolt. Magic is very different. You can even fly on a broom. If you want to master this skill, the world of the foot is an amazing world in which there are completely different creatures, even those that you never thought of. At that moment, a mouse ran into the room. She was looking for food and I noticed her. She saw me and got scared and then ran back to her mink. Turn into a rat or use the spirits of nature as a servant. You can do almost anything you want, but for this you need to go through a long way of learning the magic of mastering its techniques and spells. Chkertan. Tell me, do you know how to use magic? I asked the demon, and he thought for a while, and then asked me again, what magic are you talking about? Listen, demon, and could you teach me this magic? I would be very grateful to you. I beg you, it would really help me a lot because you just told me so much about it. While the demon and I are dealing with what magic is, in another place the horse ran at a gallop, raising blue dust with its hooves. The rider urged his horse to run even faster. He was in a hurry somewhere and wanted to get to his destination as quickly as possible. The rider shouted at his horse to run faster. He shouted at the top of his voice, "We need to save Jin Yong." According to the text, besides where we live, there are many other places and worlds, and the person who wrote this came from another world as a wanderer who travels between cities. This person traveled between worlds. This man was a real magician named Jenna. He tried to return to his world, but he couldn't do it. The heavens envied his abilities. Therefore, Mok could not return and end his life in this. He found a cave and decided to stay in it. However, this wizard was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. He was a man who saw many different worlds. He thought that it was because of the cursed item that he accidentally got here. Perhaps because of this item he could not return to his world. The item that the wizard received in our world had tremendous power. This power was enough to change Jen's magic that he created to return. It was a demonic thing that possessed violent power, and few people knew about this power. Jin Young. My son, I know that you are my smart child, and you will guess how to find manuscripts. I am writing this message for you. I ask you to study all the research of your father, which I will leave you. This will help you gain new knowledge, but I ask you to always handle such things with the utmost care. Always be careful, because these objects with which you will have to work have incredible power. So in my father's notes, the encryption of all these runes is written. Now I understand what he wanted to tell me when he left all these inscriptions on his board. However, if I knew all this before I already touched the object after which you moved in, everything could be completely different for me. In any case, there used to be a magician here who came for a friend from another world. Now I will know about it. But he did not bring magic here. The demon answered, Pray he could not return because of me. You understand that he is a fool. Exactly those letters that were drawn on my father's work and research. They can somehow help me. These nuns are clearly here for a reason. The demon began to laugh and said, Not nuns, but runes. Come on, Chkerton, what are you doing with these runes? You said that last time you transferred the speeches of people from my head to yours. Listen, can you help me? You can put these runes into my head like this human tongue did. The demon was very pleased with my request, said yes. What are you talking about? Why should I do this? Of course I can do it, and it won't be too difficult for me. But why did I answer him? If you can do it, so just do it, ask me why I need it. You and I are two joint minds. Can't we know together that this is one? If you help me do this, I will be very grateful to you. Yes, I can do it, but still it won't be so easy. Do you think? Tell the demon, Chirtan. You told me once that you were a great warrior. Can't you really handle such an easy task? I don't think it will be a problem for you. Yes. How dare you doubt my abilities? Of course I can do it well. If you want me, I will transfer the runes to your head, but be prepared. Your head will hurt a lot after I do this. You will feel like it is about to explode, but you yourself asked me to do this. My eyes began to glow, emit a bright light, as if they were two spotlights. When the demon finished transferring his knowledge about these runes to me, I felt that my head hurts a lot, but he did not deceive me when he said that there would be a feeling that my head would explode. You thought learning languages would be easy, boy. I just needed time to fully understand all this. Chkertan, you probably won't believe me, but I just read all the runes that are written here. It was not difficult for me. The demon was surprised at this moment and said, Yes, how do you do it? I read these runes and strange sensations began to appear in my body. Maybe it was magic. Maybe I just came up with it, but I understand what all these runes mean. I carefully read them in order not to miss anything. It was a very interesting language, the language of runes. It was the language of magic. This kid is really so smart. I have never met such children because he is only 10 years old. He is not an ordinary child, that's for sure. Great, I did well with reading all these runes. Now I feel much better. So good that I don't have to study all this. For years, I remembered all the words that were on the wall. Now I can calmly read a sentence from these runes. But the whole problem was that when I started reading in the language of runes, what I read scared me very much, and the Diaman understood this. He asked me what it was. Now you are afraid. You yourself wanted to know the language of runes. Now you know it. But were you ready for this? It was starting to get dark outside. It was getting closer to night. I hadn't been out for a long time, and I was in a secret room all the time. Chkertan, I have already read quite a lot of my father's works on magic. I understand what they all write about. You can help me learn a little magic. Okay, I can't do it on my own. I really need your help, Chertang said to me. Well, I said earlier that it is impossible to learn magic just like that because in Makai it is forbidden by law such rules. But you can teach me the most common basic magic that is available to any beginner. And the most important thing is that we are not in Makai now. The demon thought for a while and did not know what to say to me. After all, I caught him by surprise and all his excuses now sounded very stupid. Okay, I'll teach you, the demon said to me, and I happily started jumping around the room and shouting, "Thank you, Cherton guy. Stop rejoicing, it's not that simple. Do you think you should understand that I'm new to human magic because it's very different from demonic? Hey, you're a great warrior, right? Then what can you do if you don't know the most ordinary human magic? She's the simplest. Me. More powerful than all people combined. And how dare you talk to me like that, boy? I said that you will teach me and you must do it. You promised. The demon thought for a while and answered me. I will teach you one magic that I use in Macau. You can definitely master it. This magic is called the Finger of Fantasy. I asked him how it is like the Finger of Fantasy, and he said yes, fantasy is magic that is controlled by the finger, like a martial art using the finger. I don't know. However, the strength must be different than that of people. If you have a lot of magic, then you can do incredible things, for example. Thanks to this magic, you can cut space in half without much effort. But you need to beware of this spell, because it has very dangerous properties. Why did I ask the demon? If you use it incorrectly, very serious problems can begin. You must always be very careful when using this spell. If you make a mistake, then not only mana, but also life energy will leave your fingertip. You must be aware of this. If you make a serious mistake, then there is a chance that you may even die, so I only use it once a day, if possible. Jin Young was shouting someone's voice. Oh no, someone is looking for me. I must have been here too long. I need to get out of here. I recognize this voice for sure. This is the voice of my great-uncle, Uncle Chan. I need to quickly run there to meet Danya. He definitely shouldn't notice me here, and I don't want him to wait here for me for so long. When I ran out of the room, I stepped on one of the tiles that were on the floor, after which the doors began to close. Hooray, I managed to do it. I closed the doors to the secret room now, for sure no one will be able to go there. This is what I need. I took my flashlight and left the room. I did not want anyone to notice me, and therefore I moved very quietly. I quietly opened the door and climbed the stairs as quietly as possible, so that no one could hear me. I didn't want my uncle and nanny to find me here, Jin Young. Where are we already tired of looking for you? Are you okay? Please answer us. At some point, my uncle and the nannies stopped and saw me. They were very excited at that moment, as if something had happened. Uncle Chan, I greet you. You were looking for me. And here I come. You are very excited. Please tell me something happened. Maybe something happened to my father. Why were you looking for me so much, and what are you doing here? Boy, listen to me, said the uncle. After that, he sat down opposite me, took both hands on my shoulders, and said, Your father has problems. There was a disaster that no one could have predicted. Your dad was arrested in the Imperial Palace. What does it mean that they handed over how it happened? Why they didn't tell me anything right away? I don't understand. Listen, man, I myself know absolutely nothing, but he falsely deciphered the contents of the record that he needed to decipher. They say the Emperor is angry because of this act. Well, how is it? Why did Dad do this? Did he really not want to get money for his work? He knew that he would be arrested if he did so. Boy, I understand your concerns, but anyway, we can't stay here. It's very dangerous. Let's get out of here quickly. At least you have to escape before they find us. Uncle, you tell me that I should run away from my house. I'm not ready for this guy. I understand that this is all very spontaneous, and I understand your worries about this, but you must be aware that if you offend the imperial family, then all relatives will be killed. I cannot allow this. Maybe the Emperor's warriors will want to kill you. They will come to catch you, so you need to run away from here, and the sooner the better. So let's not waste time. Let's quickly run to the back doors, because soldiers may already be standing near the main entrance. Let's get out of this side. I think we'll be able to escape, and it's not likely that they will guard us here. If there are warriors here, we won't be able to get through. Therefore, we must first look through the gap. When the uncle opened the door, they immediately hit him from the other side with a spear. The spear cut his hand and left a cut there. Blood gushed from his hand. Soldiers were already waiting for us, and they did not want to let us go. They knew that we would want to escape, so they guarded us near the gate. I saw drops of blood that fell from the blade of the spear, and I was a little scared. They really are so cruel. Uncle Chan, you're all right. They hurt you. You must be in a lot of pain right now. I ran up to my uncle to look at his wound. He said it was okay, just scratched his shoulder, that's all. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Soldiers came to us, and they were very angry. The main soldier said you thought that you would be able to escape so easily. I guarantee you that I will not let you leave this house. You will stay here and do what we tell you whether you want it or not. You saw how your uncle begins to writhe in pain because his shoulder was bleeding and I did not know how to help him. He held onto his shoulder and it started to bleed more and more. I saw how he tried to pretend that everything was in order, but he was not at all okay. Yes, how dare you hit my uncle with your spear? You are completely crazy. Who gave you the right to touch other people? I could not allow these people to offend people close to me, especially if they had not offended the nanny and my uncle even more. I would never forgive myself for this. I decided to use the magic that I recently learned. It was not in vain that I still spent a temporary study of this spell. Now is the time to try using it. Hey, haven't you forgotten my warning? You gotta do it right, otherwise you'll just die. Jinen wanted to use his magic spell to inflict damage on the soldiers, but suddenly he got further to his feet after being shot in the shoulder. The uncle looked at the soldiers who had just stabbed him with a spear and told them that he was the candidate for the cabinet of ministers of Yongsan-hyun. He warned these stupid soldiers that they would not get away with this act just like that. They would be punished for daring to injure the candidate of the cabinet of ministers. The soldiers were frightened when they heard who they were dealing with. Their commander immediately began to change in front of the master. The commander began to run towards the master in order to find out what state his hand was in now, but his uncle did not allow him to come close to him. He asked these soldiers what they were doing here, and why the hell they allowed themselves to attack civilians in the territory of this house. Uncle ordered these soldiers to immediately leave the territory of this house and disappear from here. But the commander answered him that it was impossible to do this. They could not get out of here. After all, they have a great walk here. This information surprised Uncle very much. The commander realized that he needed to explain what was happening here, and he declared that he was the head of the guard Yukdu Gam. He was following the order of the imperial family, and explained that they had no right to retreat from this territory until the moment the imperial family gave an order. Uncle immediately began to protect the rights of this house and the rights of the child who was next to him. He said that there was no one in this house except for the child and the nanny. He tried to explain that there were no people in this house who needed to be guarded or taken away from here, but the commander did not agree with him. He said that they have an order from the emperor that he must carry out no matter what, and no one can resist this. The commander said that they need to arrest this child because he is the son of a criminal. The uncle tried to protect the child and explained to these soldiers that Jinan is not even 8 years old yet, and he cannot harm the empire in any way. The uncle continued to defend the boy. The soldiers no longer listened to him. Jinan understood at that moment that things were getting worse and worse. The commander began to come closer and closer and constantly said the same phrase that he was only following the order of the imperial family and had no right to object to him. The commander warned Uncle, and then, that if he resists and prevents the soldiers from taking the child, then they will have to arrest him along with Jinen. The boy decided to finally resolve this conflict and told the soldiers that he would obediently follow them and that his uncle should not worry about it. Uncle did not expect such a turn of events, still believed that the child could not be given to these soldiers. The boy tried to calm his uncle and explained to him that the people from the government would not do anything to the child. They must protect civilians. Commander, when hear the words of the child, he felt unwell because he understood that the child was still too naive. The boy decided to continue his speech and said that if he was arrested by these soldiers, then he should know the reason why he was taken away and asked for the right to meet his father. The commander thought about the words of this boy. He had to make a decision. He put his hand on his heart and replied that his father was imprisoned under his supervision and he knows where his father is. The commander promised that he would allow the boy to meet his father, and Ginin agreed to go along with these people. The uncle knelt down on one knee and tried to explain to the boy that his decision was very dangerous because anything could happen to him. In this prison, Ginin tried to explain to his uncle that despite his young age, he understands all the risks, and do not worry because he is the first son in this house. He told his uncle that his father didn't want to see him run away, so don't worry about it. The commander will explain the situation to my uncle and said that the guilt of the criminal has not yet been proven. Therefore, it is better for this child to be in prison than on the run. Uncle had to come to terms with this decision because he could not influence anything at the moment, and the most correct decision in his case was to agree. The soldiers took the boy under arrest and began to take the maid out of the house, and the uncle looked at him for the last time. The uncle began to cry because he felt ashamed in front of his brother for not being able to save his son from the soldiers. It was already dark outside, and the huge moon rolled out from behind the mountain ranges. The prison building was empty around this building. There was not a single person. Rats ran through the cellars and prison cells of Jingyi Wei prison. In this, together, it was very strong and stank of wet animal fur. The commander led the boy through the underground catacombs of this prison and told him a terrible story that happened to people here. He explained that half of the people entering here die. The commander did not want to scare the boy, but he had to tell him what this place was. He said that even if someone survives in this prison, almost everyone loses their minds because this place is known as a living hell. In one of the prison cells, there was a man. He stretched his hand through the iron bars, and they tried to grab the boy by the shoulder, but he didn't succeed. The man looked like a living dead. He asked for help, but the boy just walked on. Don't pay attention to him. The commander stopped near one of the doors. Then he took out the keys and put them in the lock, turned to the right side several times and opened the door. The commander opened the door wider and said that the father of this boy was in this particular cell. Jin Young burst into tears when he heard that his father was in this cell. He could not even believe that he would be able to meet him again. The boy immediately ran into the prison cell and ran to look for his father. He shouted his name in order to understand where he was, but when he saw him, he felt terrible because he did not even expect that his father could look like that. The soldiers tied his hands to iron handcuffs and hung him on the wall like that for a very long time. He heard a familiar voice, immediately woke up. He saw his son in front of him and could not believe that it really turned out to everyone that he was still in a dream. Jinan burst into tears when he saw that his father woke up. He tried to explain to his dad that this was all real at that moment. The commander saw that the child wanted to get closer to his father, and we forbade him to do this, because those were the rules of this prison. The father was not happy when he saw his son here. He did not understand what was happening. He asked the boy why he is now here, because he does not belong here. The boy couldn't stop his crying as tears streamed down his cheeks. He asked his father, why did these soldiers call him a criminal? Jin Young wanted to know if his father was a criminal or just a slander he was brought here. Unfair. The father began to try to break out of the chain, shouted at the commander to take the boy to a normal place. He wanted a child. He screamed even louder when he looked at this commander. He didn't understand why his son was brought here, because he was not to blame for anything. The commander had to behave calmly, so he tried to explain that he couldn't do anything about it. This is a common order. And as you know, if you offend the imperial family, then all relatives can be killed. He began to cry. He could no longer hold back his tears because the situation was getting out of control. He was powerless and could not help his child in any way. Jin Young also continues to cry. And even more, I saw that his father was very tormented by the situation that had developed. The commander lowered his head down, closed his eyes, and said that the meeting time was up. Now, they had to leave here. The commander took the boy by the shoulder and said that it was time for them to leave here. The father continued to scream and try to stop them, but it was already too late. Tears rolled down his slits and fell to the floor. He could not stop them. All that falls to him is just to watch how his son walks with the commander. He couldn't stop them. All he could do was keep screaming. He asked his son to sit because he was still a child. He screamed that he was ready to die just to let his son live. But suddenly he heard someone's voice from his cell. This voice asked him if I sit. Your son, will you obediently do your job as you were ordered to do it? You weren't surprised when he saw what was coming out of the darkness. Whose silhouette it was, he immediately realized that it was the Emperor. But how did he get there? And how long did he stay there? No one knew. The Emperor came out of the darkness and showed his face he was ready to tell this man to carry out his orders. The father then began to cry even harder. He asked the Emperor to have mercy on his son. He persuaded him not to touch the child. The Emperor carefully listened to all the requests of this man and then said that he had several orders that this man must fulfill if he promises not to deceive and how to conduct research. Then he will leave his son alive at that moment. Silence began in the prison cell. The father did not know whether it was possible to trust the Emperor and asked how true his words were. The Emperor answered him that this man himself had already tried to deceive him once, so the Emperor had to use his son as insurance, and at the end, he added that his son's David will be exiled to a distant land until the study continues. It was a special place that few people knew about. It was an island to which various criminals were exiled. This island was called Junggundong. This island was isolated. It was in Shandong province. They say that the prisoners who got here cannot escape. The boy sailed on the ship closer and closer to the island and saw that people began to approach the edge of the cliff and look at the newcomer. The guards tried to calm the boy. They told him that you should not be afraid of these criminals here, because they are all cute and harmless guys. Jinan did not believe the words of these corrupt guards, and personally saw that terrible bandits were standing in front of him. Cutthroats, even a demon appeared over his shoulder and said that he did not want to go to this place because this place was even worse than hell. The commander put a seal on the document that the messenger brought him. He was very unhappy with the decision of the imperial family. It was written in the document that the child should be sent to the island, to the most terrible prisoners. He really did not like this decision. He did not understand what the Emperor wanted to achieve with such an act. The soldier saw this document and decided to ask his commander how humane this act is, because sending a child to such a place is very dangerous. He will be like a toy for criminals. The commander did not want to continue to communicate with the soldier on this topic and ordered the soldiers to put the child in the same room with old man Gu Yang. The soldiers led the child to a large cave, which was under the strict guard of the Imperial Guard. Jinan walked along with the soldiers through a dark cave, trying to see the place he was being led to. Passing through the cave, he saw a lot of prisoners here who were busy with various jobs. Some of them were transporting stones, and someone was mining these stones. The criminals looked at the boy who was brought to this island and discussed the fact that the world has gone crazy since children are already being sent here. One of the criminals said that it would be interesting to have fun with this child. The commander brought the child to the stage and waited for all the other criminals to gather on the square. The criminals discussed the appearance of the child and created a loud rumble. The commander shouted loudly and ordered everything to be silenced by the criminal so that he could explain what was happening here. The prisoners fell silent after the chief shouted at them and attentively looked at him in order to listen to what he wants to tell them. The chief looked at the prisoners again, then turned his head to the child and walked closer to him. He took him by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up with one hand, after which he said, "I want to introduce you to a new prisoner on our island. His name is Jinan, and this boy inserted a criminal at the age of 8. The chief will explain that this guy is still very young, so he will do small assignments until he is 10 years old, and ask the prisoners to take good care of him." One huge man with a big thick beard came out of the crowd of people and said that it was imperative to make sure that this boy did not need anything. Another prisoner in a pink shirt approached the hairy big man and pushed him with his elbow, after which he asked him what he would do if this little kid was scared and started crying. The thug started laughing and said that if this child would cry, then he would just strip him naked. Jinan heard the voice of demons in his head, and the demon told him that there is not a single adequate person in this place. All the people present here are disgusting people, and this hairy thug is a particularly dangerous and unpleasant person. The boy kept thinking that his father was now in a prison cell and hoped that everything would be fine with him. Night fell, and the boy lay in the prison cell right on the floor and tried to sleep. The rest of the prisoners had already fallen asleep a long time ago, but he could not sleep. He rubbed his eyes with his fist, and rose from the floor. He sat down and leaned against the wall. Jinin did not understand what was happening. He looked around him, and then remembered that he lost consciousness as soon as he entered the dungeon. He sat and looked at the iron bars that did not allow him to leave this place. The demon could not calm down. He constantly complains that they were sent to this terrible place. He did not understand what he was doing here, and the boy had to calm him down. Jinin tried to explain to the demon inside him that he needed to endure just a few days and think about how to proceed. One of the prisoners entered the cell and shouted that it was time for this kid to wake up. There was a very long queue for the boys of Tver in the kitchen, where they were supposed to fill him up with food and feed him this month because of the prisoners who held a bowl in their hands. The cook poured some soup into these bowls. He was led to this place by a hairy thug. He held the boy by the shoulder and led him right to the front of the line. The big man pushed aside the people who were waiting in line to eat the soup, but the goon was not interested in it. He threw them back and put Jinin in their place. Then he leaned right up to the boy's face and said that he needed to eat very well, so that later he could work normally. Because if he could not work, then someone else would have to do his job, and the rest of the prisoners might get angry. Because of this, Jin Young will turn his head back and look at the people who were with him in line. There were dissatisfied prisoners who did not like being pushed back, and instead of them, they were put in line by this new child who arrived at their prison. The thug yelled at these prisoners when he saw that they were looking at him with an unhappy look. He asked them to be patient for today. Because this child has just arrived and he is very hungry, Jin Young took the big man's hand and said that everything is fine, you don't have to worry about him. But the thug looked at the child with a displeased look. Then he leaned closer to his face and told him that he was not doing this out of mercy, so it's better for the guy to keep quiet. After a couple of minutes, he still got his portion of soup. I stepped aside. The boy decided to carefully consider this soup, and he became very ill when he smelled this terrible food. There were different ingredients in this souper, but mostly it was scraps of food that they didn't eat up. Soldiers were swimming there, bones and unfinished meat, and everything that should have been thrown away after they ate, it was in this soup. Thug Eye approached. The boy grabbed him by the shoulder and pushed him aside. He told him that when someone gets a portion, he should step aside so as not to disturb others. Jinin looked at this soup and was afraid to touch it, because it seemed to him that he would die if he tasted it, because it looked disgusting. The thug looked at the expression on the face that was the boy, and told him that if he is not hungry and does not want to eat, then let him not throw this soup away. But it's better to give it to him, and he will share with someone more hungry. The thug told the boy that there are many prisoners who even lack such food. Therefore, it would be better for him not to complain after all. Taste this soup. They sat right on the ground not far from the kitchen and ate this soup. The thug began to ask questions to the boy. He said that if he was brought here, then his family most likely committed high treason and angered the emperor very much. Jinin did not want to talk to this man and tell him what happened. He just sat and was silent. He held a bowl of soup in his hand and could not dare to taste it. He never ate such food and did not want to try it at all, or began to get angry that he ended up in such a place and had to eat such garbage. Jin Young thought that their family was not particularly rich, but nevertheless, they never tried such garbage as this soup. He held a plate in his hand and tried to figure out what to do in order to eat normally, but he never found a solution. The brute continued to greedily eat his food. He had been here for years, so this soup did not seem disgusting to him. It was the only food he had eaten for many years. Jin Young still decided to try this food. He took his hand a spoon and decided that he would eat it. The guy decided to show that he is not a weakling, and he told the thug that after all, not a rag can eat this soup and is able to cope with such difficulties. He took the contents of the soup into his spoon and made a promise to himself that he would endure this food until he got out of here. The guy began to put this food into his mouth and swallowed it with his eyes closed. He did not want to feel the taste of this food, but he understood that he needed to get enough so that he could continue to work in order to survive. He tried to eat as much soup as possible and put it in his stomach so that he would not want to eat for a long time. The prisoner made a bandage on his head, worked with stones, and constantly bring him tools. The prisoners who constantly walked around in a red long shirt watched the child all the time, and every time he wanted to have a little rest, they shouted at him and forced him to work. The boy performed a lot of tasks in a day. At some point, he just fell to the ground. A powerless prisoner with a bald head sat and watched this. He saw that the boy was pretending to be dead. Jinan ran around different locations and tried to help everyone. He collected all the hammers that were in the warehouse and took offense at all legs to bring these hammers to the builders. Despite the fact that he was in a hurry, he tried to bring hammers as quickly as possible. Anyway, one of the prisoners hit him on the head for walking very slowly. He had calluses and scratches on his hands from which blood flowed. At the end of the day, he still made it to his prison cell, and despite the fact that he slept on the floor, this did not prevent him from falling asleep very quickly. When the boy had already begun to gradually get used to the local rules of the regimes, the demon began to help him learn magic. He taught the guy to collect energy inside himself and then redirect it into magical flows, thanks to which you can use the spell. The demon was very happy when the boy succeeded. He told him that a few more trainings and the boy would soon be able to master magic. After that, he would destroy this terrible place once and for all. The demon explains to him that in order to collect magical energy in oneself, one needs very strong natural energy. And in this place, the energy was disgusting and could not help in any way. The days on this island were very long, despite the fact that there was a lot of work, and every day resembled the previous one. Jinan trained his magical energy every night and tried to improve his aura so that he could finally master magic. He usually got out in the morning and slept for several hours, after which he was always awakened, and along with the rest of the prisoners, was taken to their workplaces. At that time, while the guy was sleeping, one prisoner climbed into his prison cell with his hands wrapped in bandages. He grabbed the boy right by the leg and began to Jinan opened his eyes and was surprised that someone was trying to drag him away. He did not understand what was happening here. Behind the boy, a very old man in a black hoodie with his hands wrapped in this man, had long gray hair and silently sat over the body of the boy. It was very dark in the prison cells, but from the darkness came sounds. Grandfather took the boy's leg with his hands and began to feel him and examine his leg. The boy did not understand what old man Gu Yang was doing. He lay and did not move, pretending to be still sleeping on the old man, continued to feel the boy's leg. At some point, the boy suddenly jumped up from the floor and looked at this man. He asked his grandfather what was happening. The old man did not answer anything, and just silently otherwise continued to stretch the boy's leg. He was very busy with this process. The old man seemed to be trying to find some point on the guy's leg. Jinan suddenly felt that his heaviness after a hard day's work disappeared somewhere due to the fact that his grandfather needed his leg. He began to feel much better. The boy asked Demon Sertan if he knew about the fact that grandfather stretches his legs when the boy is sleeping, and the demon replied that he knew about it. Sertan said that he did not say anything to the boy because he thought it was very useful for him and did not see the point in telling the boy about it. He thought that with his character, he would obviously refuse such a service, because it would seem to him that it was very strange that the old man massaged him all night. Jin Young thanked his grandfather for giving him a massage. The old man carefully looked into the guy's eyes and asked how he felt. Jin Young replied that he was fine. He was a bit tired, but still feeling good. He asked his grandfather if it was hard for him to massage every night. Old man asked the guy how he got here. He was very worried. Why such a young boy ended up in such a terrible place? Jinan was surprised by such a question of the old man. He had not yet talked to anyone on this subject, because he did not trust anyone in this prison. But when he looked at his grandfather, he realized that he could be told. The guy told Grandpa that he was always exiled by order of the imperial family. The old man scratched his long gray beard and thought about the boy's words. He said that they don't exile to the island just like that. Most likely your parents insulted the imperial family, and in this case, All relatives are killed on the son of a criminal they simply sent here. Why would it? The guy sat and looked at how grandfather himself guesses about the reason why the child was sent here. Grandpa seemed to see through his whole story. All of a sudden, the old man said that all this time while the guy was here he was looking after him, and noticed that he really was an incredible child. However, the old man also noticed that a very strange energy was flowing inside his body and decided to ask the boy if he had ever studied martial arts. Jinan, surprised, looked at the old man and asked him about what martial arts. He is now saying he says it was not clear to him what exactly the old man wants to know. The boy began to suspect that this old man sees in him not just a strange energy. He noticed the seal of Helton in him, and most likely the old man guesses that a demon lives inside him, but it would be very strange to tell him about certain. Jinan answered the old man that he had never studied martial arts in his life, but he didn't know anything about them because he had never practiced them. The old man lowered his head and sighed in disbelief. The guy felt that the old man did not trust his words, and decided to correct the situation a little. He told that he studied the breathing technique that his father showed him. The old man scratched his beard with his hand and looked at the boy very carefully. He asked him about the breathing technique that he told. Was it really the same breathing technique with the stomach? Jinan replied that this was the technique he was talking about, but it's not, that the martial art is just a cleansing of the mind and body. The old man listened attentively to what the boy told him and asked him not to overdo it in learning the breathing technique, because you can lose consciousness. He sat and carefully examined the boy. Then he nevertheless told him that from now on, he would use the child as an assistant. His body was very weak, and if he was not strengthened, he would not be able to live even a year in this prison. Jinan didn't mind training with the old man and learning martial arts. He thought the soldiers wouldn't let them train. They would be against it. The old man reassured the guy and said that he himself would talk with the soldiers about this. He did not need to worry about it. Jinan looked at the old man and did not know how to thank him, because this man very sincerely wanted to help him and did not demand anything in return. But then the old man nevertheless said that he was doing all this only because he would need the boy in the future, and if he helped him now, then later the boy would have to help the old man near one of the big mountains that were on this island in the morning. People were quarrying stone from the rock. The sounds of hammers were heard throughout the territory. The prisoners worked here from the very morning, but far from everyone. The old man was sitting on a wooden high chair. A guy was standing next to him. The old man saw that at the time of work, his hammer began to be out of order. He took it in his hands and began to examine it. He noticed that the chisel was completely worn out, and it was necessary to repair it. He asked the boy to bring new chisels from the warehouse. The guy immediately answered his grandfather that he would do it as quickly as possible. Jin Young immediately went to the side of the warehouse in order to find a chisel for grandfather's hammer. He passed by the rest of the prisoners who were transporting stones and doing their work. Demon Sertan started talking to the boy again. He said that after the guy became a subordinate of old man Gu Yang, no one touches them anymore, and does not offend in this prison. Grandfather's influence was very strong in this place. Demon was insanely interested in what this old man does. Why does everyone in prison treat him with such respect? Jinan had already arrived at the warehouse and wanted to go into it, but suddenly he heard a rude male voice that called him to him. He turned his head and saw in front of him the same healthy, hairy man who helped him that day when he first arrived at the prison. This bully said hello to the child. Jin Young also greeted this man. He said hello and Uncle Sin. At that moment, the thug looked at the guy carefully and told him, "I see that things have been going very well for you lately." He said that he had heard rumors about the fact that the old man Gu Yang took him as his assistant. This thug was sincerely glad that he was helping such an important person. But immediately after he praised the guy, he leaned closer to him, practically touching his nose with his nose, and said that if it were not for this old man, then this guy would have gone to him. Uncle Sin saw that the guy was not afraid of him, and after that he began to laugh out loud. He advised him to show his best side so that the old man could be proud of him. And then he told the guy that the old man who is now helping him is the scariest and most terrible person he has ever seen. Jinan asked the thug, "Is it possible to ask one question?" And the thug looked at him in surprise and was ready to listen. Jin Young asked Gu Yang's great-grandfather to tell him he wanted to know what kind of person he is. Uncle Xing crossed his large arms over his chest, looked at the guy in surprise, and asked him, "Don't you know what kind of person this old man is?" "Then I'll tell you now, boy. There was one story connected with him when new Doju arrives. The predecessor who ran the prison before him always warns him, if you want to leave Cheongdong Island as soon as possible, you must be very careful and listen to all my advice. The whole problem lies in the fact that the position of Doju itself is high, but the status of this position is greatly reduced if he occupies it on the island of Cheongdong. The reason why it is necessary to please old man Gu Yang is nothing but influence on people. This old man has this skill perfectly. All his life he has been making statues. He carves them out of stone, and then these statues are sent to the imperial palace where all people admire them. However, there was one idiot who did not want to respect the old man. He tried to suppress him by force and reduce his authority. This fool did not understand the importance of the business that the old man was engaged in. He believed that grandfather was just knocking. Until I should give him indulgence for this, he does not deserve respect. When Gu Yang found out that they did not want to respect him, and they were trying to suppress his authority, he stopped working. He did not work for 10 days as a sign of a strike, and 3 statues were missing in the imperial palace. A few days later, Doju received a letter stating that he remained on this island for another 3 years for not following the order given to him by the imperial family. He had to bring the statue on time. This news made the chief very angry, and he ordered the guards to seize the old man and bring him directly to Doju. The soldiers came for the old man directly to his cell. They were armed and ready to act seriously, but to their great regret, they did not know what young Gu was capable of. Despite the fact that the old man was very calm and friendly all this time, when the guards came for him, he showed his true face, and I would not advise anyone to see him in this state again. Gu Yang killed all the guards who came for him. He did not leave anyone alive. Despite the fact that they were armed, this did not help them escape death. The head of the prison could not calm down and send guards to the cell to the old man, but no one came out alive. No matter how many soldiers he sent there, no one could cope with the old man, no matter how armed they were. He still could not defeat one person. Gu Yang possessed incredible speed and knew many techniques of various martial arts, and an ordinary soldier imaginary could not do anything against the old man. He was able to repel hundreds of quick blows with just one hand, and mercilessly killed everyone who raised weapons at him. In his fists, there was a force equivalent to a whole hammer, and if his fist hit the enemy's face, then it was unlikely that he could survive. With one blow, he broke the ribs and bones of young soldiers. No one then could have thought that this calm grandfather had such incredible strength. No one in prison until that moment had even thought about confronting the old man. After hitting Gu Yang, the soldier flew off so hard into the wall that there are still dents left, and every prisoner and guard can see this hole in the wall and remember what the old man is capable of. An ordinary, come-on soldier was not able to cope with his strength. They were too stupid and weak to resist him. Even an army of soldiers would hardly be able to cope with this old man. He moved quickly and imperceptibly. His movements were quiet. His blows were clear and strong. At some point in the battle, the old man saw the spear of one of the soldiers lying on the ground. He decided to take it, and at that moment absolutely everyone was frightened. After all, when he killed half the guards with his bare hands, it already frightened everyone. But when the old man took his hands as I was a guard, it became creepy. The prisoners watched all this action from the side, and everyone was wondering what else Gu Yang is capable of. The soldiers on the island were already starting to run out. He killed half of all the guards in a couple of hours. The head of the prison began to regret that I decided to contact this old man. No matter how many hawks he sent into battle, none of them could even strike Gu Yang, then said, "If you want to catch me, you will have to send sex soldiers to this island and lose at least half, in which case Doju himself will become a criminal of the empire." He pointed his spear at him and pointed the tip of me straight at Doju. Gu Yang broke the spear that he picked up from the ground with one hand. He did not damage anyone with this weapon. "I still don't understand." Doju laughed when he heard the old man's threat, and he couldn't hold back his family. He laughed and looked directly into his eyes. This act made Gu Yang very angry, and he threw the tip of the spear right at the soldiers, but he didn't want to kill anyone only to scare the tip, as I landed right in the ground not far from them. The old man replied that it would be even better if they did not want to surrender. He would have to destroy them. But the old man was a very smart man. He had lived for a very long time and knew how to restrain his anger. He offered the warden the last time to make a choice. He would become a prisoner, or get a promotion. What he wanted, more, asked Jinan old man Gu Yang. The boss was very frightened, realized that he had crossed all the boundaries and now he could no longer resist because he came face to face with the old man. In the end, he bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. He admitted his mistake and begged to be left alive. This was the only way he could calm Gu Yang's anger. After 3 years, this boss was still able to leave the island. He was given permission to do so. And all thanks to the fact that the old man did not hold a grudge against him. Jinan asked the thug, and really, after this incident, no one else contacted the old man and became completely afraid after that day. Unless old man Gu Yang himself wants to leave Stone Mountain, no one can force him to have the right to choose and act as he wants. Jinan collected the materials that his grandfather asked him to bring. He ran to the rocks in order to bring tools, but at some point he stopped near a yellow tree and decided to examine it. Jin Young stood and held the box of tools in his hands while the grandfather continued to carve the stone. The boy was very bored, and he watched the falling leaves he remembered about his father and began to think about how he feels there. His dad, is everything okay with him? Old man Gu saw in the face of the boy what he was thinking about and decided to ask the guy. Are you worried about your father? I see that this does not give you peace. Your face is full of anxiety. I see that the thought of your father disturbs your mind and does not allow you to live in peace. Jinan was very surprised when the old man found out what he was thinking. Could this man be able to read minds? The guy put his head down and took a deep breath, and then said that he was really worried about his father. It's been a long time since you last saw each other. Probably your father is still in that dungeon and suffering. He was worried that he was doing well in this prison. Unlike his father, who is now tied to the wall and suffers every day. The old man leaned closer to the guy, looked into his eyes, and said, Listen, if the thought of your father hurts you, then your distance from each other will only increase. You will not be able to do anything, and you will only kill yourself with these thoughts. Forget about him until you can take care of yourself. Don't worry about your father. He can't help you in any way, and you can't help him in any way. If you think about him, then thoughts will just burn your soul from the inside. Jinan smiled when he heard the old man's light and told him that he would try not to think about his father anymore. The guy was sent back to the warehouse. He must have materials from there. He went to the warehouse doors and grabbed the handle to open the door. All this time he was thinking about the words of the old man. He was trying to understand whether he could not think about his father, or whether these thoughts would devour his soul from the inside. The demon decided to interfere with his thoughts, because these thoughts were already starting to bother him. He said that the boy really needs to stop thinking about his father, because these thoughts can break him, and they would never be able to meet. The demon tried to explain to him that it was impossible to forget about his father forever anyway. He would have to think about him from time to time. But at this moment, he should still be distracted. Jinan smiled and told the demon that this was a very good idea. He would need to take a break for a while and get down to business. The boy was so busy with his thoughts that he didn't even notice that there was no one around him. He was all alone in the warehouse. There weren't even soldiers who usually guard the warehouse. He needed to change the hammer and bring a new hammer for grandfather, but he did not understand where all the guards had gone. The guy could not, without the permission of the guard, take a hammer and leave here of his own free will. They definitely had to report to the guard. The demon said that in this warehouse there is a trace of a man, and suggested that the guy follow this trail. The boy walked through the labyrinths of the warehouse, right behind the demon. He did not understand where the demon was leading him. At some point, when the guy came up to a large closet in which the tools were stored, he saw 2 people. They called the boy to come closer to them. He was a hairy thug and a security guard who always worked in the warehouse. Jinan asked them what they were doing here, but these people were in no hurry to answer the child. They asked him to come even closer to them. Jin Young said that he is very busy and it is time for him to leave here. He cannot stay long because his grandfather is waiting for him. The thug got very angry when the guy did not want to follow his order. He called the boy a cheeky bastard and accused him of constantly looking down on him just because the old man was looking after him. But Jin Young was very surprised when he heard what Uncle Xing said to him because he never disrespected him. Uncle Sin came closer to him and pointed his finger at him. He said that if the guy listened to him carefully and showed respect, he would immediately approach him and not come up with excuses. Jinin immediately objected to this thug. He did not agree with him and said that he does everything as he sees fit. Sin became even more angry when the child wanted to object to him. He took his shirt collar and lifted it up with one hand. The boy began to scream very loudly and call for help. But the warehouse was well hidden in the rock, and no one heard his cries. Sin mocked the guy and continued to hold him with one hand in the air. He asked the boy what you would do if I did not let you go. The guard watched all this from the side and laughed happily. He asked the thug to take off his pants from the boy. But Sin was minding his own business, and I didn't care about that guard. He told him to wait. Because of this child, he could get a whole bottle of alcohol. Jin Young couldn't believe they could do such terrible things for one bottle of alcohol. The guard continued to smile and watch what was happening from the side. Jinin understood that he could not resist such a strong man, because this thug could kill him with one blow of his fist. And at that moment, he realized that it was not necessary to use physical force, because in this way, he would definitely lose. He decided to try to use his magic and push his opponent aside. The demon saw that the guy was going to use magic and decided to warn him, because it could be very dangerous. But Jinin understood that he simply had no other choice, and magic was the only way to get out of this situation. Jinin asked the demon to notify him when he had enough energy to use his magic strike. The boy once again warned the thug that if he did not let the boy go now, then he would very much regret it. But the words of the child only made the big man laugh, and he began to laugh very loudly, but he could not even imagine what this guy was capable of. Jinin collected a huge amount of energy, and a red fire orb appeared in his hands. He held this sphere in his palms, and it got bigger and bigger every second. The demon warned the boy that this was the perfect time to use a magic spell. Jinin once again looked at the fiery sphere that was in his hands, and still decided that he should make a blow. He touched his fingers to the thug's chest, and all the fire that was in his hands burned the body of his opponent. Xing started screaming in pain as the fiery flames began to burn his body. The fire got right inside his body and enveloped his heart in flames, and he experienced unbearable pain. Sin could not resist this pain. It burned him from the inside. His body began to burn. It seemed to him that he had already died, but instead he continued to experience hellish pain. The boy's magic power was enough for this big, strong man to fall to the ground and end up in pain. The guard was not ready for such a turn of events. He did not expect that this boy would be able to fight back such a strong man. The guard began to try to help the big man. The boy at that moment tried to crawl back as far as possible. He looked at his fingers and saw smoke coming from behind his hand. Night had already fallen. The boy was sitting in his prison cell and still continued to look at his hand. He could not forget this feeling. Old man Gu Yang came up to the picture and sat right in front of the boy. He watched the whole evening as the guy looks at his hand and decided to talk to him about the fact that it's probably very difficult for him now. But Jin Young said that he was fine and had no problems. Gu Yang was worried about this guy's behavior, and he started scratching his beard. He extended his hand to him with an open palm and said that he had an offer. Jin Young asked about what offer Grandpa wants to talk to him now. Gu Yang suggested that the guy start studying martial arts so that at any moment he could learn to defend himself. Jin Young was surprised when his grandfather talked to him about martial arts. He asked who would teach him. Gu Yang offered himself as a teacher. He said that he had been doing this for many years and could transfer his knowledge to the boy. They sat opposite each other, and it was very quiet in their prison cell. Jin Young asked his grandfather if he could really teach him martial arts. Gu Yang replied that it would be a difficult path, but he would be able to pass on his knowledge to him. Jin Young was very surprised when he found out that his grandfather knows martial arts. The old man told him that he had been studying martial arts for a very long time. In the end, they say that this old man beat up several dozen soldiers. For sure, he is a real master. Murim Guyang said that the guy didn't need to treat him like his mentor. It wasn't necessary. He just wanted to pass on his knowledge of martial arts to him. He just wanted the boy to learn it. Jinan carefully looked at his grandfather. He put his hand on his chest and asked him why Grandpa wants to do this. Is he worried that the boy will not be able to protect himself? It seemed to him a very strange proposal to his grandfather, because he does a lot of things, so that the guy feels good here, and now he wants to selflessly teach him martial arts. He could not understand why the grandfather wanted to do this, because it was not like a simple act of kindness to the child. There was a completely different purpose behind his offer. He wanted to know why it was necessary for the Starikov to teach him martial arts, and to pass on to him all the knowledge that he possessed. The old man saw the thoughts of this guy. He knew what he was thinking and answered him that the boy was right. He had a request to him. In exchange for martial arts training, he wanted to ask the guy to do something for him. However, the request that the old man wanted to ask him was very complicated. To begin with, the boy would have to get off this island. He wants to do it very difficult, but he needed to do it. Jin Young was very surprised when he heard that he would have to escape from Jonggundong Island. Yang Gu said that if a boy wants to learn a real martial art, he can show him all the basic techniques that need to be mastered. He did not demand that the guy answer him this offer right now. He allowed him to think, because this is a path that will be very difficult to pass. He gave 5 years to think. For these 5 years, the boy had to think over the old man's proposal and give him an answer. Jin Young was very surprised when his grandfather told him that he gives him 5 years to think, because it seemed to him that it was a lot. The old man explained to the guy that during this time, he will have time to grow up, and after so many years his body and mind will finally mature to study martial arts. Then he will be able to make a truly correct decision. And the most important problem was that the boy's body was not yet ready to study martial arts. In order to start studying them, it was necessary to have a strong, ready body. Jin Young still couldn't understand the words. My grandfather used to say his brain would be overloaded with this information. Gu Yang began to comb his long gray beard and look at the floor very thoughtfully. Then he said that 5 years might not be enough to make a decision. Jinan thought that if he really learned martial arts, it would be much easier for him to survive here in this prison. Learning martial arts will help him become much stronger. Then he can save his father. It will be much easier to do. The guy put his hands on his knees and clenched them into fists. He replied that he would think over the words of his grandfather and follow his path if necessary. The days on this island were very long. Every day you had to do the same thing, and the moments of loneliness just sitting on a stone alone with your thoughts were very precious in this place. The boy often thought about what would happen to him in the future. He constantly thought about his father and tried to drive away bad thoughts. He heard someone trying to pass him very quietly and drew attention to him. It was Uncle Sin after the last meetings. This big man is very much afraid of this child and tries once again not to catch his eye, but this time the boy noticed him and did not allow him to pass by. He heard the boy call him and turned his head, and they still noticed him. He looked at the boy and asked what happened. Jinan got up from the stone and approached his uncle's son. He extended his hand forward to show him that he did not intend to continue the conflict. The boy just wanted to know from this person if he was all right after their last meeting, if his body was restored after using his magic spell on him. Sin was very surprised that the boy was not offended by him and so kindly continued to communicate with him. He replied that everything was fine with him. His body has already recovered and he can move normally. He tried to convince the boy that everything was all right with him, because he was a very big, strong man and it was worth nothing for him to survive such a slight injury. Jin Young laughed and smiled sweetly. He was very glad that everything was fine with this person. Sin folded his fingers on both hands and rolled his eyes. Sin decided to take advantage of the fact that this child began to talk to him and wanted to ask him something. He felt very embarrassed at that moment. Nevertheless, he said that he had a very important matter that he almost forgot about. In fact, He just really wanted to leave here because he was terribly afraid of this child. As soon as he said goodbye to the boy, he immediately began to run as fast as he could to get away from here as far as possible. Jinan did not understand what was wrong with this man, as if he had just seen a ghost, and why he ran away so quickly. At that moment, a demon appeared and explained to the boy that this is absolutely normal behavior, because the boy beat him very badly yesterday. The demon admitted that he felt very pleased and calm when the boy was able to fight back this thug. The demon said that if he could turn back time, he would burn this hairy man and reduce him to ashes. Jinan did not agree with the demon because it would be very stupid. Despite the fact that this hairy man was acting very strange, he still did not deserve to die. However, yesterday's magic attack was very cool, and thanks to this hairy man, he was able to test his magic in action. Now, he will no longer suffer. Because of this hairy man, the boy stood and talked with the demon. At that moment, an old man approached him and heard the conversation, and the boy. The old man came up very unexpectedly and asked if the boy was ready to start work. Jin Young turned his head to his grandfather and replied that he had been ready for a long time and had been waiting for him at this place for several hours. The old man took out a hammer from his and handed it to the boy. Jinan gladly took this hammer. In his hands were objects for working with stone. These were objects that helped grandfather make statues from stones. Gu Yang said that from today, the boy will learn to break rocks. Jin Young was very surprised when his grandfather offered him such a job. He did not expect him to break rocks at such a young age. The old man explained to the boy that he had already shown many times how to work with a stone, and the boy watched this process for a long time, and now he is able to start doing this himself. The guy asked his grandfather if this work with stones is a martial art, or is it just an additional burden on him? The old man replied to the boy that working with a stone is directly related to the study of martial arts. The old man wanted to teach the guy a technique called Chodan. The old man said that in ancient times he belonged to one of the organizations. This organization was located in the Tan Tien spiritual temple, and they had a book called Chodan. It was an incredible technique that brought incredible benefits in order to lay the foundation for any martial arts. Thanks to this technique, it was possible to perfectly create your own key energy flows inside the body. This technique is also very effective in terms of physical fitness. It helps to strengthen the body and achieve incredible results, thanks to which you can break a real stone with one hand. Crushing is a preparatory stage for me, but the main thing in this process of studying is not to rush, and then the result will come so quickly that you won't even expect it. The main secret of Yu technique is that breathing and hammer blows are in the same rhythm, and when a person is able to find this balance, he will be able to use the Chodan technique. The old man handed the hammer to the boy and said that from now on, he can start learning this technique. In the mountain valley on the edge of this island, hammer blows were heard. Jin Young was perfecting his blows with his hammer. He was trying to synchronize them with his heart, but so far he was not good at it. The old man was watching the process from the side. The boy struck blow after blow with his hammer and tried to hone his skills as quickly as possible. From the day his grandfather decided to train this young boy in martial arts, every day he crushed stones and maintained respiratory balance. He tried to follow all the instructions of his grandfather, and sometimes he didn't succeed, and he hit himself on the fingers with a hammer. Night fell. The moon hung high in the sky and illuminated the earth like a large lantern. Every night, his grandfather took him to the rocks and made him hang on a stone wall for several hours. He made him hang on rocks to make his fingers strong. The old man made him hang on a stone wall every night. He wanted the boy's spirit and body to be strengthened. Just hanging on the wall was very hard, but it was much easier due to the ability to control internal energy and have a special power of fantasy. Thanks to these abilities, the boy was able to spend several hours on the wall. His hands and fingers became stronger every day. He strengthened his body, and this test was given to him very hard because he was still very small and weak. It's been a whole year since Grandpa started teaching him martial arts, and he learned to hang on the wall holding his body on only 2 fingers of one hand. His body became stronger every day. He could hang on the ledge of the wall, clinging to it with 2 fingers and pulling himself up several hundred times, without putting much effort into this process. He began to strengthen his legs with the new exercise, and his speed and strength became much stronger. He easily jumped from rock to rock. His hair has already grown very much this year, and his body has become stronger. Gu Yang carefully watched the guy training when he finally jumped off the cliff. The old man asked if he had finished training, or would he continue. Jin Young replied to his grandfather that he was already finishing his workout. He did all the exercises that he had to do for today. Gu Yang carefully looked at the boy. He tried to examine him from head to toe. He tried to understand if his body has improved enough over the past year with the transition to another stage of development of martial arts. There are no problems. This is a very good result. It really was very unexpected that the guy has no problems in order to undergo training without any serious consequences. Grandfather lowered his head down and thought about something. His face in them became very sad, as if he remembered something very terrible. Jinan carefully watched Grandfather, and he became interested in what happened to him. Although to understand why Grandfather was upset. The old man raised his head and told the boy that everything was fine with him. Nothing happened. He just thought about how to learn quickly. This guy was his only student, and he showed incredible results. Gu Yang looked at the guy and, on his condition, allowed him to go to rest, because he was very exhausted and tired during training. Jinen bowed to his master and told him that he would go about his business. He was very grateful to him for the training and was now ready to go to rest. The old man followed the boy with his eyes. He waited for him to leave. He did not take his eyes off him. All this time, he was thinking that 5 years seemed not enough for the boy to learn martial arts. But he is growing very fast, even faster than you could imagine. The old man laughed and thought that even in 10 years he would have time to transfer all his knowledge of martial arts and teach him everything that he knows. Interesting, such a feeling arises, and the installation of which is an outstanding student. The old man began to worry. The thought that because of him the boy develops much longer than he could, at certain points it interferes with his development. He remembered that he was teaching this boy everything he knew in order to fulfill his cherished desire. Gu Yang was already sure that it was my boy who was able to fulfill his last wish, which he dreams of all his life, which is why he spends so much time and effort on his training. Jin Young was preparing for one of his training sessions after he worked with his grandfather. He would leave and start practicing martial arts on his own. He possessed magical abilities that he did not tell anyone about, and when he was alone with himself, he learned to combine his magic along with martial arts. Jinan used one of his techniques that he recently learned. This technique was to direct all of his magical chakra into 2 fingers on his hand, and then his fingers turned into a sharp, dangerous weapon, thanks to which he could cut stones in half. His speed was much faster than a year ago. He could already move so fast that an ordinary soldier would not have time to catch up with him, even if he gave all his best. And the guy learned to balance and control himself. He did not tell anyone about his abilities, Jinan, although he has already become much stronger than he was a year ago. Still, many trainings were still very difficult for him, and he spent a lot of energy on doing everything with high quality. The demon was next to the boys all this time. He watched each of his workouts, and after the last exercise in which he cut several mountain stones with 2 fingers, the demon told him that his fingers were gradually starting to get used to such loads. The demon controlled the magical power that was seething inside the boy. He tried to analyze how his chakras develop and how strong his magical energy flow becomes. The demon informed the boy that he had already grown very much in his magical abilities, and now he could go beyond the 2nd circle and go to the 3rd magic circle. He would be able to study a new seal. Jinan could not remember the word circle. For some reason, it always seemed strange to him. It was an incomprehensible word for him. He always called these circles magic seals on the demon. Why did you like to call them circles? Jinan suggested that the demon from now on call them seals, so it would be much easier and communicate with each other. The demon did not like this idea, but he could not object because his body belonged to a boy. Jinan decided to have a serious talk with the demon and discuss with him the name of all the spells, although once and for all fix their names so that it would be easier for them to communicate during the battle. He suggested that light magic be called a sunbeam, so it would be easier during the battle to tell each other the right spell. Flight magic could be called levitation. Jinan was waiting for approval from the demon, because he needed to make sure that not only he liked his idea, because in this case they would not be able to efficiently manage magic teams, but the demon did not like the fact that all these names sounded very simple. He wanted to complicate these names so much that no one understood what they were talking about. Jinan saw that the demon was dissatisfied with his idea, but nevertheless, he remained in his opinion and did not want to change anything he offered to train internal energy. Along with the demons, Jinan had to choose the right boulder to meditate on. But there were a lot of them, and he was starting to defocus between all those rocks. Having passed near all these stones, he saw one that suited him the most. It was a byline with a very smooth surface. He decided that he would not find the best option and would meditate on this one. The boy climbed this stone and sat in the lotus position, joined his hands and put them on his knees. After that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate, collecting energy in himself. In order to move into the correct state, he needed to adjust his breathing. He had to combine his breathing with the beating of his heart, and only then would he be able to dive into the world of magical energy. When he managed to feel the correct breathing, he gradually began to plunge into the magical world and feel how chakras and magical flows flow through his body. His hair flew up and levitated. After a couple of minutes, he was still able to rise into the air and take off. His breathing was even and unshakable. He was all in the process of meditation. The medallion helped him feel magical energy. Thanks to him, he could communicate with his demon and saturate his body with magical flows. Jinan meditated and tried to accumulate magical energy in himself, but suddenly, his energy turned black. He did not understand what was happening to him. This energy began to absorb him, and he felt all of it was washed from dark energy. He realized that he just needed to calm down, and in order to stop the outburst of this black energy, he needed to stop the Qi energy in his body. When he stopped the Qi energy inside his body, the black energy disappeared, and an explosion occurred around him, and smoke appeared. The demon did not understand what happened, and decided to ask the boy what it had just been. But the guy could not answer him, so immediately, Jinan confessed to the demon that a huge amount of energy had just appeared in his case. He asked Certain if he knew what had just happened. Certain explained that the power of the magic stone and the energies of the seal are mixed together, and in connection with this, there is a huge gap in energy. Jinan was very surprised when he heard about the fact that Prince together with the stone are connected in forces, and the demon was very surprised that the boy did not know this. Certain said that the energies of the magic stone and the magic seal have been mixing their energies for a very long time, and it has accumulated a lot, so there was an explosion. Jinan was very angry that the demons didn't tell him this before, because he knew about it all this time. But it seemed obvious to the demon. The boy concluded that the speed of his development increased so quickly only because he had a magic stone with him all the time. Certain said, "What is it?" And everything is obvious because the stone gives him magical abilities, and explained to the guy that he is not a genius. Jinan was upset because all this time he thought that he had talent. But now when he found out that his rapid growth is due to the fact that the magic stone gives him energy, he felt offended. The magic stone, the energy of the seal, together found synergy among themselves, and all the time filled the boy with the energy that his body lacked. The demon told the guy that when I didn't come here, he was sure that the fourth magic circle would be the limit of this boy's ability. But everything turned out to be much better than he thought. Jinan actually had good potential and could develop his magical abilities much further than the fourth magic circle. Jin Young began to look at his hand from different angles, and he wanted to feel the energy that was passing through his veins. He clenched his fist and decided that from now on he would work even harder to see how far he could go. New leaves were starting to bloom on the tree branch, which meant that the weather was getting warmer on the island. Jinan meditated on stones with his master Gu Yang for 2 years. Every day they honed their skills and improved their Qi energy. Gu Yang constantly. I think that the boy is developing very fast. They have been studying martial arts for only 2 years, but this boy's ability has reached the master with 30 years of practice. The old man taught this guy almost everything he knew. He himself wondered if it was worth teaching this guy the last volume of Tiantan. The whole problem with this book was that it was never supposed to get into the outside world. and ordinary people would not have the right to use it. And the very last house was always to be kept in the strictest confidence and only be shown to the elite. But the old man at one time studied the last volume, and he knew everything about what was told there. He was worried about the question. Should he share this knowledge with the boy? Is he really a cheater who can learn this knowledge? Gu Yang decided that it would be right to teach the boy this knowledge. After all, he has outstanding abilities, and who, if not he, should possess this knowledge? Jinan walked up to the old man. I stopped right in front of him. He asked Grandpa, how long had he been waiting for him? Gu Yang replied that everything is fine and waited as long as necessary. He praised the boy for the fact that his profound energy is growing at an incredibly fast rate. Jin Young replied that it was all thanks to his grandfather and the workouts he showed him. The old man carefully looked at the boy, and he thought about something, as if I were gathering my thoughts in order to tell him one very important news. After a few seconds, he nevertheless decided to tell the boy that he was going to pass on to him all the knowledge that was in the last volume of Tiantan Guyang. I will explain to the guy that among all this volume is the most basic, because it explains all the truths of the great martial arts. Thanks to the knowledge that is in the third volume of Tiantan, he will be able to throw out inner strength from the depths of his soul into the outside world, moving it at will to where he needs it. The old man raised his hand up and tried to collect all the boy's attention on what he would say now, and he explained that this knowledge allows you to control the energy of Qi Gu Yang, said that in the future he will definitely teach the boy this knowledge, but he needs to grow up a little more in order to study the last volume of Tiantan. After that, the old man closed his eyes again and continued to meditate while sitting on a stone. The boy looked at him carefully and said that he would study this knowledge with pleasure. It was already dark outside. It was evening. The boy was sitting on a stone, drawing strange hieroglyphs in the sand with a stick. He sat on this stone for a very long time. He tried to draw all the hieroglyphs that he knew, and therefore spent a lot of time on it. At some point, Jinan took a very deep breath and froze as if he was upset, because he forgot how one of the hieroglyphs is drawn. Certain noticed that something was wrong with the boy. He did not understand what it was, and therefore decided to ask why he was so upset. Jinan told the demon that he was drawing ancient scripts that his father studied at the request of the imperial palace. The boy remembers all the hieroglyphs from this script. He told the demon that he began to understand the meaning of all these words. Previously, they seemed to him unrelated, as if they had no contact, but now the boy began to catch the meaning of these words. One of these hieroglyphs was actually a spell, and an unusual, simple spell, a real martial arts spell. Jinan said that he still did not know the exact name of this spell, but he tried to translate these symbols into human language and realized that literally, but it translates as absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and controlling the soul. Sirkin did not understand anything. This spell must be very strong, because if it is able to absorb the forces of heaven and earth, then this spell has destructive abilities in it. This is the magic of controlling your soul. It is very dangerous, and usually such spells belong to dark magic. Jinan, well, what does he tell about the rest of the videos that he managed to translate? And he said that the second plate says that the received magical power can be released if you learn how to use it. Demon Certain was very interested in what the spell was, because he understood that if you use this great demon ability correctly, when you can reach incredible heights. But the boy was worried about completely different thoughts about this spell, and did not pay attention to the power and destructive malice that owned this spell. He was more worried that people want to learn this magic and won't let his father quietly walk away from learning this magic. People want to wield the power of this demonic spell. Jinan was upset when he realized why his father was still being held in custody, understood that his father just wants to save the world from the catastrophe that can happen if this magic falls into the wrong hands. The demon suggested that the boy learn this spell himself and combine it with his martial arts. He said that there is no more suitable candidate on this planet to learn this magic. But the boy did not agree with Diamond because he believed that if you learn this spell, then he himself will become a demon. But Certain explained to him that everything works very differently. He told the boy that if he has this magic, then most likely you will be able to properly assimilate the power of the magic stone and wash all the magic seal. In addition, He believed that the boy still did not have enough energy to release all this destructive magic. But if the boy agreed to learn this magic, he would later be able to master the unique ability to use lightning strikes. Jinnen was interested in the possibility of using lightning strikes, but the demon at that moment began to feel embarrassed because he said too much should not have told the boy about it. But it was too late. Certain explained to him that no matter how much he wanted to master this magic now, he would not succeed, because nothing would come of it with his current abilities, because he was still very weak. His heart would simply burn out, and the boy could die because of this. Jinnen was upset when he found out that he could not learn this spell. He was already ready to learn it in order to possess the ability of lightning strikes in the future. But now, it already seemed pointless to him. Jinnen decided to give up on me, and decided that he needed to improve his physical-spiritual indicators in order to still study it, and he had 3 years to prepare for the study. The demon at that moment stopped understanding the guy. He thought that the boy had completely lost his mind. Jinnen continued to study martial arts every day. Together with his master, he worked on a sculpture in the morning. Although it helped to collect concentration and hone his skills, Jin Young told the old man about the spell that he had recently learned, and the old man thought for a long time what to answer the boy. He again asked if Jin Young was wrong when he said about the technique of heaven and earth. Jinnen was absolutely sure that the character he translated literally sounded exactly like that, and he saw it with his own eyes. The boy remembered that the demon divided this spell into 3 parts. The first of the parts was the technique of heaven and earth soul control energy absorption. It is better to hide the information about energy absorption and soul control and tell grandfather about martial art magic would not be a good idea. Gu Yang understood that the boy was not telling him something, but he did not know what exactly, and extracting information from him would not be the best idea. Gu Yang began to scratch his beard with his hand and wondered what kind of martial art it was. He told the guy that despite his poor training and insufficient knowledge of martial arts, this spell was very good and would be useful in martial arts. The old man thought about the fact that this spell contained great power and it could be very dangerous. He tried to warn the boy that the study of this spell would lead to bad consequences, and if he was serious about studying it, he would need to be very careful. Jinnen decided to ask a question that worried him a lot. He wanted to know if he would study the technique that the old man taught him, and at the same time, study this spell. Will he have problems with this, or everything will be fine? The old man replied that the whole reason why Tiantan is called one of the most important and powerful martial arts techniques is not only that it is not able to teach a person to control his Kai energy. This technique harmonizes easily with other martial arts, and is the foundation on which other martial arts techniques can be applied, and there is not a single technique better than it. Thanks to her, it was necessary to balance her strength, because even if the source of strength in a person was weak, she still allowed her to collect enough Ki energy in her body, which is why she was one of the 3 great martial arts techniques. Jin Young was very happy when he found out that he could learn several different techniques at the same time, and they would not interfere with each other. Gu Yang allowed the boy to learn this heaven and earth technique. It seemed to him a great martial art, and he told the boy that he would need to learn this technique very hard. After that, Gu Yang said goodbye to the boy and said that it was time for him to leave. He had an urgent dialogue with a guy named Doju before leaving. The old man asked the boy to make the last adjustments to the sculpture so that it looked excellent. Jinnen was ready to spend the whole night improving this statue because he felt a strong surge of strength in himself when he found out that he could learn 2 techniques because his grandfather gave him permission to do so. He waited patiently for a chance to practice learning a new technique. He wanted that moment to come as quickly as possible. He wanted to drink yang energy during the day when everyone is still sleeping, while studying the technique and absorbing yin energy. And if he manages to correctly schedule his day for different workouts, then before going to bed he will have time to practice the Tiantan martial arts technique. He will be able to create a cycle of 2 energies in his body that will complement each other. Jinnen continued to strike the instrument with a hammer and make a sculpture out of raw stone. He could not quit everything and immediately study new technology. He needed to finish. So business. He needed to finish the statue so that the old man could be proud of him. He decided that in 3 days try to have time to finish this statue. But for this, he would need to do only sculpture for 3 days and abandon the rest of his affairs. This is the only way he could free himself more time in the future. Jinan heard someone's steps behind him. He was surprised because usually no one walks in this part of the island, but now a person has appeared here. This was the same big guy that the guy recently defeated in a duel with one blow of his magic. This man came here to talk to the boy. Jinan told him that today he should have time to finish work on this statue, and he needs to work very hard today, and there is no time for talking. The big man was very serious. He came here with bad intentions. He saw that the boy was busy, and it was only to his advantage. He grabbed a stick. I left with all my strength after that. I approached the boy with very quiet steps, so that he could not even hear. Jin Young didn't pay attention to the big man, and was busy sculpting. He wanted to finish it as soon as possible, so he didn't even pay attention to the presence of this person. The big man waited for the moment when the boy was completely immersed in the process, and after that he swung his stick in order to hit him, and Jinan, at that moment, continued to work on the statue. Previously, this man was the second in command. On this island, and everyone respected him, he had an authority that allowed him to feel calm and confident in this prison. Only the old man Gu Yang was more important than him, but he was not interested in being the most important person on the island. He pursued completely different goals, and therefore the big man could behave like the main one among all the prisoners. He was their leader. He was satisfied with the authority that he owned. Thanks to this, he could eat normally food, unlike the rest of the prisoners. When others were working hard, he could afford to rest and choose the easiest job. But then his sweet life on this island ended because this guy appeared, and everything changed dramatically. This boy became the old man's favorite, and his authority grew every day, and the strength of this boy appeared more and more. The prisoners saw that the boy was getting stronger every day, and they began to respect him due to this. The boy's authority grew, and all the prisoners began to treat him as the second most important person in this prison. Because of Jinan, the reputation of this man was shaken, and they stopped showing respect for him. He became the most ordinary prisoner, and he had to work every day just like everyone else. He could not accept the fact that from now on no one respects him anymore. He did not want to be the third most important person in this prison. He believed that 2 dominant leaders who lead all the rest were enough. He became an opinion leader already at the age of 22, when he was still very young, and already at such a young age he made sure that everyone respected him and listened to his opinion. For 10 whole years, he tried to maintain his reputation and did not allow anyone to take his place. He closely watched all the people who surrounded him and crossed any attempts to overthrow him from his position as a leader. There were a lot of people who wanted to take his place. They were all waiting for the right moment to take advantage of him and end this man's leadership in prison. But he succeeded. Let's fight back against whole crowds of prisoners. He fought off with his own hands from everyone who tried to initiate an attack or ruin his reputation. He was ready to make any sacrifices and leave people crippled or even kill in order to keep his place in this prison. He was not ready to give this child all the glory and respect that he had achieved for many years. He was very angry with this boy and believed that he was the most ordinary monster who has amazing abilities that you don't tell anyone about. He had to live in constant fear for 2 years because the boy would fight him back. He was so strong that the big man did not have the strength to resist him, and because of this he constantly lived in fear and hid in the corners like a rat. He did not want to just give his second place to this child, and was ready to go to extreme measures again in order to regain his former reputation. He waited for the old man to leave and go about his business so that the child would be left alone. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. And now this guy is sitting right in front of him and suspects absolutely nothing. The only thing that could help Jin Young right now was only the eyes that could have been on the back of his head. But since he did not have them, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. He took his stick in his hand and decided to deliver a crushing blow that could kill Jinan. The guy all this time was engaged in improving and finalizing his statue, trying to make it perfect. Jinan noticed that Uncle Xing had been standing behind him for a very long time and did not make any sounds. It looked very suspicious. He remembered the day when he used his magic for the first time and dealt a strong blow to this man, and realized that he must have been very angry with him after this incident, and decided to take revenge. Certain had the very eyes on the back of the boy's head. He saw that this man was going to attack him and warned the guy to dodge right away. He did not have enough reaction speed to completely evade the blow, and the stick still managed to damage him in the shoulder. Jinan felt a strong pain in his shoulder and nearly passed out from the pain, but still managed to restrain himself. He grabbed his hammer with which he usually worked on the statue and decided to use it as a weapon. The boy decided to hit first and then see where his opponent was. When he hit, there was no one behind him, and he couldn't deal damage, but that meant he had time to dodge. Jinan turned his head to the enemy, but there was no one there. His enemy disappeared somewhere. Uncle Xing moved fast enough. Even though he looked very big and heavy, his movements were still light and agile. The boy should have understood where his opponent was now. All this time he was in the dark because he could not find his enemy, but then he heard that the sounds of steps were heard behind him and realized where Sin was. He turned his head and saw that the enemy was already too close. He needed to lean there from the new one. Jinan no longer had time to jump back or dodge, so he decided to block. He put his hand in front of him and wanted to block the blow with a stick. He even managed to grab a stick and stop it from moving. Xing was very surprised when he saw the quick reaction of this child. He did not understand why the boy had such a speed of movement. Jinan. Why stick on himself, and the thug lost his balance, he started to fall. Jinan decided to take advantage of the fact that his enemy was off balance and wanted to strike him with a counterpunch that would allow him to briefly silence his enemy. He didn't hit the hammer right away. Instead, the boy decided that a headbutt would be enough to knock the man off balance and stun him for a certain amount of time. Blood began to drip from Sin's mouth. The blow that the boy inflicted on him was very strong, and the thugs did not expect that his body would not withstand this blow. Xing flew back and hit his head on the ground several times. Jinan landed such a strong blow that the man kicked off the ground several times and rolled to the edge of the ledge from which he could fall. Below were very sharp stones like thorns that could pierce a person. Jinan saw that his blow was very strong, and because of this, Sin could fall off the cliff and hit the sharp stones Sin could not resist, and due to inertia, he nevertheless fell off the edge of the cliff and began to fly down. Jinan couldn't let this man die, even though he just wanted to kill him, so he ran to the edge of the ledge and held out his hand. At the very last second, he still managed to grab the man by the hand and hold him tightly. The boy was holding this big man with one hand. His strength was enough to keep him from falling. Jinan told him to hold on tight, because if he didn't hold on, then he would definitely fall on those sharp rocks and die. Sin looked down and realized that he still did not want to die. He wanted to stay alive at any cost. Sin began to cry like a child and asked to be saved. It was clear from him that he was not ready to die such a death. This man wanted to live a little more. Certain watched the whole fight and didn't understand why the boy had to save this one coming. He just wanted to kill the boy. The demon said that no one will know what happened here, and the death of this person will not affect the boy in any way. But Jin Young asked the demon to look at the other side. There, on the other side, there were a lot of people. They watched all this time what was happening now. All these people could then tell the guards that the boy killed this man. He couldn't let these people accuse him of killing whom he plotted me to. Jin Young did not want bad words to start appearing in prison, and everyone to think that he was a murderer. The boy began to pull this hairy man up and asked him to hold on tight so that he would not fall. He still managed to pull out the thug and put him on the ground. The big man could not believe that he still remained alive. The boy was very angry with this man. He began to envelop rage, so he warned this thug that if he did this again, then the boy would simply be forced to kill him. Sin cried like a girl. Tears flowed down his face and drooling from his nose, snot flowed from his nose, and he said that he would never try to kill this boy again. Jinan was still angry with him, but he had to believe the words of this man. After all, he obviously did not want to kill him and hoped that this big man was still telling the truth. Jinan believed that it was his fault that he was attacked. He behaved carelessly and was attentive enough. He looked at the stick and thought that if it was a real sword, then his arm would definitely be cut off with one blow and he would probably already be dead. He relaxed too much, deducted that his abilities had grown, and he became much stronger. He completely forgot that this is a prison, and here you need to be constantly vigilant, careful because everyone wants to attack you. Jinan asked the demons to constantly be on the lookout and make sure that no one gets too close to him, because if the boy dies, then the demon will most likely die too, and Certain rushed about with his request. He did not mind watching the safety of the boy. I promise his approaching opponents it was already nighttime. The clouds were floating in. It was dark on the island in the dark sky. The head of the system stood near the window and watched the clouds float across the sky. His office was illuminated by the moonlight that came through the window. The head of the prison stood near the window and held his hands behind his back. He heard someone knocking on his door. He allowed the man to enter his office and waited for him to enter. Old man Gu Yang entered the office. He immediately apologized for such a sudden intrusion and bowed to the head of the prison, and the head himself was surprised that the old man decided to come to him so late. Gu Yang silently stood at the door and did not utter a word. His appearance was quite neat. He had time to prepare a little for the meeting. Concern could be seen in his eyes. The head of the Doju prison decided to ask the old man what was the purpose of his visit. Yang Gu said in a very serious voice that he had a special request to the head of the prison and would like to express it. The prisoners, as always, worked in stone mines and mined stone. Some of them transported it on carts, and some with beaters from rocks at that time. While the prisoners were engaged in carrying and processing stone, the guy sat and all this time carved statues from stone. On this day it was especially hot, and so hot that some people began to feel dizzy and they lost consciousness. And today everyone worked without outerwear because it was leaking to your body and a blow. If you continued to work in t-shirts, the guards shouted very loudly that it was time for lunch. And after the break, all the prisoners had to return to their jobs again. One of the prisoners called the rest of the workers to go along with him for a break. Precious lunchtime could not be wasted. They began to communicate with each other about the fact that they were already very hungry. And it's good that it was finally time for lunch. But the boy sat all this time and continued to work on the statue. He got up from his chair and decided to look at how this statue will look like in the future. At that moment, he suddenly realized that it had already been 6 years since that conversation with old man Gu Yang. During this time, a lot of things managed to happen, and the guy himself had already grown very much and ceased to be a child. A hairy man approached him and greeted him. Sin asked the guy if he was going to have lunch now, or continue to work on this statue again and skip doing it. Jin smiled and replied that they could go ahead without him, and then he would catch up with the guy, did not hold a grudge against this person, and communicated with him very politely. Sin felt very embarrassed. This is the act that he did. He was still uncomfortable in front of the guy. He wanted to somehow make amends for his guilt, but did not know how Shin bowed to the boy and said that he would go to lunch in these 6 years. The biggest change happened in his relationship with the hairy uncle Sin. On the day when he fell on the boy and wanted to kill him, something amazing happened that no one expected. Gu Yang found out that this big man had attempted on his student and met him in a neutral territory that few people knew about in prison. There were no guards and old men to do anything with this man. The thug understood all the dangerous situations, apologized to the old man. He decided not to punish this stupid man and asked him to treat the guy as he would treat his boss. Now this child was like a master to him. Gu Yang explained to him that this child could have done a terrible thing and let him die, but he still decided to save him, and therefore he deserves the kindness and respect that Xing should repay him. The big man bowed to the old man and replied that he would treat the child as his boss if Gu Yang himself asked for it, and from that moment, Uncle Harry became Jinen's assistant. The sun was very bright that day, and it was almost impossible to hide from it. The boy raised his head up and covered his eyes with his hand. It was very hot, and the sun's rays poked around his body. Old man Gu Yang said that the hotter the sun, the better for him. Yin and Yang is the purest harmony between heaven and earth, and the boy had to accept them in the incarnation in which they were. Jinen listened to all the advice of the old man and tried to do as he says, and not object to him. The boy remembers his grandfather that it was already 6 years after their conversation, and it was finally necessary to make decisions. He lowered his head down and thought. Then he still asked his grandfather, "Is it possible to get out of this prison?" He asked how strong he could become if he could still master the martial arts. The old man is not ready for such a question. He needed time to think about what to answer the boy because this is a very difficult question. He told him a story about how he learned the martial arts on his own after being given them by his master, and he never tried to compare himself to others because it's wrong. He admitted that his mentor was one of the top 10 masters in the world, and there were always various legendary rumors about his mentor. He would never have been able to compete with her because he would have simply been killed, but he was sure that he was still not inferior to his mentor in terms of strength. The old man asked the boy if he really wanted to learn martial arts, and if he was ready for it. Jinan imagined all 10 members of the best martial artists. It was 10 heavenly great masters, and he dreamed of becoming one of them. The boy understood why he could not compare himself with them. After all, they were great people who devoted their entire lives to the study of martial arts. It was impossible to compare with them. It would sound like a joke if now someone from outside heard the boy's thoughts. They would probably laugh over the past 5 years of training. I don't even understand if he has the right to compare himself with anyone, but he was sure of one thing exactly to his grandfather: the martial arts that he taught him. This is definitely not a joke. Jin Young replied that he would study martial arts and fulfill all the requests of his grandfather. No matter how hard they were, Gu Yang told him that he would tell him about all the nuances at night. There was no time to do it now, so I just had to keep working. Night fell. They met on the edge of one of the largest mountains that were on this island. They stood on top, looked at the big forest. The old man was ready to tell this boy the secrets that would happen to him. He told him that he would teach him one of the great techniques called Shinsubekt. Gu Yang decided to demonstrate this technique to the guy in order for him to better understand how it differs from other techniques. He later said that this technique involves hundreds of different movements in it. There is never a beginning and an end, and it shimmers like water. The forms of this technique were endless. It never ended. The owner of this technique could generate any ways to use it as he needed it. Gu Yang explained that the most important thing in this technique is that what is most appreciated is its harmony. Thanks to it, it is easy to control Qi energy during movement. The fighters of the Central Lands call this technique Oriental Dragon Breath. Gu Yang tried so hard to show the boy all the best aspects of this technique that he even forgot that he was already too old. His body could not withstand such loads, so he began to cough up blood. He admitted that his body is no longer the same as before, and he is not able to use this technique because it can simply deplete his body and kill him. The boy was delighted because he understood that this technique of martial arts is now absolutely free and few people know it. Therefore, it would be very pleasant for him to learn this technique. The old man told the boy that thanks to him, he would be able to reach incredible heights, but first, he had to work very hard and work hard to learn it. But Jinan did not care at all that it could be very difficult because he wanted to gain freedom at any cost, no matter how much strength he would need to spend for this. Gu Yang was surprised when he saw the desire for freedom in this boy. He had never seen such a desire and zeal to be free like his. The old man became very interested in what kind of freedom the boy was telling him now. He did not understand the guy wants to escape from prison and become free, or does he want to train with martial arts and be free to use? But this doesn't make any sense, because the guy himself understood what he was talking about. It was the most important thing for the old man, and it was important for him to understand that the boy was able to develop and go further. Gu Yang decided to tell him about a place no one knows about. It was a secret that the old man never told anyone. He invited the boy to follow him and look at this place. Gu Yang told the head of the prison that he had one request that he would like to voice. The head of the prison was very surprised when the old man decided to personally ask for something from him and was ready to listen to the request. Gu Yang's request was that the head of the prison allow the boy named Jinan to move freely around the prison at any time. He wanted the boy to be able to walk around the island wherever he pleases without the supervision of guards. In return, he was ready to do one unique thing for a month for the head of the prison, which he could not refuse. This proposal interested the head of the prison. He decided to find out what kind of unique thing this old man can do in 1 month, Gu Yang said that this unique thing belongs to the work he usually does, which is to work on statues. Dodge is surprised to see all that was required of him was to give the freedom to the boy to move around the island without guards. But he was not ready to agree to this proposal so immediately. After all, it was very unexpected, and the head of the prison became interested in why the old man was doing so much for this child. He asked if there was anything else that needed to be done for him. Gu Yang said that for the time being, he didn't need anything else, only the fulfillment of this request. The head of the prison agreed and replied that he had been with them since the child and provided him with freedom in the Stone Mountains, but he warned that it is strictly forbidden to leave the territory of the island. After all, if this happens, then it will be regarded as an escape, and both of them will be very severely punished. The old man agreed with these rules. Gu Yang also asked to be given the opportunity to use the eastern cave for their own purposes. The head of the prison agreed with this request and allowed them to use the oriental beads, refused that they can do whatever they want there, because this place is empty anyway, and nothing happens there. Gu Yang thanked Doju for agreeing to this proposal, after which he left the office of the head of the prison. When Gu Yang brought the boy to this cave, it was already morning. They were standing right in front of the entrance to it. The old man told the boy a story about how this cave was found during excavations about 50 years ago. It was used as a house for workers. After the liberation of the mountains in the west, housing for workers and prisoners was moved there, and this cave became completely empty because it was too far from the developments. But the old man believed that this cave was not useless, and it could be very useful to them in the study of martial techniques. He said in this cave, there is one hidden place that is known only to the old man. Nobody except him knows about this place. This place once saved an old man when he was between life and death. They walked through the tunnels of this cave for a long time, and at some point, the old man stopped holding a torch in his hands and told the boy that they had already come. In front of them was a waterfall with hot water. It was a kind of geyser. The old man told the boy that this was the very secret of this cave. Gu Yang told him that he called this cave Yulyanshan. The old man was very grateful to this cave, but so far, he did not tell the boy why he said that the guy would soon find out everything himself. Every day, I studied martial arts techniques Matcha trained all day long, and whatever the weather was outside, it only tempered his spirit. His clothes were wet because it was raining, but that still didn't stop him from training. Jin Young continued to hone his skills under the supervision of his mentor. At night, he immersed his body in the warm waters that were in the cave and relaxed his muscles. This source filled him with energy. A drop of morning race flowed from a leaf into a tree. Jinan continued to work on statues and showed his mentor the results he had already achieved. When no one saw, he used his magic, and the demon helped him in studying the magic chakras. Winter came, and the last leaves that were on the tree withered and began to fall. Snow fell and covered the entire territory of the island. It was very cold, but they still continued to train outside, despite the low temperature. Nothing could stop their training. Jinan had already grown up and became a real man. He already had a strong physique and spent many years studying martial arts techniques. The old man saw his growth, and on that day said that the boy could already try to use these techniques himself. Jin Young gathered his strength and tried to perform all the strikes as close to the ideal as possible. The guy was ready to try this technique. He made the first blow with his fist and felt the incredible power that was in him. He had never felt anything like this before. His movements are incredibly fast, able to carry different punches from different techniques in a matter of seconds. Gu Yang watched the boy's technique and was proud that he still managed to learn it before that he had such a talented student. The boy threw hundreds of quick blows and felt his body ready to use the most powerful blow of this martial arts technique. He tried to do it there and was surprised at what strength was available to him. He was ready to break a whole rock with one fist. Gu Yang did not expect that the boy had grown so much and learned this technique, but he was surprised when he saw such a strong blow. Jinan was waiting for what his mentor would say to him from the side because he felt that he was pretty good at this technique. In the look of the old man, he noticed pride in his student. This could be understood without words. Gu Yang thought that the time had already come to finish the training. He had already taught everything he could teach, and then he had nothing to do here. They returned to their prison cell after training. The guard opened the door and let me in. Jin Young talked about the fact that today was a very hard training, and he hardly coped with all the tasks, for the old man did not answer him at all. Jinan was surprised why grandfather was silent. He did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that he had done something wrong, and grandfather was offended by him. Gu Yang stood in front of the guy for a long time and was silent at some point. He nevertheless spoke and told him this time to get on the ship in the evening and leave this island. "You must leave here." The old man said that he had already managed to agree with Dodge that the boy needed to leave these islands, and the head of the prison was allowed to do this. The boy did not have to worry about the fact that he would then be pursued by security, because the head of the prison himself allowed the guy to leave the island, and he had to do it as quickly and quietly as possible so that no one would know about it. Jinan did not let my head down and sighed heavily. He could not believe that this moment had finally come, and now he was free to leave this island. Gu Yang remembered what this guy looked like when he first arrived on the island. He was still a very young child who did not understand anything. But now I was standing in front of him. A real man who was ready for all life's trials. He was prepared to meet this life. Jin Young joked that when he leaves, the old man will be very bored and lonely. On this island, he is not sure to miss him. Gu Yang laughed and told him that as soon as he sees the guy, he will immediately start working on me with a special thing, and besides, he would need to look after the hairy Uncle Xing, so he will never be bored. Jinan scratched his head with his hand and also laughed. He understood that grandfather was joking, and in fact it was very hard for him to part with him. Jinan began to feel embarrassed, because as soon as he leaves the island, he will begin a new life that he has been dreaming about all this time. He remembered that grandfather had a special request for him that he never voiced, and the guy reminded grandfather of this request. He wanted to know what it was. Gu Yang stood silently for several minutes, as if gathering his strength to voice his request to the boy. It was hard for him to talk about it. Jin Young became nervous when he saw concern in his grandfather's eyes. He could not even imagine what his old man would ask for. Gu closed his eyes and said that now he would tell him everything. He even believed, and could not believe, that this moment had come, and he had the opportunity to ask the guy to fulfill this request. Gu Yang told the boy that he has grown and become very strong, so it's time for him to hear the old man's request. Gu Yang told him everything he wanted to ask him, and the boy was very surprised when he heard it all from his mentor. He could not even think that grandfather could ever ask him to do such an act. The next day, a ship sailed from the island with guards and provisions. On this ship, there was a statue wrapped in fabrics, so as not to get dirty, and no one was supposed to see this statue ahead of time. It was brought onto the ship by a guy with a rewound head. The guard saw him and asked him to be careful with this statue if he does not want to lose his life. Because if something will damage this statue, this will affect everyone who is on the ship. The guard was very surprised when he saw a guy with a rewound head on the ship. I don't understand what this person forgot here. The guy continued to drag the statue despite the fact that the guard yelled at him. The guard was unhappy with the fact that one of the prisoners was standing idle, and he yelled at him and asked him to go help the others to drag this statue, and then scolded him for bringing a sick man with a bandaged head here. The prisoner who was in charge of the recruitment said that this guy is doing a good job even though he has a bandaged head. It's all because he just had a fresh scar on his face and he paid him the boys to save. The guard was very dissatisfied with the fact that this guy decided to save money and took a colleague on the ship. Because of him, we wing to suffer the statue. He asked next time, don't do such things and don't recruit injured workers because it can have a very bad effect on work. The guard asked this man if all the statues were dragged onto the ship, and the man answered him that it was the last statue, now I can't sail. The captain of the ship shouted very loudly that they were now sailing so that everyone was ready to sail. He ordered to raise the anchors and start moving. The ship is sailing a little differently from the coast and heading towards the city. This moment has finally come. The worker, bandaged with his head, decided to go to the edge of the ship and see how the island moves away from them. He was on the back of the deck and watched them carefully as they sailed away. Under the bandaged bandages was Jinen. He could not believe that this moment had finally come, and he managed to leave the island. He always thought that he would leave this island someday and get out of here. But when that moment came, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was so unexpected that he began to miss those times he spent on this island. Jin Young leaned on the railing of the ship and watched the island. He thought that when he returned to the mainland, he had two things to do. The first thing he needed to do was save his father and protect his family. At that moment, on the edge of the cliff, he saw the silhouette of a man. It was Gu Yang. He stood and watched the boy. He came here to look at him for the last time and how his ship was sailing. He came here to say goodbye. It was very hard for the old men to let go of this boy, and he understood that his days would now be ordinary and uninteresting. But it was the right decision to believe the guy had his own path, that he had to come. Jinan understood that now he was looking at his grandfather for the last time, and although remember him in his memory, just like that. The old man stood and looked at how the ship was sailing away until it crossed the horizons and disappeared into the depths of the sea. On that day, the old man told the boy that his real name was Guyang Mubak, and even the head of the prison does not know about this, because this is a secret that the old man did not tell anyone, and on the list, he is listed as Gu Yang. Jinen didn't understand why Grandpa kept his name hidden all this time. It was a mystery to him. Grandfather told that his name should not be pronounced outside. It is forbidden, and it is better for no one to know about it, because if everyone finds out about it, then everyone on this island will be killed. Usually even people whose name is similar to his die. Jinan asked his grandfather how this is even possible. The historian told him that there is one person who is quite capable of this. This man is ready to kill people in droves and mercilessly mock them. The boy asked his grandfather who this man was. The old man put his hand on the boy's shoulder and decided to tell him something. He told him that when the boy gets out of this prison, he will have to find a man named Guyan Mugyong. This man is the old man's brother, and Jinen will have to kill him. Jin Young didn't understand how this was possible. Did Grandpa really want to ask him to kill his own brother? He was sure that he was simply mistaken, and a man named Guyang Mugyong was the very master of the Heavenly Ten who were legendary. The old man confessed that everything is exactly as he says. His brother was indeed a member of the Heavenly Ten martial artists. Oh my God, thought the guy when he found out who he would have to fight, because he thought it was incredible. When he first heard that he would need to fight such a monumental warrior, for some reason he immediately remembered his grandfather. He could never even think about the fact that they are somehow connected with each other and can hate each other. Jinan asked his grandfather why he wants to kill his blood relative and why they have such enmity. The old man told the story that it was not his own brother his parents adopted at a young age. This man was the real big enemy for grandfather. It was the enemy who killed his parents and the people he loved more than anything in the world. Jinan thought about his grandfather's words. It seemed to him that this was really a good reason to hate this man, and ask him to kill. Gu Yang said that when he returned from 20 years of wandering around the world with his master, that his house had already turned into ruins. It burned with a bright flame, and someone set it on fire. He ran into the house to try to save, but it was too late. Everyone he loved so much was killed at the hands of his brother. He sobbed and could not stop his tears, because the whole world that he had been building for so long collapsed right before his eyes. In one moment, he did not notice how his brother approached him from behind, and although he finished the work he had begun, his hands were bloody. On this ball was the blood of his parents, and the blood of all the people he loved. Brother made a blow with his sword right in the back like a vile rat. He dragged Gu Yang's wounded body in the rain through the mud for several kilometers. Even in his fading consciousness, he could not ask his brother why he did this. It was a terrible act. But this cruel man nevertheless gave him an answer to this question, and said that he did it in order to pay off the debt and return everything that belonged to him by right. Gu Yang couldn't understand him then. He didn't understand his motives. It all looked very strange, as if his brother had just gone crazy. He was not a natural child in this family, but still everyone treated him like a family member, and no one understood why he decided to do this with our family. He ruined himself to kill all the people who took care of him from childhood. He killed those who gave him a roof over his head and adopted him into the family. Killed his parents, who raised him for 30 years. Yang still did not understand what kind of debt it was that cost the lives of all his families. He still doesn't know what his secret was. He never found out why his brother went mad. It was a secret that had to be unraveled. The old man said that he was very lucky when the water threw him onto this particular island, but his body was irreparably damaged because early on the sword was very deep. You had to give up revenge on your brother. The old man said that after he got to this island, he gave up all his attempts to take revenge and just began to live on until he met a boy. At that moment, he ignited a new idea to take revenge on his brother through a guy. He saw his inner strength and enchanting abilities that grew every day and saw how the guy trains hard. It became clear to him what he wants. The old man, without thinking twice, decided to ask the boy to fulfill his request, because it was exactly what he sincerely wanted: revenge on his brother. This is what he truly wanted to get, but he himself could not do it, so the guy was the perfect opportunity and weapon for revenge. However, the old man admitted that he could not force the boy to do this task against his will, because it would be very cruel of him. Yang, ask the boy directly if he will fulfill his request after he has taken care of his business. Jinan understood that now a lot depends on him. He had to make an insanely important decision of his life and give an answer to the old man. He understood that he needed to kill a person against his will, a person whom he did not even know. But he heard a rather long story about why this person deserved to die demon all this time. I watched the boy while he remembered the conversation with his grandfather. This was their last conversation. The demon was delighted when the boy finally woke up and decided to himself. Now he could calmly talk to her. The boy replied that he had already woken up. He needed to get down to business. Jinan left the hold and went to the edge of the deck to look at the sea. The demon said that today was very cloudy in the sea. Nothing was visible, it was true, because in such weather it is dangerous to sail on the sea. Jinan continued to stand and look into the distance. He thought about everything that had happened to him lately. He admitted that thanks to his grandfather on the island, nothing happened to him. No terrible situations happened because his grandfather constantly protected him. And the fact that the guy got up much stronger was also the merit of his grandfather. The demon was unhappy that they forgot about him, reminded the guy that he taught him magic, which played a huge role. Certain said that maybe he was looking after the boy to use him for revenge, but the demon does everything disinterestedly, only because he is with the boy all the time, and the guy admitted that the demon may be quite right. But nevertheless, no matter how it was, and no matter what goals the grandfather pursued, the boy would still fulfill his request and kill his brother. He said that he did not know the intentions of the old man, but since it happened and he helped him all this time, then you need to pay this old man somehow, because he deserved it. In addition, the guy understood the feelings of his grandfather and understood his pain. After all, it's not every day that people lose a family. The demon told that it was very difficult for him to understand this old man. After all, he never had a family, and he doesn't even know what it is. Since not both began to drip rain and fall on the deck of the ship, Jinan and the demon don't expect it to rain. This was bad news for them, as it could start a storm. The demon didn't want it to rain because they could get wet here and then get sick, so he suggested that the guy go back inside and not get wet in the rain. He didn't want to just keep silent in the rain, and hoped that it was just the most ordinary rain without any of their consequences. An hour later, the sea became very disturbing, and a storm began, and all the workers who were on deck went out to see what was happening. No one understood how dangerous this weather was. The waves brought more and more began to shake the deck in different directions. The ship could no longer swim calmly. It was necessary to maintain balance correctly, so that the ship did not capsize the captain of the ship in this weather, because the wind was getting stronger, and the waves were getting bigger and stronger. This could damage the ship. One of the crew members approached the captain and asked what was happening with the ship. He noticed that certain problems were starting. The captain replied that everything was in order. Nothing special was happening. In front of him stood the caretaker, and he tried to explain to him that the wind became stronger because of this. The ship began to rock strongly. The captain asked the caretaker to go back to his cabin and not get wet in the rain, because there was a very strong wind and rain, and it was very dangerous here. But at some point they looked up and saw, besides being very scary, something that frightened them. Even Jin Young was very scared when he saw this natural disaster. The sky seemed to be angry with them and gathered all its anger into one huge lightning that struck the water not far from them. This lightning created a strong explosion, and the water began to scatter in different directions. One of the sailors made the assumption that thunderstorms are starting now, which meant that these are the worst conditions for sailing. Their ship could simply sink from one lightning strike. But if thunderstorms start now, then they say there will not be very much. The sailors began to run frightened in half, and they did not understand what to do. After all, if a thunderstorm starts now, then there will be a strong wind and a lot of lightning along with it. This means that the probability that they will swim out of here was very low, and most likely everyone will die. The captain of the ship shouted very loudly and made everyone calm down. He said that they would leave the epicenter, and everything would be fine. There was no need to create a panic on the deck, and all that was needed was to lower the sails and hold on to the pillars so as not to fly away. Jinnen understand that all the sailors who are on deck are now very much panicked and could not calm down. This had to be somehow resolved because they were absolutely ineffective at the moment. The demon also began to tense up a little due to such weather conditions. He assumed that the space wall had opened, and that's why it's here now. Such disgusting weather. Jinnen was surprised when he heard the demon's suggestion. He asked him to repeat what he said again, but the demon refused. Sertan asked the guy to look, and because he saw there was not something terrible, Jinnen turned his head, and when he saw the catastrophe that was approaching them, he froze in place. He seemed to be frozen and could not move. After a couple of seconds, I realized the whole catastrophe terribly approaching them and shouted to all the sailors not to grab for something and hold on tight. Their ship hit the most terrible place right at the epicenter of a large wave, the size of a 9th wave that could absorb and turn the ship over several times and pull it apart. This wave could destroy the entire crew. Jinnen understood that a catastrophe was approaching them that could destroy them all and did not know what to do now. The ship dived under the water, along with all the crew members. The statue they were supposed to bring to the Imperial Palace also dived under the water, and they were all on the verge of drowning. Jinnen almost suffocated while underwater, but at some point, he still managed to wake up and come to his senses. He held his breath in his chest and began to try to swim up in order to get more air into his lungs. He tried to get to the top of the water as quickly as possible. His physical fitness helped him swim out quickly, despite being in very deep water. When he finally managed to get out of the water and take a breath, he felt that it was now raining very heavily. Jinnen understood that the moss would die at any second, but still, he managed to survive due to the fact that he woke up in time. He looked around and saw that the ship was no more. He did not understand what had happened. The ship, along with the people, went underwater. Everything was destroyed, and many people died. They could not swim out. Jin Young began to understand the full scale of this tragedy. He became ill from the fact that so many people died. The demon again? I asked the boy to look ahead, and there was a giant wave. The demon asked the boy to use some kind of magic to get out of this place. Jinnen, without thinking twice, uses the magic of flight in order to fly away from here and not get into this wave. He pushed off the surface of the water and was able to take off the air a sufficient distance so that he was not hooked by a wave. He levitated into the air and watched what was happening in the sea below him. Certain was happy as a child when he realized that they managed to take off. But the guy would not be so happy because he had to keep his balance in the air. He decided to take a look around himself and understand what was happening here. But then he felt how he was starting to lose his balance. He lost his balance because at the height of his flight, there was a very strong wind that knocked him down. Jinnen fell into the water and could not continue his levitation. He hit very hard when his body came into contact with the water. He was very angry because even with the magic of flight, it was impossible to get out of this weather around. There were huge waves in the water that killed lightning, and there was a strong wind in the air that did not allow him to fly away. The demon offered to summon a ghost so that he could help them get out of here. But Jinnen thought this was a very stupid idea. Because where are you from here in the middle of the sea moss to be a ghost? He that the demon is just mocking him because it was a very stupid proposal. In addition, In this situation, it is very difficult to use magic Sertan at that moment. I was not joking and was very serious. He said that when the lightning struck, he felt that the spatial gates had opened, and this was a good sign. Jinan still didn't understand how this dimensional gate could be connected to the summoning of the spirit. It all sounded very strange and unreliable. The demon admitted that when the spatial gates opened, he felt that several creatures appeared from them. At that moment, two different worlds that should never have met touched, but through a thunderstorm, weak ties appeared between the worlds, and some amazing creatures began to appear from another world, which the demon felt as if they were not gathering at the lumen of the expanded dimension. The demon was not sure if there was at least one spirit among all these creatures, but he offered to try because it might be a good idea. Jinan. This idea turned out to be very strange because he had to summon a spirit from another dimension. He believed that it was impossible to scatter the energy remaining inside his body. After all, if he now calls on the spirit, there will be some other creature. This will only aggravate the situation. It was very dangerous to try such methods in such a place in such a difficult situation. If a useless monster like a demon were suddenly caught, then they would simply die here. Sertan was offended when the guy called him a useless demon, but nevertheless said that he did not feel evil, demonic energy here and there would most likely be useful creatures. He already wanted to quarrel with the guy. But then he realized that now was not the time for this, and asked to still call someone already in order to save them. There was simply no other way for them. There was nothing left for them except just to try. Jinan still agreed to this demon's adventure and decided that we really should try. He prepared his hands for this spell and prepared to call. He had very little time and energy. He had to act very quickly. Certain said that he would take care of the most complex details. The guy had only to cast a spell and summon the spirit here. Genie hand forward and called the green seal. He said, the spirit that controls the winds of Mother Nature. I call you, and I want to make a soul contract with you. But unfortunately no one appeared in front of them after they used this spell. Did no one really show up? How is that even possible? Are they really that unlucky? The demon was very upset when no one appeared. He was sure that someone in any way should have appeared in front of them. Jinan reproached the demons for the fact that there was no one. He said that in vain he only spent his strength on summoning this spirit. He regrets his act and that he obeyed this demon, because nothing happened. The magical energy inside him dried up a little, but suddenly the face of a girl with green hair appeared in front of his face. She asked where she was now. It was a small fairy. He managed to summon a creature here, but it was a palm-sized fairy. She asked the guy if he wanted to conclude, or he still decided to change his mind. Jinan was surprised when he saw a fairy in front of his face. He really did not expect that they would succeed with this spirit summoning idea. The fairy said that she had very little time, and the guy needed to answer faster if he really wants to conclude a contract. Jinan was very surprised when the fairy asked him to hurry up. He did not expect the spirits to be able to be busy. She did not make her repeat the same thing several times, but still said it again. It was you, though, to make a contract with me. She reminded the guy that the wind is getting stronger. He needs to think faster because she just crossed over the dimensional walls, and Jinan was very tired. He replied that he really wants to sign a contract with her. You were not calm. Usually this feeling is rare, but this day was filled with various terrible events. The guy said that if this fairy is the spirit of the wind, she can make a contract with him and save him, when the fairy looked at the guys and said that he had no magic at all and he didn't suit her. In this case, he asked her to conclude a contract with her soul and the spirit of the wind, and swore before God that he would fulfill the terms of this contract. She said, I, Sylphina, admit that I made a contract with you. She looked at him carefully and decided to make sure once again how useful this person could be to her. Sylphine raised her hands up and began to yawn. She said that she wanted to rest now because she was very tired. She began to look around herself and did not understand what kind of place this was. She decided to find out as much as possible about this place, but the guy did not like it. Jinan asked the demon if all spirits behave as strangely as this, and the demon told her that he did not know. He thought that this girl is very immature, so she behaves like that. He confessed that one stupid one was enough, and now he also has a stupid demon girl who does not want to do anything. Demons began to dislike the fact that the guy constantly insults him. He warned them that the storm was intensifying and the lightning was getting bigger. They had to get out of here as quickly as possible. Jinnen began to panic because the situation was getting worse. He had already stopped hoping that my year would get out of here and before it was too late, he asked the spirit to take them away from here, and the girl just started to panic. Thought about getting rid of him as soon as possible because he was already starting to bother her. She parted your magic and parted the water into two halves in order to be able to pass here. Normally, then she began to clear the sky. Here are the clouds. Jinnen was very surprised when he saw the ability of this fairy. With just one spell, she was able to clear the sky of terrible weather. This ability proved the power of this little fairy. She smiled and looked at their reaction because she was very proud of herself for being able to move the clouds and create good weather. Jinnen looked at the sky and could not believe what happened to him that day. He had just recently left the island and already got to the side. Now he is right in the center of the sea. He managed a wooden raft that was part of a broken ship, and the guy rested lying on this raft. He was disturbed by the thought that he was stuck in the middle of a still sea. He wanted to get out of here, but so far he didn't have any idea, because it would take a lot of mind to lift this board into the sky, and he knew not to waste magic now. Hoping that the sea itself will bring him ashore was stupid because it was not clear how much time it takes for the sea to help him get to land. He saw that the fairy woke up. After her dream and appeared near his face, he decided to turn to her and ask Sylphina to use some magic so that she would help him get ashore, but she was very tired and did not want to use magic. Jinnen is outraged that the fairy does not want to help him. After all, they have been resting for 3 whole days, but it still wasn't enough for her. The fairy explained to her master that she does not like to work, and she would not mind resting all her life. Jinnen was very angry with the fairy, and still forced her to use magic so that she would help them get ashore, and the fairy still agreed. She was unhappy with the fact that her new owner constantly made her work, and she began to regret her choice of owner. Demon Certain noticed something very strange in the distance and asked the guy to look in that direction. 2 ships were visible on the horizon. They sailed directly towards Jin. The guy could not see the banner under which these ships sailed because they were too far away. Sylphina started using her magic to move the dam forward, but Jin Young stopped her because he had another request. He asked the fairy to sneak onto the ship that was visible on the horizon and conduct reconnaissance. He wanted her to find out what flag this ship was sailing under. Jinnen asked the fairy if she knows human flags and how good she is at understanding the human world. Fairy replied that she knows everything. Unlike stupid demons, Certain began to get angry with this fairy every day more and more. He believed that she was also lazy and despises demons. Jinnen tried to calm his demon and explained to her that she does not even know that Certain has been around all this time, and therefore she does not understand what she is talking about. But the demons were still annoyed by the fact that a third-rate spirit dares to open its mouth and insult demonic beings. Sylphina returned A after reconnaissance and said that ships were sailing in the distance and there were people on them. But these people are fighting among themselves. They have a naval battle going on, and they are boarding other people's ships. Jinnen became wary when he found out that a battle was going on between these ships. He asked again in Ufa, and how many ships were there now? The fairy replied that there are only 2 ships that sail very close to each other. They fight among themselves. At that moment, a real battle was taking place on the deck of the ship. People fought ruthlessly and killed each other. A warrior in autumn clothes and with a white bandage on his head killed several enemies at once with quick blows of his sword at the same time, so he was an experienced warrior. Jinnen was able to get to the ship and climbed onto the deck. He was afraid to show up until I understood the full picture of the events taking place here. But just a couple of minutes later, he decided that he should still climb onto this ship, made a swift jump up and landed right on the deck of the ship. He saw the corpse of a man lying in front of him. He was bleeding, and his body was white. It was a terrible picture, and Jinnen didn't expect to see this man here. The corpse that lay in front of him scared the guy, and he needed time to recover. But when the guy opened his eyes and looked around him, what he saw scared him even more. He was not ready for what he saw. Around it lay dead people. They were sailors from 2 different ships. They were dressed in different uniforms. Some of them had no arms. Some had parts of the body cut off or mutilated. Jinan first encountered all the cruelty of the real world. He could not even think that such terrible things are happening in the world that surrounds him. He clenched his fist and tried to recover, had to decide on an act to enter this cruel world and fight it. He needed to calm down because his body was shaking with fear. Jinan decided that he needed to follow the course of the battle on this ship and understand what was happening here. Why are these people fighting among themselves who is right and who is wrong? He saw the sign of the golden dragon on the bandana of one of the warriors. He immediately thought that these people could be from the clan of the Sea Dragon. People in other clothes were most likely pirates, and the guy came to the conclusion that the clan of the Sea Dragon was attacked by pirates in order to rob his assumptions, helped him make a choice and side with the Golden Dragon clan and resist the pirates. He came out of the corner and was noticed by the pirates. One of these pirates immediately rushed at the guy. He grabbed his axe and wanted to cut him in half with his axe. The blade of the camera almost touched the guy's head, but it didn't scare him at all. He even thought that this pirate was moving too slowly to fight him. Jinan was a well-trained fighter and possessed incredible speed and agility, so he was easily able to dodge the blow of this pirate. After he dodged, he immediately decided to launch a counterattack and struck his fist right in the face of this pirate. The blow was so strong that his opponent flew back and broke one of the walls of the ship. And after the blow, smoke appeared on the deck. The pirates had never seen such strong blows before, and they tried to understand where their friend had disappeared. But at that moment, Jinan took advantage of the situation and ran out of the smoke, and decided to attack the rest of the pirates. He moved so fast that it was impossible to follow him. His movements were quiet and clear. Jinan took one of these pirates by the throat and began to drag. He threw his opponent and with all his strength hit his head on the deck of the ship and thereby broke several planks. After that, he turned his head back and looked with a menacing look at the rest of the pirates. They were scared when they saw that the guy was going to attack them. They were not ready to fight such a strong opponent and did not understand where he came from. While he dealt with his enemies and beat them in the captain's cabin, a man hid who was watching the battle during this time. This man was always looking through the gap as one man destroys an entire army of pirates. Through the gap in the door, one could see the eyes of this man, but no one noticed him, because during the battle there was no time for him. Jinan delivered a very strong blow with his fists and knocked out all the nonsense from his opponents. He broke their bones and knocked out their teeth. A man suddenly appeared on the deck of the ship. It was a warrior in expensive clothes. He inserted his sword into the wooden deck and sat down on his knee. This man, judging by his clothes, also belonged to the Sea Dragon clan, expressed his dissatisfaction with the operations and reprisals for daring to attack the ship. He raised his head up and shouted so loudly that everyone on deck could hear him. He declared that the Central troops never let this go unpunished. One of the pirates, most likely holding the position of captain, raised his saber up otherwise to laugh at his opponent. He considered him a verbose weakling. The pirate captain wanted to kill his opponent and was already swinging his weapon in order to strike, but Jin Young noticed this and immediately ran towards them in order to prevent the kill. He used his magic that remained inside him and threw back the captain operator. He decided to carefully consider his opponent and memorize his face. He wondered why this pirate stood out from the rest. The captain of the pirates did not understand what was happening if he was surprised when he saw a new warrior in front of him. He thought that he knew everyone who was on this ship, but he was standing in front of him to get acquainted. He did not understand where this stranger came from. Jinan turned to the fairy again and wanted to ask again for something. The fairy was very tired and did not burn with the desire to help her master. Jinan asked the fairy to help him adjust the wind magic, and if she did that, she would let her rest, and the fairy agreed. The captain of the pirates was very angry with this stranger. He did not understand why the boy was behaving so boldly and wanted to punish him for it. He grabbed his sword and dashed towards the protagonist in order to stab him. He wanted to kill the stranger. Jinan at this moment tried to call on wind magic and use his last remnants of magic in order to fight off the pirate captain. Jinan quickly accumulated enough energy inside his body to deliver a powerful blow of air and threw his opponent several meters into the air. The captain did not understand what was happening. He was picking up, and he was where the wind flows he first encountered magic. It was hard for him to understand what was happening now. He was thrown so hard that he flew over the edge of the ship and began to fly into the water. He would have hit the surface of the water very hard and is now in the depths of the sea. Jinnen was even a little sorry that all these pirates would become food for the KO, but he believed that it was karma, and they deserved what was happening to them. A few seconds after he said this, a shark appeared from the sea and immediately swallowed this man. Jinnen watched how the shark eats this pirate. It seemed to him this sight was very creepy at that time. A man stood behind him and watched the guy. This man asked a stranger who he was and what his name was. The guy turned his head and realized that it was time to introduce himself. He joined his hands and bowed. After that, he gave his name to Ko Jin-young. The pirates began to panic when they saw that their captain had died. They began to flee and leave the deck of the ship. One of the pirates was very angry because their plan was thwarted by a stranger who slaughtered half of their pirate crew. He shouted very loudly that the next time he met this man, he would definitely cut off his head. He turned to Cho Jong-myung. It was the same man with a white bandage on his head, which depicted the golden dragon. Cho Jong-myung stood and watched the pirate ship sail into the distance. He understood that the pirates had lost the battle and were forced to leave with pride. Followed the losing ship with his eyes. Cho Jong-myung was glad that he managed to recapture his ship and stay alive, but he did not show his joy. He realized that despite the fact that they managed to win the battle, still these grats did not create very many problems that needed to be solved. Half of his crew was killed. The rest was very seriously injured. The doctors who were on the ship tried to help the wounded sailors. There were a lot of them, and the doctors did not have time to cure everyone at once. Dead sailors lay on the deck in pools of their blood. Their weapons lay beside them. Their bodies were mutilated with heavy scars. They needed to figure out what to do with the dead bodies, because leaving them lying on the ship would be the wrong thing to do. Cho Jong-myung had to make a decision about his further actions in order for his crew to continue to work and function, but it was hard for him to survive the death of the rest of his crew members. Jinnen asked the captain of this ship if he was all right. He saw that it was hard for this man to come to terms with the death of his warriors. Jo Jong-myung turned his head to the guy and looked into his eyes, wanted to somehow thank this man for saving. The captain bowed to the stranger and thanked him for saving all these people. Cho Jong-myung did not want to be rude, but nevertheless asked the guy where he came from. Because there were no other ships nearby, he wondered where this man came from in the middle of the sea. Such a moment Jinnen did not know how to explain this whole situation that happened to them, and replied that his ship sank, and the only survivor who was left was him. Jinnen said that all this time he drifted on the door from the cabin, which was in the sea, and thanks to it he was able to stay afloat for 3 days. He even pointed his finger at this door, which was still floating not far from the ship. Cho Jong-myung was very surprised when he found out that this guy was able to stay on such a board for 3 days and survive in the sea, absolutely without any provisions. A tall girl with very long hair came out of the captain's cabin. She turned to the captain and called him her father. She confirmed that this stranger was telling the truth. This girl's name was Yong Hyang. She was the captain's daughter. She had very kind eyes and she was dressed in a white kimono. Her long hair was in neat curls with a flow over her clothes. Jinnen was stunned by her beauty when he saw her in his heart. As if a new light was lit, he could not take his eyes off her. When he looked into her eyes, he was ready to drown, no longer surrender to them completely. She seemed to him the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Yong Hyang looked at the guy in surprise and did not understand why he was looking at her like that. It was a little alarming. She blushed because she realized that this man was looking at her with a loving look. She said that she saw through the gap. He was floating on the board. The girl said that she noticed a drawing of a dragon on this board, and she was a little embarrassed by this ornament. She tried to remember what this dragon ornament on the board meant, and looked at it better, but she noticed it was the door from the cabin on the Shinryongho ship. This sign was very familiar to her. Jinnen was surprised by the observation of this girl, because even with the deck of the ship it was difficult to see this ornament, but she still managed. He did not understand how this girl could see this ornament, see all its patterns while in the captain's cabin, and watch everything and the cracks in the doors. The captain was very surprised when he heard that Ryanho's ship was wrecked. The captain was wary of this news. Once again looked at the stranger, he told the guy that he didn't look like Matrosov, and again crossed. Why did this guy sail on this particular ship? Jinan replied that he really was on that ship, and told them about the fact that he worked there as a temporary sailor. He said that he loaded things on this ship and sailed after that. Their ship got into a storm, and that because of this the ship was wrecked and the ship capsized. The captain was upset because of this news, lowered his head down, imagined how many victims this shipwreck brought, and he was because of the fact that such a big ship the kid now had no trace of him. She looked at him carefully and tried to understand what he was thinking. It was hard for her to look at how her father was sad, and she decided to take care of him, and offered him a little rest with him. She invited the stranger to the same rest, a little because he was very tired at sea for 3 days. Yong Hyang said that it was very impolite of them to stand on the deck of the ship and not offer a stranger some rest. She said that they should have a bite to eat and discuss the details later. Capian was not opposed to such a proposal. He also felt tired in his body, and in his thoughts today made him very tired. Therefore, a little rest was the right decision. The captain told the guy that he was very grateful to him for saving him, no matter what. Without him, they would not have been able to fight off these bloodthirsty pirates. He suggested that Jinan go to the cabin and rest, and a little later he would visit him and discuss everything. The captain once again asked the guy if he could find out all the details of the shipwreck, and Jin Young replied that he would tell him everything that happened without any problems. Jin Young started walking to the cabin before he left. He decided to say goodbye to the girl again, and she said goodbye to him in return. She watched him leave and followed him with her eyes. This guy was not like everyone else. She noticed a very unique feature of him. He was one of those people who could calmly look into her eyes and at the same time feel absolutely calm. This surprised the girl. Except her family, no one can look her in the eyes, but this guy does it like nothing happened. She called him an amazing person and watched him until she entered the cabin. The captain asked Yong Hyang about this guy and wanted to know if this man really told them the truth, or did he lie about something. She told that this man told the truth, and there were no lies in his words. The captain heard what he needed, and after that he decided to go to the edge of the ship and watch the sea. The girl had an amazing ability that allowed her to see heavenly predictions and always see when a person tells her the truth, and when she lies, she had eyes of divine conduct that will not allow anyone to lie. The girl turned to her father and said that most likely the connection with the storm and the wreck of the ship, her father's friends died because of this. And the captain of the ship was sad, but he reassured himself with the words that it is natural for a sailor to die at sea. After all, this is how sea sayings usually go. He regretted losing so many of his best sailors while he was looking for his friend's ship. He also admitted that it was not worth taking his daughter with him because it really could be a threat to her life. But the girl thought it was completely different. She said that she wanted to be useful and therefore followed her father. For him, the most important thing was that his daughter remained safe and sound after such a bloody battle. It was important for him because he would not be able to survive the death of his daughter. In the evening, the three of them met on the deck of the ship and decided to finally discuss everything that happened to them. Jinan told them a long story about how they sailed away from the island and how their ship got into a storm. He told them about the shipwreck and how he managed to survive in this chaos. The captain replied that now everything became clear to him, and he was able to understand the full picture of what was happening, but at the same time he asked the guy what he wants to do now and what he will do next. Jinan replied that he was going to go north as soon as he got to land. He needed to head in that direction. He has a task that needs to be done. The captain was delighted when he heard that this guy had a plan of action and said that tomorrow one day I would go by sea, and then they would not change course to land and would be able to land the guy. It came in the morning, and the ship calmly sailed on the sea. The weather was good and did not portend trouble. Everything was calm and quiet. Jinan was on the deck of the ship doing his own thing, but at some point a demon appeared and saw something very suspicious. He told the guy to look there. There was land in front of them, and in the distance one could see a sea pier to which ships sail. I stopped there. The demon was very happy when he saw dry land. He wanted to get to the pier as soon as possible in order to leave this ship. All Jean thought about was that his father was out there somewhere and he would soon be able to find him. He became very interested in what was happening with his father now, and we live in general. These questions disturbed the guys, did not let him calm down, but he immediately convinced himself that his father was still alive. Everything was fine with him. He did not even want to admit the thought that something could happen to his father. He came back here to save him and make it possible to see his father again. The ship arrived at the shore and moored, and they began to unload barrels and various cargo from it. Jinan, together with the captain and his daughter, went down to the decks of the ship and headed towards the city. When they walked through the port area, people appeared in front of them. The guy was alert when he saw them. These people seemed familiar to him, and he carefully examined them. They stood right in front of them and seemed to be waiting for something. Jong Myung bowed to the man who was standing in front of him. He called him his uncle and said that they had returned from a sea voyage. His uncle said that the captain did a very good job on this sea voyage and praised him. He admitted that recently the pirates are getting bolder and bolder, and it begins to bother him. In addition, it was said that there was a very strong wind in the sea. The uncle looked at the stranger who was with them and asked the captain if Yong Hyang was checking him for the truth. He replied that his daughter checked the strangers for the truth and said that he was telling the truth. Uncle was reassured by this answer, and he no longer felt in danger. Uncle approached the guy and asked him to move away with him for a couple of minutes and discuss something. He introduced himself and gave his name. Yuk Daiho said that he was the commander of the Sea Dragon fleet. Yuk thanks Jin Young for saving his crew. Yuk Daiho was still very wary of his attitude towards him and said that he still wanted to ask him something, but before he asks his question, he offered to come inside with him and talk. Jinan agreed, but immediately warned the man that he wouldn't have much to tell him and didn't want too much to be expected of him. They went to the palace, and Yuk was sitting on his throne surrounded by a small group of 12 soldiers. His family members were also there, and Jin Young was standing in front of him. The soldiers stood and watched everything that was happening. They had to protect their master so that you would not become. Some looked at each other. They tried to understand what was going on here. Jinan noticed that these soldiers had eyes full of curiosity. They wanted to know what was going on here. They were all interested in understanding why this stranger was here now. But the eyes of these soldiers were of little interest to him, and he looked to the side and noticed something amazing. He saw Yong Hyang's eyes. They were beautiful eyes that he was ready to look forever and look for them among 1,000 other eyes. The demon did not understand why the guy constantly looks at the eyes of this girl and says that they are beautiful, because it seemed to him that this girl always looks like she is terribly unhappy with everything that happens, and the guy tried to explain to him that the demon would not be able to understand everything, and the delights of her look. Demon. Ask him what can be beautiful in the eyes that constantly look into his soul. Certain told about the fact that their very first meeting. He noticed how this girl looks deep into his soul and is able to see everything he thinks and feels. Certain admitted that he helped the guy avoid her gaze, used the magic of illusions to cloud her mind, because only in this state she will not be able to open the spoon that Jinan says Certain was still very uncomfortable being next to her. He felt disgusting when she looked into their eyes. In addition, this girl was very similar to the celestials who live in the paradise of heavenly cities. The demons do not translate them into spirit. Jinan understood that the demon is unlikely to realize all the charms of this girl because he did not experience human emotions and does not know how it is to see such a beautiful girl. Yuk Daiho began his speech and said that when the wind increased and a storm began at sea, one of the greatest ships he had ever seen sank, and only one person survived after the crash. Jinan said that this was exactly what happened, and this man who survived was... He admitted that this was the most ordinary luck, and there was nothing here that could embarrass this gentleman. But Yuk Daeho still felt that something was wrong here and could not leave him. The thought that this guy got off too easy after such a shipwreck. He asked the guy about how he became a temporary sailor. Yuk Daeho said that even a temporary sailor cannot get on this ship. Just like that, if someone does not recommend him in particular, Only proven sailors who have proven their loyalty in previous trips to the sea are selected for the ship bound for Cheongundong Island. He asked Jinen who recommended him to this ship. Jinen did not want to answer this question. He asked why this gentleman was so curious about who recommended him to this ship, and asked, is it bad that he survived? Daeho shared his thoughts about the fact that no one noticed how this giant ship disappeared into the depths of the sea. After all, it has not been the first year of regular business on this route. But this time, the ship sank. He was embarrassed by the fact that a temporary sailor appeared on the ship, and only this person remained the only survivor of the wreck, despite the fact that the ship was sunk in a storm. The whole problem was that the same surviving person turned out to be absolutely unknown to anyone, and no one had heard anything about him before. But on the other hand, it was impossible to let out the fact that the rest of the sailors who also went to sea that day said that there was a strong wind and there were high waves, but none of these sailors ever mentioned a storm, and this made the master think that the shipwreck could have been specially rigged. Jinin asked the demon, why did none of these people know that there was a storm in the sea that day? And the demon answered him that it most likely began only in the place where the spatial wall was opened, so none of the other sailors noticed this storm. Jin Young was in a predicament, because telling these people about the dimensional hole would be stupid, and no one would believe him. But even now, these people thought he was lying to them. Jinin wanted to understand what the true intentions of these people were, what they wanted from him, because it's not just that they still keep him here. The guy decided to ask them directly and not waste time. He asked them to answer honestly what they want to know from him. These people, Yuk Daeho realized that it was really stupid to play for time. He decided to go straight to the point and said that they all want to know the identity of this person. He explained that if the storm had actually been at sea that day, then it could have sunk any ship, whatever it was, and it would hardly have sunk just one ship. However, even the best sailor who spent his whole life at sea could not get out of this storm, and in the fact that the story of how the guy survived 3 days relying on only one cabin door sailed for not so long, it all sounds very untrue. Yuk said that no matter how the captain of the ship spoke about him and described this stranger as a skilled fighter, it was still hard to believe that he managed to survive so easily. Jinin finally figured out what the main problem was. These people just didn't want to believe him and tried to blame him for the shipwreck. And when he figured it out, he laughed. One of the soldiers who at that time was in this place was most likely the captain of the detachment, reproached the guy for laughing. Jin Young said that he was amused by the fact that they didn't trust him and didn't understand how people could be distrusted so much. One of the soldiers could not stand it and shouted at the guy. He insulted him and said that this was not the way to behave towards the master. He went straight to this guy and is ready to fight because the guy started being rude to his owner. Yongyang began to get very worried about the fact that the commander of the squad was so angry with this guy, Jinen. Don't worry about the fact that this upstart wants to attack him in the evening. He read that it is absolutely useless. He is unlikely to succeed. It would also be useless to communicate with these people and prove something to them. After all, they wanted to know what he was capable of, so they started this whole show. The boss gave the guy the first kick, and he managed to block his kick, but nevertheless flew back. Jin Young managed to break with his feet. After he flew back, he tried to balance his center of gravity and stay on his feet and not fall. This man decided to continue the battle and fight with a stranger. He ran closer, made a strong jerk upwards, and though to deliver the next blow, he went down and made a strong kick with his foot on the ground, but the guy was no longer there. Jinin jumped back and dodged the blow. He didn't want to take another hit, just because he didn't want to fight this soldier. He also decided to skip the next attack and dodge it. Jinin didn't want to counterattack him yet. He just tried to dodge his punch. He constantly blocked and dodged all of his attacks, because he knew that if he made his counterattack, then this soldier would definitely not be lucky. But at some point, he still decided to hit this guy and counterattack him. He dealt several blows with his fists to his face and to his body. Jin Young jumped back after hitting the guys like this and looked what else could he do next. He landed a kick straight to the head of his opponent and put enough power into it to finally end the fight. Jinin hit so hard that his enemy flew off to the side and fell to the ground. after which strong puffs of smoke appeared around him. Yuk Daiho was surprised by the skill of this stranger in combat. The platoon leader who was standing next to him also did not expect that this guy had such skill in combat. Yong Hyang was surprised by Temka. The stranger dealt with such an experienced soldier, but then she remembered how he fought with the pirates on the deck of the ship, and realized that he really was an experienced warrior. The soldier lay on the ground and lost consciousness. His face was beaten, drooling from his mouth. And he himself was defeated in this battle. Jinen smiled when he realized that he defeated this soldier. He didn't put much effort in order to do it, but he was amused. They just wanted to test his abilities. Jinen was pleased that he could easily fight off this soldier. The beaten man lay right next to him on the ground unconscious, but the guy was not interested because he himself ran into him. Jinin looked at the master who started all this mess and waited for his reaction, although he could understand what they would do next. Daeho was very surprised at how easily this guy fought. He could not even imagine that anyone in this world could be so skillful in martial arts. The chief of the gentleman's guard was shocked by this duel, because he did not even have time to make out the movements of this guy. Everything was very fast. Daeho turned to Commander Guak and asked him to check this guy to make sure everything was exactly right. Guak bowed to his master and said that he would fulfill his request immediately. He stood right in front of the guy and looked into his eyes. Guak could not contain his emotions and confessed to this guy that what he just saw was incredible. He cannot believe his eyes. This fight went so fast that he did not even have time to notice anything. Guak admitted that the soldier that Jinin had just fought was a very strong but experienced warrior. But nevertheless, he absolutely could not do anything against him. The commander decided to ask the protagonist who he is. Where did ordinary commoners come from? Jinin answered him that he had already called his name and did not intend to repeat it a second time, and asked this man who was standing right in front of him what he wanted. Was it really not enough for him and he wants to start again and fight him again? Guak was much more cunning than the World Cup soldier with whom the guy had just fought and asked him to apologize for his act, and after that he began to take out his sword. He put his sword in front of him at the guy and said that he needs to interrogate Jinin at any cost, and uses his sword for this. Jinin was not against it. He was interested in the offer of such a fight. He told his opponent that he could attack first and was absolutely not afraid of his enemy. Guak did just that. He decided that he would attack first, and this did not bother him at all. He wanted to strike a strong blow at his opponent. Guak swung his sword and was ready to strike at defeat. But Jin Young, as always, easily dodged this attack by making a jump and jumped over to his enemy behind his back. Guak realized that his opponent was now behind him and immediately turned around to deliver the next attack with his swords. But she was also unsuccessful because the guy very deftly dodged her by crouching back, and the sword just slid through the air. Jinin realized that it was time to attack him. He had already missed a couple of attacks and could deliver his counterattack. He began to accumulate strength in his fist and collects energy in it in order to strike. He will show this guy that it is better not to run into him. Jinin punched his opponent with all his strength right in the solar plexus, put all his strength into it. Guak started coughing after getting punched in his chest. He didn't expect the punch to be so hard. The commander flew back and grabbed his chest with his hand, otherwise coughing. He's very surprised how this guy hit him with such a strong blow from an unstable stance, and even the bulletproof vest did not help him withstand this blow. Guak looked at his opponent, and the first thought that was in his head was that this guy was a real monster. The commander realized that he needed to fight on equal terms and used his chakra to saturate the sword with doubled energy. Guak wanted to go all out and fight this guy like a real opponent. Jinen was very surprised when he saw that his opponent was using real Dao energy. Guak swung his sword and wanted to deliver a powerful blow in order to defeat his enemy once and for all, and show his master that he is still stronger than his opponent. His sword strike was so strong that after the impact around the earth shuddered from the impact point, stones began to fly off and smoke appeared. Jinin assessed the strength of this man and realized that he is indeed a great warrior capable of doing such a thing. He looked ahead and watched his opponent. He did not understand where I am, now his enemy. A silhouette appeared from the smoke. His opponent approached him closer and closer. Guak shouted that this time, it would not be easy to parry his blow, because he was no longer playing with him and was going to fight seriously. His next attack, which he uses, is called the cross cut, which is that he delivers 2 strikes, one vertically, and the second horizontally. And if the opponent hits right in the center of these strikes, his body will not be able to withstand such a strong attack. Jinnen calmly dodged 2 Tao energy waves approaching him and didn't take any damage. That's that, because it was too slow an attack for him, and his agility was enough to dodge it without putting much effort into it. He clenched his fist and began to accumulate new energy in it, in order to deliver the next blows. He wanted to quickly end this battle and stop doing stupid fights. Thanks to the energy that he focused in his fist, he was able to repel the strong Tao attack that his opponent inflicted on him. He simply broke this energy wave with his fist. Daiho was very surprised when he saw what this guy was capable of. He could not even imagine that someone could resist the energy of Tao and beat off such strong blows with his bare fists. There was a very large explosion and purple smoke appeared, nothing was visible, and 2 warriors disappeared from view. No one could understand what was happening inside this smoke. Jinnen calmly stood and waited for this smoke to dissipate, and he finally sees what happened to his opponent. Then when the smoke cleared, he saw his opponent's face and wanted to warn him that if his opponent continued to fight further, then the guy would stop holding back and most likely kill him. Blood began to drip onto the floor and create a small puddle on the ground. Guak held his sword in front of his face and held it outstretched. His hand was bleeding and his palm was cut. He that continues this battle. There was no point everything there was to know about this guy. I already managed to do everything to disgrace the commander did not want to anymore. Guak bowed to his master and apologized for tarnishing the name of the sea dragons. He did not think that this opponent would be so strong and admitted that he would most likely not be able to serve as an admiral in the army of the sea dragon. Daiho replied that everything is in order and he should not worry about this. He asked the admiral to raise his head. He himself said that he did not expect that this person would be so strong. Apologized to the admiral because he suffered because of the greed of the master. Daiho allowed the admiral to go and bandage his wound so that it would not fester in the future. Guak bowed and thanked the master for allowing him to bandage the wound. Daiho came closer to the guy and apologized for everything that had just happened here. He felt ashamed of his actions and asked the guy for understanding. He explained to him what would happen if he were in their place. He would have done exactly the same. Daiho bowed respectfully, and we said that he was sorry that he could not adequately respond to his help, but only caused inconvenience and only continuous problems. Jin-young raised his index finger and asked in return to ask one question. Sir Jinnen said that he was aware that sea dragons were considered one of the 3 pillars of the Traders' Association throughout the continent. He added to his words that he knew that the sea dragons are one of the best spies for obtaining information and equal to me. Daiho told him that everything that the guy listed was absolutely true and immediately asked him what this person wants. Jinnen mentioned that the association provides many different services, and one of them is the supply of a huge part of the various items to the imperial palace. Therefore, he has one request to the Lord. Jinnen asked him to tell him everything this gentleman knows about the imperial palace. Daiho warned the boy that it could be very dangerous, and divulging information about the imperial palace and the imperial family is a huge crime that will be severely punished in the consequences if anyone finds out about it. I will do my best to fulfill your desire, however. What you are looking for may put the fleet in great danger, said the Lord to his interlocutor. Jinnen explained to him that he was not up to anything bad, but he needed to find out about several people who were now being held in this palace of the emperor, and warned that if this gentleman did not fulfill his request and did not tell him about everything, then he would insist and take other measures. Daiho folded his arms on his chest, thought about the words of his interlocutor. He understood that the choice before him was very serious, and he was very much setting up his reputation by deciding on such an act. Yang Hyang decided to intervene in their dialogue and asked the guy told Leon Master that he is now heading north. Jin-young said it was true, he was indeed heading north, and he would need to get there as fast as possible. Yang Hyang told him that they also have important things to do in the north, and they will soon be leaving then, so they are on their way. She said that it will not take long if he will let her help him. Jin Young was very surprised that the girl took the initiative together. Then I want to go north. He answered her that he agreed to this proposal. But anyway, first he wanted to hear what they had to do in that direction. Yong Hyang invited the guy to the palace and decided to show hospitality because he had already experienced so much in recent days. Despite the fact that he helped her family, he never felt at ease here during this time. She decided to give him tea to drink. The girl told him about the fact that she needed escort on the way. The guy carefully and listened, but then asked again what she meant by the word escort. She told him that there are usually no problems on the path they take. However, recently, the road to her has become quite difficult there now. It is very dangerous because various robbers have appeared, and she requested the support of the Sea Dragon fleet in order to accompany her. Yan said that they would most likely be heading north in a few days and could take him with them. Jinan was surprised when she offered him this option, and he asked her, can she really trust a person whom she knows only recently and has no idea who he is? Yan decided to change the subject and not answer his question. She said that she would have to go on this trip because her sister really wants to see her. But in secret, she admitted that she didn't like her sister at all. She couldn't stand her, and if there was an opportunity not to see her, she would have met her better in them. The girl talked about the fact that they now have huge problems in the fleet, and they suffer heavy losses due to pirates who constantly attack ships and rob them. But the goods were not the main problem. They were more infuriated by the fact that they constantly lose very important craftsmen who are hard to find because they are killed by pirates. And in such a situation, it is not known when they will be reprimanded by associations for the constant loss of people. Jinan listened carefully to the girl, and then asked her a question. Can you really not refuse your sister because of all these events? And she answered him that everything is exactly like that. She looked at her reflection in the cup and said that everything turned out this way not by her will, and she could only trust her eyes. She admitted if she made a mistake that making the wrong choice would put her in great danger, but nothing can be done about it. What to answer her, and just continued to look into her eyes. He could not look away. She sat and held a cup of tea in her hands. Jin Young suddenly smiled and then started laughing. He did it to unload the pause. He nevertheless made a decision and told her that he was ready to take on this job. The demon told the guy that he was being too soft when he was around her, and his decision was completely irrational, but the guy asked the demon to shut up. He walked after he talked with the girl. She was left to sit alone at the table and drink tea. All this time she thought about taking this guy with her, absolutely not because of a lack of people, for a completely different reason. She could not see the true essence of this man. No matter how hard she tried, she always failed to do this, as if something constantly prevented her from looking into the depths of him. She understood that a martial artist like him could not be an ordinary temporary mattress. For the first time, she could not see the soul of this person, and this did not give her rest. She constantly thought about it. She was constantly nervous and worried because she did not know what was on his mind. What this guy really wants, Jinan did not get out of her head. She constantly thought about him and imagined his face. She justified this by saying that she could not figure it out. But in fact, the reason was completely different. Her ears and cheeks were always red when she imagined him. Yawn is happening because she had never felt like this before. Something inside her seemed to be happy and screaming a little, but she couldn't stop it. She got out of the carriage, and next to her stood the crew that accompanied her all this time. Standing in front of her was Jin Young, wearing the purple new clothes he was given. He decided to ask the lady for information about this clothes, because it seemed to him that this was the clothes of a scientist, but not a guard or a warrior. Jin Young thought it was some kind of joke, and they want him to become a scientist. Yan laughed when she heard that he called himself a scientist. She said that it won't solve his personality problem because he won't become a real scientist, even if he wears a suit, and he doesn't have to worry about it. She told him that he didn't need to worry about it and asked him to refrain from using his powers unless something happened. Young explained that she gave the clothes to him so that he could be undercover and be able to protect her in case of a surprise attack, but so that no one knew that he was a martial arts master, and Jin Young said that he would try to do everything so that he would not be declassified. Suddenly, another man in black clothes appeared, and when he saw the guy standing in front of him, He called him his partner. This Exvid looked very friendly. He extended his hand and gave his name to introduce himself. He said his name was Ryan. They got to know each other and gave each other their names, after which they shook hands. Young explained that this person is one of the top 5 martial artists, and she thinks he will be useful because he has a lot of martial experience. Ryan talked about what he heard about how this newcomer defeated the commander with his own hands without weapons, and admitted that he was very glad to meet and serve with such a person. Jin Young replied that he would be happy to work with such a master, and hoped to learn a lot from such a person. They began to climb into the carriage and gradually begin to set off. Jinan noticed something strange. He thought that one of the soldiers who was standing near them looked suspicious, but when he saw his face up close, he remembered that this was the same soldier who had attacked him first that day when the master invited them to talk. Jinan asked if this person was okay and had time or if his body recovered after that battle. The soldier did not behave at all benevolently. He did everything as he had to do, and they do not want to communicate friendly with the master Jinan, because this person is most likely afraid of him after he lost the battle. But it was no wonder he himself then ran into the duel. Ryan took the reins of the horses and said that they are already setting off because the preparations have already been completed. He warned everyone that the road will be very long, and they are already leaving in order to notify everyone. The carreta began to move. Its wheels gradually began to rotate. They drove into the depths of the forest and calmly drove through it. The horse slowly walked forward and dragged the carriage behind it. Jin Young opened the window and constantly looked in. He watched everything that was going on around him. He noticed that he had not smelled the forest for a long time and already missed him. He was pleased to be in the carriage and drive through the forest. This inspired him with positive emotions. He thought that the smell of the forest was very different from the smell of the sea. But while they were not serenely riding in a carriage, robbers began to hide behind the trees and wait for the moment to attack. Jinan noticed something suspicious in the bushes. There were some strange movements, and he was watching them. He guessed that something was wrong here and smiled when he thought that they were going to be attacked, but he did not tell anyone about it, because it was only suspicion. The clouds began to thicken in the sky, and the daughter began to drip. Summer continued its movement. Ryan said that it is starting to rain, and you may have to drive in the rain. This is not the best news for such climatic conditions. Jan said that they still have about an hour to go to the nearest city, so it's best for them to find a place where I can't stop for a while and hide. Ryan said that I know you are a temple not far from here, and if the lady has a desire, he can take her there. She shared her thoughts that her daughter is most likely unlikely to run out today, and it would be better to stay in this temple and spend the night. And tomorrow, not to hit the road again. Coretta changed her courses and started heading towards this temple. Ryan noticed that something was wrong in this place. It was very strange to look at this place. After all, it did not look deserted, and he decided to look around here. He asked everyone to be on the alert because anything could happen here, and therefore it was necessary to constantly be vigilant. Jinan said that 10 miles ago they were followed by robbers, and all this time they were watching them. Yong, and in a calm voice, asked the guy why he is only now talking about the fact that the robbers followed them if he knew about it all this time. Jinan said that she didn't want the enemy to know that he was noticed anyway. He was going to deal with them sooner or later, and so it made sense for me to tell everyone else. Jinan looked out the window and said that it was time to deal with these robbers. The bandits surrounded the carriage from all sides and did not let it pass. They decided to suddenly attack the carriage. The robbers were armed with long, sharp swords. They were all dressed, and equally there were quite a lot of them, and they did not allow the carriage to pass forward. One of the bandits with a scar on his face looked directly at them with a menacing look. The robbers with your swords and frightening their horse were much more than the escorted crew that guarded the Lady Ryan all the time, tried to find out who these people were and what they needed, but they did not answer him at all in response. They simply threatened with their swords. One of the thugs came almost close to the carriage, and Ryan realized what kind of people were now standing in front of him. He immediately realized that these people were the Great Triad, very dangerous robbers who are constantly engaged in robbery and interception of various cargoes. Ryan called them vile scum and accused them of not having any right to attack the association. Their leader laughed out loud when he heard the accusation against him and explained that he should not report or explain himself to such an upstart like him. Ryan immediately grabbed his sword and was ready to fight with them. He explained to them that they do not understand what they are doing and accused these people of constantly committing immoral evil that needs to be destroyed. These people used to not be so terrible, but since they got involved with the Manhwa organization, they started doing evil. But they only explained it by the fact that everything itself was so twisted. Their leader said that he did not have any evil intentions, and only fulfills the order of his master. He said that he needs a girl who is in the carriage, if they give her to them then, and do not let everyone go alive. They were the most immoral robbers that were on the continent, because they could take on the case of kidnapping a woman, and this was considered worse than any crime. The leader of these robbers got very angry when he heard such accusations against him and called this guy a bastard who didn't understand anything. Jinan realized that finally I started his time. He can get out of the carriage and he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The guy kneaded his shoulder and said that I was very comfortable in the carriage, tired of them already. A little warm up in nature. One of the robbers was very surprised when he saw that another person got out of the carriage. He did not think that someone else would be there, and therefore asked who he was, and what his name was. Jinan was not afraid of these people. He was ready to fight them at any moment. But before the battle, he wanted to make a good mockery of them by insulting them. The bandit grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. He called this guy an idiotic scientist and a weakling. Not understanding at all who to deal with, Jinan was absolutely not afraid of him, and looking into his eyes with a challenge. He considered this robber the most ordinary garbage that needs to be disposed of. The robber, I waved my fist and was about to strike. He shouted that he would spoil such impudent behavior with his fists and teach the guy proper manners. But Jin Young blocked his blow with a quick movement of his hand. The speed of this robber was so slow and that he even got bored at some point. The robber did not understand what was happening before he even had time to see how his opponent blocked the blow. All he could do was just stand and watch him. Jinan noticed that this man was trying to use his technique to defeat him. The bandit tried to pour his internal energy into the guy. It was some kind of strange technique that he had never met before. Jinan was not even against the fact that this guy would like to pour his energy into him. He decided that in this case, it would be enough to absorb all his energy with his technique. He began to absorb and suck all his energy out of this person through your palm. The bandit couldn't understand what was going on. He had never faced such strong opponents before, and it seemed to him that his technique was flawless. But Jin Young continued to suck the energy out of him here, the last bits in order to fill his body with his energy, leaving him completely powerless. His opponent was still not very stupid and managed to pull his fist out of his palm in time to push the guy back. The bandit felt a wild pain in his hand and did not understand where this pain came from. He began to feel weakness in his body. He felt that this person, although to break his arm with the power of his energy without applying physical force to it, he did not understand how it was even possible. His arm almost broke from just one energy that was felt in his body. Jin Young also felt a strange sensation in his body that he had not experienced before, and tried to understand what kind of sensation it was. The magical Amen began to glow as if he woke up after a long sleep. His eyes began to glow blue. The demon Certain appeared near the head of the main character and also felt this strange impulse in the stone and did not understand what was happening. The demon was flying around its owner, and the guy all this time stood and looked at his hand. He tried to understand what kind of sensation it was. The leader of these bandits all this time was next to them. This time he decided to come a little closer. Apparently, this feeling in the body of the protagonist was just the work of his hands. The bandit talker replied that he planned to end this case with the theft of a girl without magic, but still he had to use the blood curse. He put his hand forward and ordered all the other robbers to immediately, that's the crew, and kill everyone except the girls. Ryan also ordered his soldiers to protect the lady at all costs and prevent these robbers from getting into the carriage and touching the lady. The battle began not for life and death. Everyone was ready to fight to the end and defend their goals to achieve them at any cost. Their swords speeded in a brutal duel. The blows were delivered so quickly that it was hard to keep track of what was happening on the battlefield. Warriors valiantly fought back from their opponents. You were ready to fight to the last drop of blood to protect the mistress. The leader understood that there was no time to continue this duel, and it was necessary to solve the problem with the guards as soon as possible. He took his sword. He went straight to the carriage, sword in hand. He was ready to fight these soldiers himself. Jinan stood all this time and looked at his hand. He could not understand why he had just experienced dark energy inside himself. It was the energy of evil, and this energy was emitted from the leader of the robbers. The leader of the robbers understood that he needed to immediately deal with this guy and kill him first before he started killing his robbers. No Jin Young put his hand forward in time and took his opponent right by the face with his palm, then stopped him and did not let go. He used one of his spells, which was called Sparks of Flame, and fire began to flow through his hand, which in the future should be the enemy. The fire began to spread to the face of the enemy and set it on fire, but the enemy could not get out of this grip and had to withstand all the damage. Jin Young cast a spell called Fire Fuses around him. A huge flame appeared that flowed over his arm. He unleashed that fire from his body and channeled all the firepower, all his opponent's damage. There was a fiery explosion in a huge size, and it was such a start to burn the body of the talking robbers. His clothes caught fire and began to blaze. He screamed in pain. Because his body was on fire and he did not know how to put it out, no one expected that this guy had such incredible power. The rest of the robbers were very frightened and surprised when they saw their leader lying on the ground and burning after the spell. They did not understand what to do. They shout to put out their master and stop fighting. Even the guards were surprised when they saw that the rogue leader is now lying on the ground and burning. Jinan is ready to fight on, and he didn't want to let these rogues go without a fight because they've already caused enough trouble. He jumped behind this robber and wanted to kill them so quickly that they didn't even have time to notice it. He moved with such speed that the robbers simply did not have time to follow him. As soon as they turned their head back in front of them, they saw this monster that was about to damage them. They did not even have time to dodge the blow. Jinan landed 2 quick blows with this rogue, and they flew back. He hit them right in the face and broke their skulls with his punch. He jumped back and decided to look around himself in order to understand who to attack next to. Believe there were a lot of enemies, and it was necessary to make quick and correct decisions about it, so that there were no problems. He saw that several fighters attacked him from different sides at once. Some of them jumped on him, some attacked him from behind, and someone tried to hit him with a sword from below. It was not easy to evade such attacks, but because the dexterity was enough to dodge all these blows and not take any damage, these robbers were weak enough, despite the fact that there were a lot of them. Jinan made a jump, and after that she used one of her spells that breaks the ground into pieces. He hit the ground with his fist, and there was a strong explosion. The bandits lay injured on the ground. After such a strong attack, some of them lay unconscious. Those who still understood that they were on the battlefield could not even imagine how they could fight this man. He is on the ground, and thought that this guy is a demonic technique that he sees for the first time in his life and has never encountered anything like this before. His enemy is wielding a fiery martial art that is capable of destroying everything in its path. Jinan swung his fist and decided to deliver a strong blow to this robber in order to kill him. He punched him right in the face and broke his skull with one blow. Jin Young took his fist and dripped the blood of this thief he had just cracked his skull. The bandits realized that the best time to avoid is right now, because then it will be too late and he will definitely kill them all. But Jin Young is ready to kill them all. The robbers were frightened when they saw what this guy was capable of. They understood that it would be useless to fight him and decided to save themselves by disaster. Jinan was not going to let these robbers out of here alive, and he was already very angry with them and wanted to destroy everyone. The bandit was sitting on the ground, and I think that he most likely has already come to an end. He is unlikely to be able to survive in the battle against such a strong warrior. Jinan approached this robber and stood right in front of him. Jin Young was very angry with these bandits. He did not show his anger on the outside. This bandit was sitting on the ground and trembling with fear. He asked Jin Young what he would do with him if he just turned him in. Will this gentleman be able to spare him? Jinan raised his head and replied to this rogue that he is not one of those people who enjoys someone else's death and said that there is no point in killing people who give up. But Jin Young asked this robber why they wanted to steal a girl about them, and if he honestly answers this question, then the guy will let go of all the bandits who want to surrender. The robber was silent and did not want to answer this question. He understood that if he told the reason why it was necessary to kidnap the girl, then other bandits could kill him for this. But the guys were not interested at all. And he asked this robber not to keep him waiting. Jinan said that there were serious burns on his brother's body. If he was not taken to the doctor, he might die. So the bandits had to hurry up to tell the reason for the kidnapping of the girl. Otherwise, his brother would die now. The bandit put his head down and sighed heavily and answered that Junhwa asked them to kidnap the girl. She overheard their dialogue, came closer and turned to the bandit. She wanted to know who exactly ordered her kidnapping. She wanted to ask him if the master of their organization really asked to kidnap her. He replied that everything was exactly like this. This gentleman ordered the robbers to kidnap the girl and bring her to him. Jinan asked this guy, was there any other solution to this problem? Why did it have to be done in such a drastic way? He replied that they chose such a radical method of kidnapping only because the master ordered them to bring this girl at all costs. She was very surprised because she did not understand why this gentleman needed her so much. I became very interested in her why he decided to hire mercenaries for this. The sword was flying in the air and spinning around its axis. This sword stuck in the ground and stuck there in the forest. Two people fought. One of the guys dressed in blue knocked the ball from his opponent and said that he wanted to stop this battle. He told his enemy that his master would hardly want a full-scale war. He looked at his opponent and said that besides, even if they continue this battle, his enemy will still have no chance. It was very hard to believe, but nevertheless they had a very capable fighter who could defeat all these robbers alone. The thug realized that he lost the battle along with his bandits and asked what his opponent wanted from him. Did he really need to ask for mercy? He took his wounded leader and lifted him leaning on his shoulder. Then he approached the second robber with green hair and said that they urgently need to leave and take their leader to the doctor. Jinan watched them go into the distance and disappear into the thicket of the forest. He could not believe that he set fire to a person with his magic. He understood that it was possible not to do this. But nevertheless, at that moment, he still used his magic and crippled another person. He understood that this was all due to the fact that he sucked internal black energy from that person, and this energy was black. It aroused in him a thirst for murder. He did not try to suppress his energy. He succumbed, and that is why he caused such severe injuries to that person. Jinan understood that if these bandits continued to attack him, and all the other guards further, he would hardly be able to stop, and would kill all of them in order to get rid of this thirst for murder that now lives inside his mind. He wanted to understand if there was anything else he didn't know about the technique of absorbing the power of heaven and earth and controlling the soul. He first absorbed the magic of a person with dark energy, and now darkness appeared inside him too. It began to rain in the forest, and he gradually made his way through the trees and leaves and fell into the forest. This rain intensified every minute and was not going to end. Most likely, it will continue until the morning. They got to the nearest house, which was located in this forest, and stopped there. The mistress of business in her room was minding her own business. At that moment, Jin Young stood on the veranda of this house and watched the rain drip. She saw the guy standing and thinking about something on the veranda of this house. She decided to thank him for saving them all and said that if not for him, then the guards would hardly have left this forest alive, and she would most likely have been kidnapped. Jinan replied that you should not thank you because it was his job, but decided to ask her a question and asked about which young master she spoke with the robber in the forest. At that moment she realized that he did not know about which gentleman they did not talk then in the forest. She asked him if he knew anything about Chi Junhwa's trade organization. Jinan tried to remember everything he knew about this organization and replied that he knew that this was one of the 3 largest trade groups in the entire continent. The girl said that the owner is the organization Tak Chung Bo and his second son Tak In Hyo is the same young master Tak who ordered her to be kidnapped. Jinan finally figured out this whole situation, and he had one very important question. Why did this gentleman want to kidnap the girl? She told that 10 months ago, a hawk flew to their palace from this organization and brought a letter in which it was said that the young master wanted to take the girl to him. She said that last year was her grandparents' 60th birthday, and there was supposed to be a celebration in the palace that brought together many very important people from all over the continent. The young master also arrived at the palace that day, and he asked the girl to show her the whole palace, and she agreed, and not that day they walked for a very long time. It was then that he noticed this girl, and most likely fell in love with her. This man felt that he could afford to take the girl even without her consent. She said that she did not want to marry a young master, and her father was also categorically against such an act. But the whole problem was that no matter how much they wanted to do it, to refuse such a profitable marriage was very stupid for no good reason. And the Sea Dragons organization belonged to the association, so there were some things that they were not allowed to decide in the association. The authorities constantly make advantageous marriages between organizations and families in order to earn as much money as possible. The girl didn't say anything else. She went to her room and decided to be alone. It was very hard for her to talk about this topic because she understood that her father and she was powerless in this situation. No matter how much they wanted to, they still could not refuse this marriage because the association would not allow them to do this. And this fact caused a lot of pain. Night fell on the streets. It was quiet and calm. All the people were in the buildings. A young guy in a dark cloak was walking along the corridors of one of the houses with quiet steps. He opened the door to the room and announced that Cho Yong-hyang had come, and soon this lady would arrive in Tai'an. The girl was sitting at her desk and looking at the pictures, but when she was told this news, she turned around and asked him if even her brother would come. He replied that he had received word that In Hyo was already next to Tai'an. The girl answered, "You too, that you need to hurry there." But the guy was surprised when he heard this. Then he replied that he would go there with pleasure because he was very interested in how much she had changed while he had not seen her. She let his head down and said that because of this girl, her brother and this guy constantly have a heart that bleeds. They can't stop thinking about her. The guy laughed and said that everything was completely wrong, and he was only trying to attract her attention in order to complete the task that the lady had set for him. She answered him that even if everything is as he says, you still need to try very hard, because the parental home is already looking forward to when they finally succeed. She replied that thanks to this case, she would be able to decide how best to treat him and asked not to disappoint her next time. The guy replied that she had nothing to worry about and everything would be done in the best possible way, and he could erase Jo Young-hyang from In Hyo's heart. Then he said to his mistress, maybe to erase this girl from his heart. Maybe not enough. It would be better to erase her from his head so that he would never think about her again. And remember, she replied that this was a great idea, and that is what she is trying to achieve. She wants him to finally forget about her and not even remember. She wanted to do it for her brother. There were a lot of people in the city that day. They all gathered in the square. The rain stopped and the weather was fine. Jinan, along with his wife and the guards, sat in the restaurant and waited for their food. They were very hungry, and as soon as they brought food, they immediately ate everything. Then they brought tea. The guards said that they were lucky because no one attacked them on the way to the city of Tan. He's with Mrs. Is she going to go up to Taishan today? She replied that today they would not rest here tomorrow morning to go there because there was no point in hurrying them. At that moment, a man in black clothes entered the establishments and stopped near their table. This person came to the table and greeted the guests of the city. He knew them and was glad to see Mrs. Cho after so many years. Yan replied that she really hadn't seen this person for a long time and said that it had already been about a year since their last meeting. In front of her stood the gentleman, so the same man who ordered the robber to kidnap the lady, and now he is standing in front of them and smiling sweetly. He said that his heart bled. He was anxious all this year. He constantly worried about Miss Yeon Jin-young was very surprised when hear the beautiful words that this gentleman said. Never before seen a person who speaks so calmly about his feelings and experiences. Mr. Tak apologized to the girl for the incident that happened in the forest with the robbers. He said that there was a misunderstanding due to the fact that these robbers misunderstood his order. He said that he simply asked these people to politely escort the lady along with her carriage to the city, but these people were too motivated and did everything very differently. Jan was very indignant at such an act and said that because of these robbers, a person almost died. He told her that luckily everyone remained alive, so I asked these robbers to keep their mouths shut so that they do not spread at all and do not even mention this incident that happened in the forest. Tak said that he had already married to the sea dragons for such a terrible deed, and all the problems had already been solved, so there was no need to worry because of this. Genyon did not believe a single word of this man. He seemed very self-confident to him. Tak paid attention to the guy and said that he was very surprised when he heard about the great war that is able to defeat the whole lose alone, because the robbers reported to him about everything that happened in the forest. And Jin Young replied that it was all true. Jinen had a negative attitude towards this master and did not trust him, and even though he had just been praised, he still said that he wanted to talk to this master. The guy told him that this is not the first time he sees people like him, and usually such people end their lives very badly, so they always need to be careful. So he answered that this rule applies to all people who mastered martial arts, and he will take care of his future fate without other people's advice. Jan watched the dialogue of these two guys and realized that the presence of this gentleman was starting to annoy her. She kindly asked him to leave them because they were very tired and wanted to rest, and the company of this gentleman was now disturbing them. Jan reminded that on the way to this city, he caused them very big problems when he forced the robbers to kidnap her, and therefore they were very tired solving this problem, mister. So the girl is not inclined to communicate with him today, and said that he would immediately leave their society and allow them to rest. But then, he added that he would visit them again tomorrow and try to communicate with them again. Yang replied that she didn't want to meet him, and he shouldn't come to them in the morning because they wake up early in the morning and go to the next city of Taishan. But he didn't seem to hear her, and just smiled, and said that in any case he would visit them tomorrow, whether they wanted it or not. Jinan started to get pissed off this man, and he wanted to wait as soon as possible for the moment when this guy would already leave here. It was already morning the next day. The weather was even better than yesterday, and they gathered their things in order to go to the next city. Jinan watched the clouds that floated across the sky. Suddenly, this gentleman appeared. He nevertheless visited them in the morning, and the guy began to enrage it even more. He hoped that this person would not come. A guy ran out of the house and joyfully greeted the guests. He was glad to see all these people in his yard. He was surprised when, in addition to the guests, even Brother Tak himself came to visit him. He approached the lady, took her by the hand, and said that he was very pleased to see such a beautiful flower visiting him. He asked his brother, why did he come here, and told about what people say among themselves that he has been getting along well with Miss Yongho lately. So he began to feel embarrassed at that moment and said that people are talking complete nonsense and all this is not true. But the guy took his hand on his shoulder and asked why this gentleman reacted seriously. Maybe something happened to him. He laughed when he realized what was the whole problem with his reaction. It was because he was embarrassed to talk about other girls in front of Miss Chotak, removed his hand from her shoulder and asked what kind of nonsense this person was talking about. But the guy said that the news of Mr. and Mrs. Younghwa had reached him. He said that he heard about the engagement of Miss Yongho and brother next month. Tak asked if he understood everything correctly, or did he hear the wrong rumor. Already the whole city was talking about the fact that these two fell in love with each other when they went on a joint trip, and this guy thought that it was all true. Tak replied that he met her while traveling, and it was absolutely an accident when he found her. He replied that maybe there are rumors and go-between people at the wedding and engagement with this lady, but she is not included in his plans at all, so this is all untrue. The guy apologized to his brother and said that he just hoped the engagement wouldn't be broken because his brother was so chasing another girl while he was negotiating marriage with Mrs. Gonson. Mr. Tak asked Ha Gung-san to close his mouth and continue to watch his tongue, because now he absolutely does not understand what he is saying. San put his head down and sighed heavily. He said that his brother has an unbearable temper that ruined his engagement with Miss Gong-san. And now from Miss Yongho. So he hit his brother in the face with his fist. But he did not close his mouth and behaved in a disgusting way. Jin Young and Young watched all these performances from the sidelines and were shocked by what is happening here now. They didn't imagine this morning at all. Tak said that he hit his brother because he did not watch his tongue at all, despite the fact that he had already warned him repeatedly and asked him not to talk about it in the presence of other people. San whined his mouth because his lip cracked and blood flowed. He accused his brother of not being able to control his emotions at all and immediately getting into a fight. He used his magic chakra and prepared for battle. He said that he hadn't fought his brother for a long time, and it was time to teach him a lesson. So he began to gather his chakra around him, and fire began to appear near his body. He was ready to fight with his brother. They stood opposite each other and prepared for battle. They had already pissed each other off enough this morning. Jin Young was very surprised when he heard all this story about the son of the head of the trade associations. He could not even think that he had such a history with different women. Jin Young noticed that this gentleman is much stronger than the Great Triad, and thought that he might even be as strong as Young Jun. Young asked the guy if it was necessary to separate these two brothers. After all, they will kill each other now, and he answered her that the two of them are not at all like those people with whom you can negotiate and calm them down. A lady came out of the house and asked why she heard such a terrible noise in the yard, and what was happening here. She replied that the commemoration was not over yet, and that it was not the best time to arrange fights. She accused Mr. Tak of using his internal energy instead of performing rituals and called him her brother. She simply asked her younger brother to meet the guests and did not even think that a fight could start here. She did not like it at all and was not part of her plans. The mistress asked her brother to explain himself and tell her why a fight almost started here now. Sun felt embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain to his sister about what had just happened here. Tak said it was his fault because he made a mistake and went to compete with his brother in a duel. He apologized to his mistress for the inconvenience he caused her this morning because he did not want it to happen like this. She just now noticed her brother Tak and pretended to be very surprised to meet him now. She replied that she was very much at this meeting, so he said that he was also very glad to see her. Yan bowed to this lady and said that she had not seen Sister Ha for a long time, and the lady praised her for visiting them all the same. Yan said that they put a lot of effort into organizing the wake. Ha replied that it was her duty and she had to do it in the best possible way, so it's okay, don't worry about it. She asked her guests to follow her younger brother Sun and said that she would soon be able to join them as well. In the end, the girl added that she was very glad to meet, and that she had something to say to Mrs. Young Jinin, walked through the territory of this palace and looked around him, certain. Ask him why he is walking alone now because he should be next to that girl in order to help her if something happens to her. He told the demon that nothing could be done about it because she said that she needed to speak to Mrs. Ha in private. He worried about what was going on in these people's room, because they did not inspire any confidence in the guy, and he was afraid that I could not offend mistress. But suddenly the guy heard strange sounds not far from him and turned his head. He decided to see what was happening there. A man in red clothes was sitting in front of him, and the guy was doing something, carefully watching him, and suddenly it seemed to him that he knew him. It seemed to him that this man's name was Taoist. The demon of the guy, what is happening now and why is he watching him so carefully? But the guy did not answer the demon and said that everything is in order. This man suddenly disappeared somewhere, as if he was not here, and the guy did not understand what had happened. He was sure that he just saw this person here. But now he has disappeared, and Jin Young ran to this place in order to find out what happened here. What does he hear about the fact that in this world there are a lot of people with special abilities that few people apparently know about? This person was one of them. The demon said that ordinary people do not know about Jin Young's abilities, and just like that they will not be able to deceive him, because his eyes see more than the eyes of ordinary people. Sertan saw the inscription Chang Sin on the ground. And she said that this inscription is written in an ancient language, and it means the body. Jin Young said that this is all very interesting to him. It will be funny to figure it out because it's not every day that he sees a person suddenly disappear. An old man appeared near him. He approached very quietly and imperceptibly. The guy paid attention to him when this old man was already very close. He turned to this old man and wanted to ask him a few questions. The old man himself was just passing by and did not expect anyone to talk to him at all. Jinen asked this man if he could ask him a few questions. The old man stood hunched over not far from the guy and said what exactly he wanted to know. This young man. He asked if a skinny Taoist with disheveled hair lived near here. Maybe the old man once saw such a person here nearby. The old man said that he saw one such person here, and this guy always seemed crazy to him. Jinin to grandfather. Why does he think this person is crazy? What were the reasons for treating this Taoist like that? Grandfather replied that this man went crazy 20 years ago, and he is not here because of the funeral ceremony, just wandering around the palace grounds. He said that this man is just crazy. You should not pay attention to him. He is harmless and will not harm anyone, but he always walks around the palace grounds by himself. Jinin. Ask your grandfather if he knows where you can find this crazy Taoist historian. Tell him that it is pointless to look for this crazy man, and ask why the guy doesn't want to meet him so much. The old man did not want to understand why this young man needed this crazy man, and simply said that he knew where to find him. He said that he would tell about one place where this guy constantly looks Jinin in the middle of the road, and looking at the night starry sky, he was watching a huge moon that lit the way like a big lantern. Jinin noticed that from the top of the mountain, the moon looks completely different. Otherwise, it is beautiful in its own way here, and I want to watch it even more when you are on the top of the mountain. He heard someone standing behind him, and he had been watching this person for a long time, but did not show what he noticed, and finally he decided to say out loud that he was noticed, and the person could stop hiding. Jinin turned his head towards the forest and saw how a man began to leave from there. He was not mistaken, his hearing did not fail him, and there really was someone. It really was the same crazy old man that he was told about. It was a Taoist. He came out of the forest and asked the guy who he was. Jin Young replied that this person didn't need to know his name because it didn't make any sense. Now it didn't matter. Taoist. Ask the guy why they met, because if his name wasn't important right now, then what was really important? He looked at the guy and called his name Chasan Jinin. What was written on the ground next to this word was a half-erased text in an ancient language. Chasen, asked the guy, why does he need ancient writings, and why is he so interested in it? Because it is very rare to see a young man interested in ancient writings. Jinin replied that he was just very interested in the ancient writings, and asked if there was a reason why the young scholar should not know this. Chasen lowered his head down and closed his eyes. He replied that the guy's curiosity was indeed justified, and said that he wanted to ask him another question. He asked the Jin Young whether he came here alone or took some other people with him, because their further meetings depended on it and what they would talk about. Old man. Ask the guy if there is someone else inside him, for example, a demon or some kind of creature. He felt that this boy was not simple. He was not like all other people. Jinin asked this man what exactly he wants to know, and what does his question mean? Does he suspect that inside the guy who lives the truth from his own Chasen? Wherein this guy is a very strange energy, he feels it from a distance. That's why he asked such a question. He replied that his energy is inhuman and completely different. Such energy is usually used by demonic creatures or some monsters not from our world. Pren understood that this old man meant his inner demon Sertana, and answered him that it would be difficult to answer this question. But Jinen said that he can't harm anyone, so you shouldn't be afraid and worry about this. The old man looked at the guy carefully, and asked once again, is your inner being really harming anyone? Jinen said that this being that lives inside him can't even harm him, not to mention the other living beings that surround him. The old man was alert when he heard these words from the guy. He did not understand how to react to him. The old man lowered his head down and replied that there are many mysterious things happening in the world that are hard to find answers to, and you can't be sure if he didn't say that he was very pleased that one of these mysterious things was now standing right in front of him. Jin Young replied that he is very grateful to this man for thinking that about him. Jinin said that for the first time he sees a person who is able to notice his energy, and asked how this Mustarik managed to see another being in him. The old man looked at this guy, then turned around. lowered his head and told him to follow him and start walking towards the forest. Jinnen had to decide what to do. He did not understand how much he could trust this old man, but in the end he nevertheless agreed and followed him. They came through the forest and went to the waterfall. They started climbing, on the rocks, and at some point the old man stopped. Jinnen stood close to the old man and asked what exactly this man wanted to show him. He asked the guy that he was here, and a huge wall appeared in front of which a lot of different symbols from the ancient language were drawn, which modern people know nothing about. Jinnen replied that he sees all these inscriptions, but he was interested to know why the old man showed him this place. On one of the inscriptions was written, Chosen Ihon, translated into our people. This phrase means 2 souls in one body. The Taoist replied that it was one of the 18 writings he could find, and he confessed that he had read all the books in the master's room without his knowledge. And that is why I was able to see in the guy the hidden potential of a second soul that no one else knows about. But he admitted that this is not enough. These letters are only a small part of what he was able to learn, and further he had no progress. Taoist, invite the young scientist to try to solve all these letters with him, because he himself was not able to do it. He wanted to decipher the ancient writings with him and learn as much as possible about the people who have 2 souls inside. He wanted to know how many other people in the world have a second soul. Jinnen said that he studied these writings for a very long time, so he knows very little about them, and it will take a very long time to interpret these writings. The Taoist of the guy, does he have someone who is able to immediately interpret all these letters and make them out without spending a lot of time on it? Jinnen remembered his father because he was the only person who was able to study this entire wall and translate all these letters in a short period of time. But more than 10 years have passed since he was imprisoned in the Imperial dungeon, and he did not even know that he was alive, father or not. Taoist. Ask the guy if he wants to save this person, and the guy answered the old man that this is his main goal, and therefore he is now heading to the server in order to save him. The Taoist replied that he would go with him and help him save this man, so that later he would help him decipher all these ancient writings. They left this place and started heading towards the city in order to return back. They walked in silence for a very long time, but at some point, yes, I decided to turn to the guy and say something Taoist. Ask the guy why did he have to dress up so beautifully because he feels uncomfortable in new clothes. Jinnen asked the old man, is he really going to go to the mountains? This is in those rags that he met him. This appearance is not at all appropriate, and he would not want to be accompanied by a person who walks in tatters. The Taoist asked the guy, is it really so important? And the guy answered him, that there are limits to everything. You need to be responsible for your appearance so that there are no problems in the future. Jin Young asked this man who he wanted to meet before leaving to say goodbye because they will be gone for a very long time. He does not know when they will come back here next time, and if they will even be able to come back. Taoist farewell to meet his mentor and say goodbye. He wants to see him one last time before leaving. He admitted that his mentor had harbored a grudge against him for 20 years and had to meet with him once before leaving in order to resolve past conflicts. Jinnen said that after 20 years of resentment that was between them, this person can get so angry that he will even kill him. But yes, he reacted normally to this and even laughed. He said that everything is in order and replied that his mentor is not such a cruel person. The Taoist said that he would go to see his mentor now and asked the guy to wait here and not go with him because they needed to figure everything out. Alone, Jinnen stayed waiting on the street near the house, and Taoist went to visit his master, and he opened the door and said, Mentor, we haven't seen you for a long time. The time has come, and after that he disappeared. He closed the door behind him, and Jin Young stood and waited for this person to finally return. A couple of minutes after this, Taoist entered the house and screams began to appear from the house. These were screams, and his mentor he shouted at the Taoist, but that shameless person. And why did he even decide to probably give it? The mentor yelled at his student and said that for all the troubles that he had done, it was necessary to kill this guy a long time ago. Yeon heard screams from this house and decided to come and find out what was happening here. She asked the guy, why are these people in the building screaming so loudly? Maybe they have some problems or something happened. Jinnen that nothing terrible is happening there. You just had Love cries of goodbye. The girl was very embarrassed when she heard these guys phrase love cries. Jin Young said that these people who are now yelling at each other in the building just had a lot of different grievances accumulated over 20 years, and therefore they need to sort it out among themselves. Now it may take a little time. Jin Young somehow looked very bad after meeting this mistress and asking her what happened, why she was so pale. She replied that nothing terrible had happened to this. The lady wanted to go with them to the north. She said that she was a little worried about her father, who was left alone in association, because something might happen to him. He must be very worried about everything that is happening right now. Jin Young replied that she had better worry about the mistress who wants to go with them because this lady can obviously cause problems. The girl laughed. Taoist flew out of his mentor's house and fell to the ground. Before the code, he said that he would come back here and visit the old man. The old man came out of the building and told him not to come here again, and if he doesn't come next time, he'll just kill this idiot. He doesn't need such a lazy and useless person who can't feed himself. The Taoist was very angry with his mentor because he wanted to apologize to him for everything he had done in 20 years and ask him for forgiveness, but everything turned out absolutely not the way he wanted it. Jinan asked this dais if he could have avoided such a conflict or if it was beyond his power. He replied that this is the best way to release the old man's anger, because this man was already so angry at everyone that he needed to take out this anger on someone. And who, besides his best student, could help the old man pour out all his anger? Yes, he admitted that he was already used to it and just helped the old man calm down a little. Jinan was surprised to hear such words from this person. He could not believe that someone in this world is capable of such a noble deed. Listen to these very many insults in your address only to make the other person feel better. Young asked the guy, who was this person who was now standing in front of them because he didn't tell her anything about him at all. He said his name is Yung Guan, and he recently met this young man. The old man laughed and said that after meeting this young man, he made such good friends that he decided to go north with him. It was magnificent weather, clouds floated across the sky, and the sun shone so brightly that the desire to smile stopped every minute more and more. The carriage set off again and headed north. Yung Guan was lying on a bench. The guy was trying to fall asleep all this time. He sat with his arms folded on his chest and also tried to sleep at least a little, but he couldn't. He was constantly disturbed by various thoughts that did not allow him to rest in peace. He thought that Sun was accompanying them on their way north only because Miss Ha-ju Ryong was with them. And he did not mind that the lady was traveling with them. He did not understand why I needed this, but nevertheless he treated her more or less positively. Most of all, he was worried that the same strange guy went with them, which annoyed him very much, and he could not be in the same space with this man. This man seemed to be the most disgusting guy that Jinan had ever seen, this gentleman. So he acted very narcissistic and vile one, and the accompanying guard drove ahead of everyone, and at some point he noticed something strange. He then heard some strange sound, and decided to listen better because it could be another ambush or a raid that was waiting for them. He raised his hand and asked all the other crew members to stop so that he could check what was happening there. Mr. Sun drove up to him and asked what happened and why their carriage stopped. In front of them was a small group of people. They were all dressed in white clothes and sat on the ground. San was dissatisfied with the fact that these people blocked the whole road and did not let him pass, but the guard asked him to pay attention to their clothes. They were the mountain dwellers of Jongmyong. San asked the guard why these people are blocking the passage and not allowing them to pass. The guard replied that he did not know why. These people block their way, but said that they are definitely not enemies for them. After all, they have quite good relations with people from these places. One of the soldiers approached the captain and asked what was the matter and what should they do now, because they did not have time to stay here for a long time. At that moment, the mountain dwellers noticed a wagon that was not far from them. One of the mountain people informed all the rest of his brethren that 2 people were approaching them. Their leader warned all other members of the group to prepare for an attack. At that moment, while 2 guards were approaching these mountain people in order to ask them kindly to clear the passage for them, the mountain people themselves began to take out their weapons. Jinan felt a very strange energy. He realized that everything is not so simple here. And most likely these people are not as benevolent as the captain thinks. Taoist Guang also felt a very strange energy coming from these people and asked what happened. He woke up because he felt this strange energy, but when he turned his head, there was no one around him. Jinan approached the captain to warn him of his suspicions. He urgently needs to withdraw the soldiers because this most likely could be a trap. The captain asked about some kind of trap, the guy is now telling him, because they were the most ordinary mountain people, and he didn't see anything suspicious here. Sun also agreed with Jin Young and asked the captain to call the people back just to play it safe and be on the lookout. That those people were not their enemies. But at the same moment they abruptly stood up and jumped on two soldiers who did not suspect anything. These people pounced on two soldiers who did not even have time to get their weapons, and they immediately killed them by piercing them with swords several times. The captain really couldn't believe his eyes. It was a trap, and two of his soldiers died so fast he didn't even realize what had happened. These people looked very dangerous, bloodthirsty. They were ready to kill everyone who stood in their way, but no one understood why they did it. One of these monsters stepped on the body of a dead soldier and then stepped over it. The captain asked these people why they did this and what was going on here. He did not understand why these people decided to attack them. They looked very dangerous. Although these people should have been allies for their association, they began to gather in a heap to go in the direction of the carriage. One of these people asked his leader what to do next. Their leader grabbed his sword and pulled it out of its sheath. After that, he said, "Break through the guards and kill the woman in the wagon." He pointed his sword in the direction of the carriages and gave the command to attack these people. Jinan was already standing and waiting for a collision with these people. He was ready for battle, and understood that he still had to protect the carriage at any cost. The three of them jumped on the guy and he gathered chakra in his fist in order to stab him. He took out the opponent with one blow and pierced his body with his fist through and through. The other two thugs ran past Jinan. Why did these people run away? Because he thought they wanted to kill everyone and fight him too. At that moment, he realized that their goal was not to fight, but to kill Lady Cho. Jinan summoned the fairy Selfina. She was sleeping as usual at that moment, but he woke her up. She was unhappy with this and asked what he needed. The guy takes a selfie to make whirlwind and stop these two thugs from getting to the carriage. He used flame magic to set these people on fire. He decided to do a combination of two spells. The fairy made a very strong whirlwind that was able to stop these two thugs, and the guy used the fire release spells and combined the two spells together, resulting in a fire whirlwind. The fairy said that she wanted to go and continue sleeping. She didn't want to do anything else. The guy noticed that this fairy hadn't changed at all the last time he called her. Jinan noticed that the bodies of these two thugs were burned. They were lying dead on the ground. He noticed that when they use the most ordinary base in magic, the thirst for murder does not awaken in him like last time, and he feels calm without letting dark energy into himself. Thanks to this spell, Jinan understood what his problem was now. And now he understood what needs to be done so that the thirst to kill does not awaken in him. One of the thugs still didn't die and survived. He got up otherwise to shake himself off and try to understand what had just happened to him. The guy asked his demon to monitor the regulation of his magical power. The captain was attacked by one of the thugs and has already swung his sword in order to kill him. The captain dodged this man's sword and did it very easily when he saw him up close. He realized that these were not mountain dwellers. These were Zhongmyong warriors. He is very golden that these warriors decided to attack the carriage and kill the lady. He took out his sword from its scabbard, and with a quick blow of the ball killed his opponent. He asked these bastards how they dared to make such an assassination. He was immediately attacked by three more thugs. They began to surround him from different sides and try to attack. The captain was a very experienced warrior and went through more than one battle, but he did not know if he could deal with three opponents at once. But he still managed to make a series of quick attacks, and thanks to his fast wind technique, he was able to cut their throats with the blade of his sword. The captain felt that danger was approaching him from behind, and he needed to quickly decide what to do with the enemy behind him. Behind him, the enemy was already standing and wanted to strike from the back like a rat. But the captain managed to notice this in time and block this blow. Only thanks to his intuition, he now survived. He flew back after this blow and was barely able to stay on his feet. When he stopped, he was able to see the face of the thugs attacking him from behind. It was Du Chu Moon. The leader of all these thugs, he personally wanted to kill the captain from behind. This man made a leap and swung his sword over his head. He wanted to strike a very strong blow to defeat during the battle. The captain tried to understand why they decided on them on the pass. He asked this man directly, "Why are they doing this? Because they dress like mountain dwellers." It was very mean and few people could do such an act. This man didn't want to tell him why they did it. He just said it was none of his business. They continued their battle, and we threw each other quick blows with swords, after which we blocked and dodged. The captain used a quick wind blow technique and filled his sword with wind magic. He struck, but his enemy managed to dodge. The leader decided to immediately counterattack his opponent when he saw that he missed his blow. Due to the captain's mistake, this man was able to stab him with his sword and injure his hands, after which the captain dropped the sword from his hands. This man said that they would leave as soon as they deal with the girl. Other people are not interested in them, and then thanked the captain for recognizing him. But this man immediately changed his mind and said that now he wants to kill absolutely everyone here, because it will be more interesting this way. Guan Yu immediately went to the heart of the battle. He understood that he urgently needed to help the captain. Guang made a quick jump and kicked the sword out of the man's hands in midair. Guang said that you can immediately see from the face of this person that he is a psycho and there is no point in communicating with him. He did not expect that the course of the battle would turn so much that another person would appear to confront them. He was very surprised when he saw that this man blocked his sword with just one kick. He raised his sword from the ground, but then felt that his hand was numb. The blow was so strong that he now cannot control his hand. He realized that the person who is now standing in front of him was very strong, and he needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. He immediately decided that he needed to hit his opponent very hard and cut him into two halves. He swung his sword and delivered a very strong blow that was supposed to kill anyone who falls under the blade of the sword. After the blow, he saw something completely different from what he wanted to see because there was no one in front of him. His opponents very quickly ran away, evaded the blow. Only a huge hole remained after this strong blow. Guan was able to disappear at the moment he needed. It was one of those techniques that he mastered very well, and now he teleported over the head of his opponent. The enemy felt that this man was now above his head, and he needed to quickly decide how he would fight off this attack. He grabbed his sword and made a quick swing to block the blow. He managed to block the Dawes' blow with his sword, but barely, or put the sword in a defensive position. Guan jumped back and landed on the ground, after which he just sat quietly for a few seconds in order to come up with a new plan of attack. Guan began to deliver very fast blows from different sides, but his opponent was strong enough and fought back for some time. But after 4 attacks, he began to lose his vigilance, and the Taoist began to inflict a very strong blow on him, which was no longer possible to block. This man did not understand how to fight off this crazy warrior. He grabbed his sword with his hand and tried to fill it with magical energy in order to launch a strong counterattack. Guan was quite a nimble fighter, able to dodge this attack. Guan knew that he couldn't let this man break through his defenses and let him stab him in the chest. He is a very fast jump-up, and despite the hundreds of blows that flew at him, he still managed to dodge them in flight. Guan found the right moment to launch his counterattack and finally break through this man's defense. He no longer understood how to fight off this crazy warrior, because none of his techniques could help him get through to him. Guang did his signature technique, which allowed him to land a very strong kick from the side. You were able to break through his defenses and kick him right in the head after this kick. Few people were left alive. After this blow, his teeth began to fly out in different directions. The pain he experienced was unbearable. Guan asked this man before he passed out if he expected to fight such a crazy enemy. After this blow, the enemy fell to the ground. He broke his shoulder after he fell because the blow was very strong, but he still managed to get up after this blow. He understood that he would not be able to defeat his opponent. The only thing he could do in this situation was to shamefully run away. He made a jump, and after that, Dao still didn't understand why this guy decided to run away. Jinan at that moment fought with the rest of the thugs and scattered them in different directions one by one. He dealt one of them a strong blow with his fist and broke his skull. He hit this guy so hard that after hitting, he almost or not fell through the ground. Jin Young asked the rest of his group members to quickly fight these idiots and finish this fight because he was starting to get tired. This psycho decided not to leave the battlefield, but simply change his opponent and attack the guy. He thought that this guy would be weaker than his previous enemy, he at least someone before he runs away from here. Because he had no desire to leave empty-handed, Jinan managed to grab this man's hand and prevent him from slashing with his sword. He asked him who he was and why he decided to attack him. Jinan started squeezing his hand so hard that the man started writhing in pain because he couldn't do anything else. He told Jin Young that he himself is from the Baekma fortress, and if this guy breaks his arm, then he will have to answer for his act later. One recovered during the battle and shouted very loudly that the leader had been defeated and their affairs were very bad, so he called on all the other thugs to immediately retreat back in order to die here. But San stopped these people with a threatened sword so that they could not escape. The soldiers surrounded the remaining group of these thugs and herded them into a trap in the middle of the battlefield. The captain ordered all the rest of his soldiers not to let anyone go and to detain absolutely everyone who attacked them. These people had to pay for what they had done and for killing 2 good soldiers. Suddenly, a lady appeared on the battlefield. The soldiers paid attention to her and asked what she was doing here, but she told them that she wanted to pass and asked them to make way. The captain limit madam that it's very dangerous here now. She'd better go back to the wagon because she could bring trouble on herself if these people want to attack again. She said that everything is fine and she was very surprised that the great Du Chu Moon himself came for her. She looked into the eyes of one of these thugs and made sure that they were called here from the fortress in order to kill her. She said that these people were hired by the mountain dwellers to kill her, and it was all because her clan was at odds with the trade association, so they ordered her head. I knew that these people wanted to kill her at the request of a man named Mangiam. Jin Young was surprised when he realized that their target was a completely different lady. He all this time thought that these people were encroaching on Lady Cho. She asked the captain to let all these people go safe and sound. The captain was very indignant at this decision of the lady, because he did not understand why she was doing this, and the lady answered him that it would be better for them to leave with their carriage from here and ask the captain to take care of the wounded soldiers and bandage their wounds. Jinan didn't understand why the mistress ordered all these people to be released because they tried to kill her and deserved to die or deserved to be arrested. Miss Ha, to let all these people go, explained that they already had very heavy losses because of her clan. She asked all these people to return to her fortress and say hello to the Lord, to tell him that she is still alive and their mission failed. She tells the Lord that his warriors lost this battle and fled from here in disgrace, and thanks to the mistress they all remained alive. The warrior lowered his head down and replied that he would convey everything to the Lord word for word at the request of this lady. This would be a sign of gratitude for the fact that she spared them. They started to run away one by one from the battlefield, and the soldiers were very indignant that they still had to let all these thugs go. She asked the captain to collect the files of all the wounded soldiers on both sides, and heal their wounds, and then go on the road again. The captain did not agree with this decision, but still he had no choice, and he had to do it. Jinan was watching the mistress closely all this time, and judging because she said earlier the fortress which she said would be a predicament for her. Jinan understood that these people should be extremely grateful to this mistress, because it is only thanks to her that they are still alive and have the opportunity to return to their fortress. He understood that if these people want to continue to exist normally, and I feel safe, they will have to forget about trading with the association forever after this act. Miss Ha was about to go to her carriage, but before leaving, she noticed the guy. She looked at him carefully, but Jin Young did not pay attention to her at all, and this made the girl very angry. She turned her head and went on. Jinan did not understand at all what this girl was thinking now. Her actions seemed to him stupid and thoughtless. Miss Cho all this time stood near the carriage and watched everything that was happening. She was also very surprised by what happened now, but I had no time to get into these matters. She asked her sister if she was okay and how she felt. The situation had to endure a very difficult miss. Ha said that everything was fine with her, and you shouldn't worry about it at all because she did it as she saw fit. The girl all this time thought about that, guys. She could not believe that this young man really has such strong abilities. And in addition to his abilities, he was also able to combine 2 whole spells into one. She thought that if he was capable of this, then he could be very useful to her in the future, and she should find a common language with him. Yan saw the anxiety in front of her sister, did not understand what the problem was. She wanted to help and support her. But first, it was necessary to understand what this girl was thinking. Miss Ha replied that nothing terrible happened to her. She just dreamed a little and went into her thoughts. When she was about to enter the wagon, she told her sister that until the preparations were finished, it would be better for them to wait all this in the wagon and not look at the wounded soldiers, because this could have a bad effect on them in the future. All this time, Yan thought about what she saw in the eyes of her sister. She seemed to look into her soul again, and she became not mindful of what she noticed there. Young was peeping at her from around the corner and saw Miss Ha standing next to an unknown person and talking about something in the middle of the night in the courtyard. They looked at each other and talked about something, but she could not hear their dialogue. She did not understand what these people were talking about. Yan was able to take a closer look at the strange eyes this lady had. These eyes were not like human eyes, as if they were filled with some strange energy. She was very frightened when she saw this terrible look at the mistress and did not know what I should do with it now. After that, she transferred the memories of this lady to another space and was already in the middle of the courtyard, but only it was no longer night, but day. In the courtyard of Mrs. Ha, a dead man was lying near the wall. His body was pierced by a sword that stuck out in his heart area. This man was sitting leaning against the wall and dripping blood. Yan saw how people noticed this man and began to approach him. They did not understand what happened to him. No one knew about it, but if she saw it, then it was a memory in the soul of Miss Ha Young understood that this man in the yard was killed by the mistress herself, and now she could not even imagine what this girl was capable of next time. The man slammed his fist on the handle of his throne with all his strength. This man was angry. This man on the throne was the same lord from the tower about whom so much was said during the battle. His subjects came to him and told him that they had lost the battle. He was outraged by this and began to shout at his subjects for the fact that instead of killing them, the girl was disgraced by the Lord. He was very angry with them for dishonoring the name of Bekma Fortress. The Lord ordered his subjects to go and find out everything about those people who protect the lady. He needed to understand where they found such strong warriors who are ready to resist a whole detachment of the best fighters of this tower. Before him appeared a man with a bald head dressed in solid clothes. This man most likely holds a very important position in the tower. He did not address the owner. He told the Lord that he himself would personally deal with this matter and would do everything so that the name of the tower would not be defamed. The Lord thought about such a proposal, but he had some misgivings about this account. He asked this person who volunteered to do this task himself if he would do something stupid, like the last time he went on a task. The man did not understand what kind of nonsense the Lord was telling him, because he always performed his tasks perfectly, and there were no questions for him. The Lord said that he agreed to let him go on this task. It was this warrior who allowed him to go and find out everything about these people who are guarding the carriage. But before sending this man on a mission, he asked not to touch the people from the association, because it was not yet time to attack them, and you need to be very careful with them. Because if they touch the association now, then their peace contract will end forever. The warrior replied that he would do everything in the best possible way, as the Lord asked him, and immediately went on a mission. They stopped to spend the night in one of the cities. Sun and Tak walked around the territory of this hotel and talked to each other. Sun said that Jin Young has an outstanding ability in martial arts, and what he did during the fight can really be considered an amazing act, because it's not every day that you see a person who knows martial arts so well. So he said that this is just a martial art, and there is nothing surprising in this. He did not want to continue the conversation on this topic, and decided that it was better for him to leave and left his brother alone in the middle of this courtyard. Sun thought that if you can capitalize on this power, why not do it? Because if the guy is not really so good at martial arts, you can use it. It was already evening outside, and he was watching the moon light up the whole yard. Young came up to him and said that tomorrow they were leaving. She once again decided to thank the guy for the fact that he protected her for the second time and did not allow this thug to kill the lady. She said that if not for him, they would not have been able to get there alive. He asked her what she was going to do now after they arrived here, the girl that she has a message from the head. And these messages will affect her future fate. She said that in order to improve relations with the Sea Dragon fleet, they want to connect her with young Master Hagu Sang. She said that her father refused to marry Mr. Tuck because he attempted to assassinate her and wanted to steal it, which is not her father's credibility. The girl said that first you need to deal with this matter, and then think about what she will do next. Jin Young asked her why they wanted to marry her to this young master, and assumed it was Haju Ryong's idea. She replied that most likely everything is exactly as he says, although this is only her assumption. She cannot be sure of this. He said that it was all because she had an interest in the elder master, and this was all in order to get him. The girl replied that everything should be like that. But it was different. She said that the whole problem was precisely that she had magical eyes that could look into the soul of people, and the lady wants to make sure that no one will take anything away from her. Jin Young asked, what would happen if she still canceled this engagement? Yeon said that if she refuses, then the support of the fleet will be stopped. Even if the sea dragons are on the verge of extinction, then the association will not lend a helping hand. He said that the dark times had come, but nevertheless, if she needed help, he could always help her. She replied that she did not need help, and everything would be fine. She was just tired of everything that was happening, and wanted to talk to someone about her problems. She admitted that it was all very strange, and she never spoke heart-to-heart with anyone, because with him, after all, Jinan was an ordinary stranger for her and was not connected with her in any way. She crossed her arms and began to feel uncomfortable. She was very pleased to be near him, but she could not afford to get close to him. She asked him for one request that she had wanted to ask him for a very long time. She asked him that if there were big problems with the Sea Dragon fleet, if he could take care of her father. It came in the morning, and they gathered near the central gate. Guan looked at the thoughtful guy who had been standing near the gate all this time and dreaming about something, and asked him what happened yesterday. He did not understand what was happening to this guy, but told him that someday he would still return to his home. But now he is too depressed for this. Jin Young replied that he had one thing he needed to think about very carefully. He thought that he really wants to help the mistress fulfill her request, but now he was not at all up to it. He was very angry that the mistress had to marry the young master not of her own free will, only so that the fleet would remain with the support of the association. He lowered his head down and still could not stop thinking about it. He understood that he still had time. He could do something he really wanted to help this lady. But first, he had to deal with his father because it was much more important. Guan saw that the guy stopped near the building and asked him if they had come there. Jin Young reached out his hand to the doorknob and knocked on the door. Then he removed his hand from the doorknob and could not believe that this moment had finally come. A man came up from the other side of the door and asked who was there. It was a woman's voice. Jinan recognized that voice. It was his babysitter. He said, "Babysitter, it's me." The woman said that she was already very old and hard of hearing, so she did not immediately understand who was standing on the other side of the door. She finally opened the door and asked the man who stood in front of her who he was. Jinan saw this woman and said, "Babysitter, you don't recognize me? It's me." Jinan, Nanny, was surprised when she saw this guy in front of her. She couldn't believe her eyes. She asked him if it was for real that he was the same young master who was taken away from her in childhood. She held his hands and began to cry. She couldn't believe that he had really returned home. Jin Young said it was true, and he really came home. For the first time in so many years, he went to his home and could not get used to the fact that everything here was the same as before. He went into his father's office. It seemed to him that his father was still sitting there. He ran his hand across the surface of the table, and it brought back new memories for him. He began to yearn for those times when his father was still at home. Memories began to wake up in him, and he felt nostalgia. He stood for a long time, near this table at which my father constantly worked. He looked around him and remembered all the things that were here. They also remained lying in their places. He saw a picture on the wall and remembered that there was his father's vault. The demon said that he would have to go down there to decipher the ancient writings on the stone slab. Jinnen replied to Demon Certain that he would definitely do it, but only after he saved his father. The nanny went into the room and asked the master if he had been here before, and the guy replied that he had not immediately noticed her presence here. Jinnen replied that he was no longer at home and memories flooded over him. He said that he needed to save his father as soon as possible. The nanny did not want to upset him, but nevertheless she understood that she needed to tell him this now. She told them to the guy that his father had been for a very long time, and no one knows where he is. Jinnen asked what it means and how his father disappeared. She told him that one day General Yuck came and told her that the prison in which his father was imprisoned collapsed, and he disappeared. He asked the nanny about which specific general. She says, was it really the same Yukdu Gam? The nanny answered that it was him. She told the boy that this general came from time to time with news from the master, the only way she could hold on to life and understand what was happening in general. She hoped all this time that his father was alive. Jin Young asked the babysitter where his Uncle Jung is now, and she said he was dead. Gina almost fainted when she heard this. The nanny said that 2 years ago, on his way back from the Imperial Palace, bandits attacked him and killed him. He asked the nanny if these bandits were caught after they killed his uncle. She replied that no, there was a commotion for about a month. Then everything calmed down. Some person took the old man's body. Jinnen did not understand how to react to all these events, and he wanted to find the offenders who killed his uncle. He tightly clenched his fist and said, "Father, what the hell is going on here? But don't be afraid, I'll find you soon."